Good morning. Good morning. There we go. I realize that by Delhi standards, this is super early. People are, I think, still waking up in their hotel rooms and homes. So I'm guessing we'll see a lot more people coming here in the next 15, 20 minutes. But thank you all so much for being over here. We're living, all of us, through a historic inflection point now. We all know this. I'm stating the obvious. But AI has moved from research to real-world deployment at unprecedented speed. Unlike previous waves of digital transformation, AI directly reshapes decision-making inside public systems and how these decisions affect hundreds of millions of lives. In fact, I don't know if you all saw, but just in the last 10 days, the latest releases by the foundation model companies, OpenAI and Google with Gemini, Anthropic with Claude, these models in just the last 6 to 8 weeks have taken a giant leap forward. And what's fascinating to me is both OpenAI and Anthropic said that these latest versions of these models, there were no human beings involved in the development, in the software. It was all done by AI. So this thing is moving at breakneck speed. What gives me a lot of hope is that this can be truly transformative in the area of social development. We were just discussing outside this room 5 minutes back how this whole sector of overseas development assistance has gotten really rocked over the last year. USAID in the US, of course, funding got slashed. We saw similar things happening in the UK and Canada and Germany. But to me, the silver lining is that this has shaken up a lot of people in our sector, in the social development sector. And people, whether it's in government, whether it's in the nonprofit community, whether it's in other implementation organizations, suddenly are open to new ideas more than they ever were before. And I think for those of us that believe in the transformative power of technology, and now especially of AI, which to me is the most transformative force we have seen in the history of our human species, people, governments, nonprofits are now more open than ever before to employing these tools at scale. And at the same time, for the first time, we have examples around the world and examples right here in India of the change that can be achieved with AI at scale. We're talking about improving education, healthcare, agriculture for hundreds of millions of people. That's impact. So the question for us is no longer whether the Global South should engage with AI. The real question is how to deploy AI in ways aligned with national priorities, institutional capacity, and governance frameworks. This conversation particularly is about execution, accountability, and measurable public impact. For us at Vadvani AI, India has been our learning ground. We founded the organization in 2018 when AI in development was still emerging. At that time, the commercial applications of AI were obvious. In fact, what was interesting was I grew up in India, I went to IIT, then I went to the US, studied, got my master's at Carnegie Mellon, and then I was serving on the board of trustees of Carnegie Mellon University for about 20 years. Carnegie Mellon then, and still today, is ranked #1 in the world for AI teaching and research. So as a trustee of the university, I was seeing up close what was happening in AI. And it always struck me that all of these billions of dollars going into AI research from Google and Amazon and so on were all for commercial applications. And no one was thinking about how do we use AI to help the bottom 3 or 4 billion people in the world who don't have access to good education, who don't have access to good healthcare, who live on less than $4 or $5 a day. That was the impetus for my family to start the Vadvani Institute for Artificial Intelligence. So at that time, as I said, you could see AI being used. This was back in 2018 for commercial applications, but no one was thinking about AI for social impact. So because my brother Ramesh and I grew up in India, and because of the massive opportunity here with 1.4 billion people, India became our proving ground. We launched the Wadhwani Institute for AI, a nonprofit dedicated to building AI infrastructure and solutions for underserved citizens in the global south. Our thinking always was, we'll base it here in India, learn our lessons over here, build our solutions, understand not only how to build AI solutions, but how to deploy them at scale, and then we can start using these learnings in other parts of the global south. So since 2018, we have partnered with the government of India to deploy over 25 high-impact AI platforms that to date have impacted over 125 million people. And when I say impacted, I don't just mean we've touched their lives in some little way, I mean we've changed their lives by improving healthcare for their families, improving education for their families, improving incomes for farmers. And I'll give you a couple of examples of that. So these include, let me, like I said, a couple of examples. So today, there is a very high dropout rate for children in early grades in school throughout the global south. So if you look at kids in grades 1 through 5, very high dropout rate. And this is true throughout the global south. So we got a call from the government of Gujarat about 18 months ago saying, can you help us with this? We sent a team in. And our analysis showed that the single biggest reason for this high dropout rate was an inability of these young children to be able to read proficiently in their mother tongue, in this case in Gujarati. So we've developed a whole suite of AI-based tools on how to assess within 20 seconds the reading proficiency of each child, where they are struggling to read, and what needs to be done to put them on the right track. While this was in pilot in the state of Gujarat, the government was so impressed with the results that they were seeing that they've made it mandatory for all 3 million school children in that state. The government of Rajasthan, largest state, has made it mandatory for all 5 million school children in Rajasthan as of 4 or 5 months ago. And now the Education Ministry in Delhi is looking to roll this out nationally. By the end of next year, 2027, we expect that our suite of AI early childhood education tools will be being used by over 75 million school children just in India. That's the kind of impact we can have. I could give you similar examples in how we're using AI to eradicate tuberculosis, to reduce infant mortality, but let me just move on. So we didn't achieve this level of scale through isolated pilots. We embedded AI into government-owned infrastructure. That's the key. State education systems, India's national telemedicine platform, TB case management system, and public health workflows. The lessons were hard-won. We've got a lot of scars on our back. Everything didn't go smoothly. But what we've learned was, number one, partner with governments. Don't just parachute in as vendors, but come in as partners, come in with a sense of humility, understand what the national priorities are for each of these ministries, understand where AI can help, where it cannot help, and right up front, design for scale. Think of scale. It's not just about the AI solution, but how it gets deployed at scale. Institutional adoption matters more than technical sophistication. So we learned by action, for example, that farmers don't carry cell phones to the field. And thus the intervention needs to be off-field, as an example. ASHA workers, our frontline health workers in India, appreciate our AI anthropometry models, not just because it gives them more accurate results, which it does, but because it saves them time and makes their lives easier. So being here in India today feels like we've come full circle, from learning in one country to now convening many across the global south. Recently, we launched Wadhwani AI Global to take what we've developed and learned in India, take it to other countries in the global south, starting in Africa. This effort is being led by Nakul Jain, who you will hear from in a couple of minutes, and with a tremendous team that he's built. So what we've built in India is a proof point for what's possible across the global south. We have built AI systems designed, owned, and scaled by governments and delivering impact in healthcare, education, and agriculture at population scale. Our frontline worker AI tools have touched over 100 million lives, and our educational tool is already impacting over 20 million students. And it's now being deployed in over 10 different Indian languages. Prior to this forum, we convened regional dialogues in Kigali and in Nairobi. Policymakers and ecosystem leaders were not debating relevance. They were focused on deployment, governance, and outcomes, on impact. Three consistent themes emerged from these discussions. Number one, the shift from pilots to systems. Governments want AI embedded into national programs, not isolated proof of concepts. Secondly, innovation must be context-led. Effective AI is co-created locally. Adaptation matters much more than replication. And finally, South-South learning is accelerating. Countries facing similar constraints want to exchange playbooks, governance models, and implementation lessons. So this is why we're expanding beyond India. What we've learned is this: AI readiness isn't just about technical skills. It requires leadership alignment and skilled public sector teams. It requires data governance frameworks. It requires regulatory clarity. It requires integration into budgets, otherwise it's all words without action. And it requires, most important, a willingness to collaborate, to share learnings and share foundational infrastructure. Countries in the global south share similar demographic pressures, similar fiscal constraints, and similar institutional complexity. But with shared learnings, we shift AI from technology transfer to shared ownership and co-development. So today, we've got a tremendous panel that'll be coming up, way sharper than I am, way more knowledgeable than I am, who'll be talking about the challenges, the opportunities, but how we move this forward. How do we use AI as a truly transformational tool to transform education, healthcare, agriculture, and the delivery of government services? So with that, to me, the future of AI for public good will not be imported. It will be designed, led, and scaled from within the global south. So thank you so much, all of you, for being over here, for being part of this dialogue. Thank you so much to our panelists for joining us over here today. Thank you, and all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Wadhwani. Our next speaker brings deep experience at the intersection of governance, public systems, and large-scale institutional transformation. Mr. Indu Bhushan is widely recognized for shaping India's modern digital health and social protection landscape. As the former CEO of National Health Authority, he played a pivotal role in the design and implementation of Ayushman Bharat, one of the world's largest publicly funded healthcare programs. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Indu Bhushan.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me to this very important session on AI for impact in the Global South. When we talk about AI for impact in Global South, we talk first of all about equity. Of course, in addition to the transformative role AI can play in improving efficiency and innovations. But let me begin with a simple truth, that AI will not automatically reduce inequities, and in fact, if unmanaged, it will amplify it. Across the Global South, as we see that AI is not new, it's entering all public systems: health, agriculture, welfare, education, tax, finance, private sector, policing. Therefore, the question is no more that if AI can work. Of course it does. The question now is that who does it work for? Who does it leave out? And who governs it? And how it is governed? Technology, in many sense, now is an easy part. Mr. Wadhwani said that now AI itself can generate AI. Governance is the hard part. And I learned that while building Ayushman Bharat and India's digital health infrastructure, we did not start with apps, we started with architecture. We did not start with the algorithms, we started with accountability and setting the rules of the game. One important lesson that we learned was that if we are serious about impact, we must talk about equity, not as an afterthought, but as a design principle. And equity in AI begins with data. And if rural communities are missing from data sets, they'll be missing from decisions. If minority languages are absent from training models, they'll be absent from services as well. And if informal workers are invisible in records, they'll be also invisible in welfare systems. Therefore, if communities are not there in data, they'll be missing from justice. And this is not a technology failure, this is a governance failure. The second lesson that we learned was that equity requires human oversight. And if algorithm denies a health claim, who explains it to the beneficiary? If a farmer is excluded from a subsidy, who should correct it? And if some injustice is done, where is the recourse? Therefore, AI must assist the state, but not replace responsibility. Accountability still stays with the government, with the state. Third, there's a global equity issue. Much of today's advanced AI is designed elsewhere, trained elsewhere, and governed elsewhere. And the global south risks becoming a passive consumer of imported models. And let me be blunt here, we should not encourage a new type of colonialism. We cannot import models which are trained on other populations and assume that they will work for ours too. We cannot outsource governance to platforms that we do not regulate. And we cannot depend permanently on vendors to literally make public decisions. Global South must move from adopters to co-creators. And now let me identify 3 risks that we must actively avoid. First is pilotism. And as Mr. Wadhwani said that, we've done a lot of proof of concepts. Let's not have more proof of concepts, beautiful presentation, but let's look at scale. We do not need more pilots, we need public platforms. Second, speed without safeguards. There's a lot of pressure on speed. We want to scale fast, but speed without safeguards create scale without trust. And without trust, AI will fail politically, even if it succeeds technically. And third is capacity dependency. If the state doesn't understand the algorithm, it cannot govern it. As Mr. Wadhwani said, that state has to lead it and it has to adopt it and run it. All AI capabilities should exist inside government and not only in consulting firms or tech companies. Of course, we should also acknowledge that we have one great advantage. We are still building AI and building digital public infrastructure. So we have the opportunity to design it carefully, and AI can layer into this infrastructure to expand opportunities. But if we rush, if we fragment, and we outsource, there'll be a problem. It will amplify existing inequalities. And if we do it well, of course, it will strengthen this. So let me close with a lesson from India's journey. When we launched Ayushman Bharat, many believed it was too ambitious, covering 500 million people. digitizing claims around 30,000 hospitals, building interoperable system across states. It sounded impossible. Although now we use AI very effectively, but we didn't start with AI. We started with architecture, we started with DPI, we started with clear rules of responsibilities and accountability. Only then the technology could scale. The same applies to AI. And if we try to apply AI into weak systems, this will magnify their weaknesses. If we deploy AI into accountable, strong systems, it will magnify their strength. Technology scales only when trust scales. And trust scales only when citizens believe that the system works for them, especially the poorest, the most remote, and the most powerful. Therefore, AI must be about strengthening state capacity to serve citizens with dignity. Let's remember, AI is not destiny, it's a design. Let's design it for equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhushan, for those valuable insights. Our next keynote speaker represents the country that has emerged as one of the most forward-looking digital and innovation ecosystems in the Global South. Honorable Paula Ingabire serves as Rwanda's Minister of ICT and Innovation. Prior to her ministerial role, she led the implementation of national ICT programs, including e-government and cybersecurity initiatives, and played a key role in shaping the Kigali Innovation City project. Minister Ingabire's leadership continues to shape Rwanda's global standing in digital governance and AI adoption. Please join me in welcoming Honorable Minister Paula.
Good morning. It's a profound pleasure for me to join you this morning to be part of this vital high-level dialogue. The focus on this dialogue on AI readiness, robust governance, and essential stakeholder engagement and collaboration is timely, but it's also central to shaping prosperous, equitable future we all desire for the Global South. In the last few years, and I think, Sunil, you really set the stage very well with the trajectory that we are seeing artificial intelligence as a technology, how it has become nothing short of explosive. We've witnessed exponential growth in its usability and applicability, dramatically impacting a wide array of sectors from health, education, agriculture, and public service delivery. Yet, even as AI's promises shines brightly, we must acknowledge the clear and persistent gaps between technology's potential and the on-ground reality of its deployment. The conversation has evolved simply beyond advocating for our countries to have a seat at the AI global conversation. The imperative now is to transition to leadership, to start leading implementation, demonstrating concrete impact, and proactively addressing the existing infrastructure, capacity, and ethical gaps in the deployment of AI within our diverse context. For a country like Rwanda, the strategic choice to leverage technology as a primary engine for socio-economic transformation has yielded significant dividends. We've seen accelerated growth and marked improvements in service delivery across critical sectors, including government efficiency, healthcare access, and financial inclusion. This success story provides a crucial precedent, a focused, visionary, and citizen-centric approach to technology adoption and how that works. With AI, it is paramount that we apply the same lens for our countries. The core question before us is, how do we tailor the power of AI for the sustainable socioeconomic growth of the Global South, respecting and integrating our respective unique national context? In Rwanda, our multifaceted approach to making AI a tool for national development includes several key strategic pillars. And I think the first one, the speakers that spoke before me alluded to that, and the first one is context-driven design and implementation. We are committed to designing AI interventions and developing use cases that are specific and nuanced to Rwanda's context, our cultural values, infrastructure realities, and national priorities at the forefront. This ensures that relevance and maximizes the potential for impact. In the past, we've implemented homegrown solutions that have helped us to leapfrog and accelerate growth across key sectors of our economy. The second pillar is targeted national skilling and capacity building. Skilling our citizens is not a secondary goal, it is fundamental. We're beginning this journey by focusing on our public servants as they deepen their understanding of AI through their operational work and growth opportunities. We're looking at making sure the students in our schools understand how to use AI and the different tools that are at their disposal, and making sure that our population has the basic AI literacy that is required for them to thrive in the AI world. The third one is co-creation, and I believe for many of us that are here, collaboration is key. Co-creating with sector experts rather than imposing top-down solutions. We are actively collaborating with various partners in making sure that we integrate AI where we see the most potential for driving impact. And this process involves diligently scoping what the pain points are for each sector, for each institution, and determining where AI is going to be most useful and most impactful. This systemic approach has led to a robust roadmap that has given us a whole list of use cases across different sectors, and we welcome multiple partners on this journey on how we deploy AI in Rwanda. To truly co-create solutions that deliver broad and equitable economic growth, we must consciously and meticulously consider two fundamental aspects. The first one is addressing digital infrastructure. And the challenge that we have is that we must take a critical look at the current state of digital infrastructure across the global south. It's not enough to simply deploy solutions. We must ensure that the resources and AI-powered tools are equitable and accessible to all citizens. Our efforts must actively work to bridge the existing digital divide, not exacerbate it with AI. And the second aspect is building strong, innovative, and trustworthy partnerships. We had many of the speakers before me talking about moving from pilots to scalable impact, transforming these promising pilot initiatives into scalable, trustworthy, and inherently human-centered solutions requires robust and innovative partners. And we must continue to deepen this collaboration with our long-term partners, many of them that will be speaking shortly, UNDP, Kala, Wadwani, and these partnerships are very impactful for the journey ahead. While we are making significant strides with these activities, we recognize with humility that they will still have a long and demanding journey ahead to ensure that AI truly becomes a useful and transformative utility for the everyday lives of our citizens. Allow me to end by thanking everyone that has been part of bringing together this conversation, and we look forward to these engagements as we go forward. We look forward to forging very strong partnerships beyond the summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now move into what promises to be a rich and thought-provoking discussion, but in limited time. May I please invite all our panelists on stage and our moderator. The session will be moderated by Nakul Jain, who is CEO and Managing Director of Wadwani AI Global. As panelists, we have Janet Zhu, who's Director of Data and Technology Adoption and Director of Strategy at the Gates Foundation, Ms. Shalini Unikrishnan, Managing Director and Senior Partner at Boston Consulting Group, Mr. Robert Orp, Chief Digital Officer at UNDP, Mr. Lucina Kone as CEO of Smart Africa, and Mr. Johan Howard, Global AI Advisory Lead at Tony Blair Institute. Nakul, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Gitika. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. We've been having a lot of conversations around AI and how AI can work. But I think it's also now time to deep dive into understanding what exactly leads AI to fail. And amidst us, we have some of the experts, some of the leaders who have worked in this domain for years now, who have worked with multiple governments at national and subnational levels, who have deployed multiple solutions and now come with us to share their understanding of what exactly stops AI from prospering the way we all want it to be. So I'll quickly jump to it. Janet, philanthropy often plays the role of early risk in capital. Where are you seeing the biggest gap today? Is it innovation, evidence, or government adoption capacity?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me on this panel. It's really lovely to be among such company of people that have been at the intersection of impact and AI. On the biggest gap, I do think it is adoption, although I don't know if I would frame it solely as a lack of capacity. I think for philanthropy, one of the goals is always to make adoption easier. And there are sort of two pathways for that. One pathway, which I think we've seen even in the time period before AI, is really around building shared infrastructure so that markets can work better to serve vulnerable people. So this can look like aggregating low margin demand. It can be streamlining market entry to make it easier for low-cost suppliers to enter and compete. So that, I think, is a model that has been well-trod, a playbook that I think is very relevant for AI. The other pathway, actually, is one that I think is opened up anew by AI, but not necessarily one that I think we've leaned into as much. And that, I would say, is to really take AI and point it at the problems so that if those problems were solved, adoption would feel irresistible, inevitable. The example that I'll give is malaria kills 500,000 kids a year. It will kill 1,000 kids today. And we currently have a vaccine. It reduces mortality, but it is very expensive. And it's very hard to deliver. It's 4 injections. We don't have a transmission blocking vaccine, something that if you were to give it would reduce the number of people year over year that would get malaria. And if we took AI and we pointed it at designing a transmission blocking vaccine, something that has eluded us scientifically for decades, then what that would look like to a government is a budget line that would reduce over time even as your life saved goes up. I think that would be irresistible to adopt. And so I think that is the promise before us for AI in the life sciences and what we can do as philanthropy to really point it at the problems that are hard to solve but very meaningful and transformative for lives.
No, thank you, Janet. I totally agree. I think adoption capacity is something that has resonated in our experience as well. We have seen that across different countries and governments. So thank you for bringing. Shalini, you've worked very extensively with governments, right? Why do digital and AI strategies that look very compelling on paper, they fail well in execution?
I think it's not particularly different between government and very large companies either. We often talk about the same principle, which is a 10-20-70 principle when it comes to digital transformations, when it comes to AI-led transformations. And it's, 10% of the answer lies in the algorithms and the tech. 20% of it lies in the process changes. 70% of it lies in capacity, adoption, et cetera. And what we see today for governments and for large companies is, if you're a government in the Global South, you're getting lots of folks coming to you talking about the 10. A lot of offers for partnerships, a lot of assistance, and you are looking at this array of options and trying to figure out what to do with the 10. Your time spent, your resources spent, your capacity ends up focusing on the 10 to a very large extent. And that leaves, despite all of us knowing, we've all talked about this concept now, every speaker has mentioned it, but we extract so much time and energy talking about the 10 that it leaves very little, not just time and energy, but also resources. Very few funders are actually willing to fund the 70. There's a lot more money flowing through the 10. And so that becomes the fundamental disconnect between things looking really good on paper and then never actually getting implemented and adopted at scale.
That makes a lot of sense. We constantly see this tension between intent and execution. But moving on to execution, even when there's execution, there needs to be a priority of what needs to execute it first. And Rob, you work with multiple countries. UNDP has this great presence across the globe. Where do you see a pattern in terms of what is government prioritizing first?
Yeah, well, first, thanks for having me here. Thanks, Mr. Wadhwani, for hosting this. UNDP is working on digital programs in 130 countries and 50+ countries specifically on AI adoption. And so we're starting to see certain patterns, and I think some of the speakers have already mentioned those. But first of all, every country is extremely interested in how to embrace AI for national development. I mean, naturally. It represents really one of the most powerful potential accelerators out there for achieving goals that have been frustrated in many different cases for different reasons over the years. So the ambition is very high. Secondly, there is an ambition to move quickly from the sort of pilots into the systems, which has been acknowledged as well. But the challenge there is, and I think as you were just saying, Shalini, that the ambition outstrips the capacity of institutions and the kind of overall setup that would be required to actually implement these things at scale. And so it is a kind of mixed picture of high level of ambition, high level of experimentation, but if the conditions aren't set up right in terms of capacity of the institutions, individuals, then there's starting to be some frustration as well. Countries are struggling as well to a certain extent with this issue of choices to make. This is mixed a little bit sometimes with concerns about sovereignty and how much to invest in technology, data centers, the hardcore infrastructure locally, and where to store your data. Those kinds of questions are coming up. But then how do we move into the framing and the overall framework of capacity and institutions that we need to be successful? So I'm kind of mentioning more questions there than actual answers, but this is what's evolving in real time right now and what's driving the strong demand for the South-South cooperation that has been mentioned a few times already this morning as well.
Thank you, Rob. Johan, what is the most common strategic mistake that we have seen governments making when it comes to AI adoption?
Thanks, Nicole, and thanks for having me today. I'd say the biggest mistake in that sense is around underestimating the challenge of actually deploying AI. Vastly underestimating that challenge. And that means when you have that underestimation, you think, as long as we deploy a couple of these pilots, some of them will go into scale. Unfortunately, that does not hold true. If governments were to actually understand this challenge and more set up checks and balances to make sure that only pilots that were actually prepared to scale are allowed to proceed into piloting phase, then we would actually shut down 80% of all pilots overnight. I would much rather see us do fewer pilots have less of this fun experimentation going on, and actually be honest around what the capabilities of scaling are inside the government, because scaling is hard. It is really hard. It requires a lot from our people, from our processes, and not to even talk about the funding situation as well. Governments don't have endless funds. The same thing actually played out a few years ago in the private sector. I spent a lot of time working with large corporations with 50,000, 100,000 employees. They did these same mistakes, but they have pretty quick feedback loops. If they're wasting $100 million, their shareholders will come and knock on the door and say, you can't be doing this anymore. You need to shut down these things. And what did they do? They focused on the core. They focused on where is the AI value actually, and doubled down on those scalable opportunities. The feedback loops in governments are slower, take more time. But we cannot afford to waste taxpayers' money. We need to help governments, and we need to work with donors to make sure to focus the resources on what actually has the possibility of scaling.
No, that's very important. And you know what I have observed over the past few years, this constant push towards fail fast has led to way too many pilots which end up not scaling. And Janet, that's a question for you then. You know, you see so many of these pilots from a funder perspective. Which are the areas which will see more long-term support versus which areas continue to be just some interesting experiments?
Yeah, and I would say the pilot-itis problem sort of predates AI. What maybe kind of AI forces upon us is, because I think of the kind of exuberance around it, is actually even more vigilance than we have had in the days before AI. I think the principles, many have already been mentioned. Having a scaling partner at the table from the outset in the design phase, not sort of after the results come in. I think our Wadhwani colleagues really embody that very well with the work that they've done in tuberculosis, mapping hotspots of patients and screening patients really early and really embedding that with the Nikshay program, the Indian government. I think Indu mentioned very well that we have to have investment cases that are very clear about the problem that we're trying to solve, and we have to measure relentlessly, especially whether or not the impact is reaching the most vulnerable. I think AI maybe suffers a little bit more from what I call the impact leakage problem, and what I mean by that is the thought experiment you can do, which is if you have AI producing the most beautiful clinical decision support you can imagine. It's got local context from epidemiology. It's matched exactly to patient history, but it's delivering that decision into a system that cannot reliably deliver medicine, or if it can deliver medicine, it's often delivering falsified or substandard medicines. And I think we challenge ourselves to say whether or not AI is having an impact. And so being, I think, even more relentless around designing for scale from the outset and making sure that we have a clear impact pathway and we're measuring against it, I think is what is going to result in patient long-term capital.
Interesting. Shalini, continuing that conversation, what usually does government misdiagnose when adopting AI? Is it usually the organizational bit or the technology bit?
Isn't it always the organizational part on anything? But I think it's not just a misdiagnosis, it's an underestimation of the importance of what I would call connective tissue. Government is not a single person, it's not a single entity, it's not a single institution. It's many, many, many departments, it's many individuals, it's many KPIs, it's complicated. Even the most efficient of governments is complex. And then you face that with a whole complexity that comes in the ecosystem. So I think, I would say there's two things that are really important to invest in. And I'm really proud to see the Wadhwani Group really bringing this kind of dialogue together, because this is really important. One is supporting the governments in being able to articulate their own vision versus it being a vision handed to them, and helping invest in that connective tissue. We saw the benefits when private sector investment acceleration was being pursued, let's say by Singapore, and they built the EDB, which then Rwanda replicated as the Rwanda Development Board, how fast things could move. If you had institutions that were acting as the connective tissue. Today, the state of Telangana has set something up. There are multiple countries around the world that are trying to build these nerve centers, as Telangana calls it. These institutional investments cannot be underestimated and cannot be overlooked. I think the second piece that's really important is not all of AI is sexy. A lot of AI is nuts and bolts, good old-fashioned DPI work, good old-fashioned data work. The digital agenda that many of these countries had doesn't change, and we talked about this yesterday, it doesn't evaporate overnight, right? AI will transform a lot of things, and in fact, AI could be used, going to your point about being able to go back to the bottom line. A government should be able to go back to their bottom line and say, hey, I had a ICT sector strategy that was going to cost me this much. Maybe it's going to cost me a lot less now with AI. And so these two pieces, the investment into the connective tissue, and the second is not forgetting the unsexy nuts and bolts, are going to be really important.
Thank you. Sorry, in interest of time, I'll be asking 2 quick lightning questions to both of you. Rob, from a multilateral perspective, where does AI create the greatest system leverage for governments?
Right. Well, so I think if you want a quick answer, let me just pick up right where Shalini left off. There's the unsexy parts of AI are probably those with the greatest leverage. So investing in the shared building blocks, the common layers, the digital public infrastructure that will allow it to scale at a population level, that's certainly a big piece. Getting the data foundations right, so data governance, you know, again, an unsexy topic, but data is having a bit of a moment right now because of its importance to AI. So getting your data sources, your data sets, your data governance sorted out is extremely important and high leverage. And then coming back to this issue again of institutional and individual capacity to be able to actually manage all of these different layers that are being constructed, the infrastructure that's being constructed. It is no question probably the most important investment that can be made right now. I'll leave it there in the interest of time.
Thank you so much. And finally, there's a lot of excitement about AI. Hence, a lot of time it might become very confusing for governments when to actually use AI versus when to go for a vanilla digital solution. How do you, in your experience, sort of help governments navigate through that?
Yes, normal IT, traditional IT still holds huge relevance and is hugely important, as we've heard from the other panelists as well. And also it's important to keep in mind that AI provides the most value and thrives when the foundations are there, when the data is there, when the infrastructure is there, when the trust is there, interoperability and so on. That's when you can get incredibly scalable value for AI. And that means that we need to go back a bit and look at how do we improve the fundamentals across the stack, because you don't always need a brain for everything. You can just need a pipe, common rules, to have the simple solution in place when the simple solution will do 80–90% of the job. Maybe then you can add in an AI solution on top, but start with the fundamentals. And as I said on the previous question, AI is much more demanding and much more challenging to actually scale than many think, which means don't spread your resources too thin. Focus on a couple of big win potential areas. They might be unsexy, but they can give you big ROI and good bang for the buck.
Thank you. I would like to thank all my panelists for this very lightning session. Unfortunately, the paucity of time, but would have loved to continue hearing from all of you. But I'm sure the dialogue continues during the summit. Thank you for being an amazing panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nakul. Thank you to all our panelists. To bring today's session to a close, it is my pleasure to invite a leader whose work has been instrumental in shaping the broader vision behind this forum. Shalina Wadhwani is co-founder of Wadhwani AI Global and director of Wadhwani Institute of Artificial Intelligence. With deep expertise across healthcare, technology, and AI for social good, she leads philanthropic strategy and investment stewardship at the Wadhwani Family Office. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Shalina Wadhwani.
Thank you all so much. Thank you to our esteemed panelists, to Knuckle for moderating. That was powerful discussion. What I hope to do today is just in a quick 2 minutes, sort of share some of the themes and messages we heard today, and then end with a call to action for this room. If one message today came through clearly, it is this: the Global South is no longer asking if AI can work in public systems. We all know it can. The question is, how can we execute at scale? It's not about potential, it's about execution. It's about trade-offs, decisions, and ultimately outcomes. You heard that at Wadhwani AI, we have moved from theory to practice. Since launching, we have used AI solutions embedded into government systems to assess 8 million students for reading fluency across just 2 states. We've conducted 25 million clinical decision support consultations delivered by frontline healthcare workers, and we've screened millions of tuberculosis patients using the world's largest cough sound database, which we have built to identify high-risk individuals. None of these were isolated pilots. These were government-owned deployments reaching tens of millions of citizens. Today, we heard a recurring tension that technology is moving fast, but institutions move differently. AI does not struggle because algorithms fail. It struggles because institutions are complex, because incentives are misaligned, and because delivery at scale is difficult. So if the Global South is going to be a leader in AI, that requires 3 things. First, embedding technical AI capacity inside governments, not as external advisors, but as long-term partners. Second, investment in core systems. That's data, workflows, accountability mechanisms, some of the unsexy pieces that Shalini mentioned. So AI functions as public infrastructure. And third, it requires South-South implementation partnerships where proven solutions become building blocks across contexts. It sounds lofty, it sounds like jargon, but the good news is that we know this works. When governments commit to statewide deployment and when development partners back execution beyond the pilot phase, AI can meaningfully improve lives at scale. So I'll end today with 2 direct calls to action. For those in the room from government, if the Global South is going to shape AI, not just consume it, you must build real execution capacity inside your institutions. And to the philanthropic, multilateral, and private partners in the room, please invest in that capacity in the long term. Back real execution, not just pilot-driven experimentation. At Wadhwani AI, we've seen this model work. It's how we've impacted 125 million lives in the last 8 years. By working inside public systems, by co-creating solutions, and by building infrastructure that governments can own. So the next few days will be exciting for all of us. We'd love to chat with you more. Governments, if you're ready to move from your roadmap to rollout, we would love to build with you. To development partners that are ready to support AI at scale, we would love to chat with you. Thank you all again so much for joining us, and we look forward to connecting more after this.
Thank you everyone for joining us. This brings us to the end of the session. Please enjoy the rest of the summit.
So our next sessions will be AI for strategic defense. We have a good number of speakers from defense and industry. So we'll be starting immediately.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished officers from the armed forces, esteemed scientists, industry leaders, policymakers, and honored guests. On behalf of Bharat Electronics Limited and Globals, it is my distinct privilege to warmly welcome you to this highly significant session on AI for strategic defense here at the Chanakya Auditorium, Sushma Swaraj Bhavan, as part of the India AI Impact Summit 2026. Today's discussion unfolds at a defining moment in global security. Artificial intelligence is no longer merely a technological advancement. It has become a strategic imperative shaping modern defense ecosystems across the world. We are gathered here at what is arguably the world's largest congregation of the AI ecosystem, truly a Mahakumbh of artificial intelligence, where policymakers, armed forces, scientists, startups, academia, and global partners converge to shape the future of intelligent technologies. AI has already transformed our daily lives, from how we search for information, write prompts, make decisions, and automate tasks. It is embedded in our everyday routines. But beyond convenience and productivity lies a far deeper and more strategic question: what does AI mean for national security and strategic defense? Is AI the new weapon? Is it the ultimate defense shield? Will it replace soldiers or empower them as a force multiplier? Across domains, land, air, sea, space, and cyber, AI is redefining situational awareness, decision superiority, autonomous systems, electronic warfare, and strategic deterrence. The nations that lead in AI will shape the balance of power in decades ahead. We are deeply honored to be joined by an eminent gathering of distinguished leaders who have shaped India's defense, technology, and strategic landscape. I extend a warm welcome to Lieutenant General D.S. Rana, Commander-in-Chief, Strategic Forces Command, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, former Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, Dr. Chandrika Kaushik, Distinguished Scientist and Director General, PC and SI, DRDO. May I have you all on stage, please? Please give a round of applause to our keynote speakers for the day. I would request you all to be seated, please. Thank you. So let's begin with our first keynote address. It is truly an honor to introduce Lieutenant General Dinesh Singh Rana, holds PhD, Param Vishishta Seva Medal, Yuddha Seva Medal, Sena Medal, a scholar, warrior, and one of the most distinguished leaders of the Indian Army. Lieutenant General Rana sir currently heads the Tri-Service Strategic Forces Command, responsible for India's nuclear command and control structure under the Nuclear Command Authority. An alumnus of the National Defense Academy, Defense Services Staff College, and National Defense College, with further professional studies in Madrid and at the National Defense University in the United States, he holds a PhD on China's defense modernization and has authored research on leadership and strategic issues. Over a distinguished career spanning nearly 4 decades, he has served as a Director General of the Defense Intelligence Agency and as Commander-in-Chief of the Andaman and Nicobar Command, India's only integrated joint services command. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Lieutenant General D.S. Rana, sir.
I would first like to thank the organizers, the Global and Bell, for giving me this opportunity for the keynote address in this important session on the AI. As we all are aware, AI is no longer a futuristic concept and is already a decisive enabler in the strategic defense. Strategic stability today is not defined alone by the platforms, but how we sense, decide, and act faster than the adversary, while avoiding any adverse, unintended escalation. No, AI is already central to these shift which is happening world over. AI is already supercharging all aspects of multi-domain operations, be it land, sea, air, cyber, or space. With techno-strategic dominance, now would be deciding the future outcome of battlefield world over. There is increased investment in the artificial intelligence, and we can say the AI race is already on. If we draw some parallel to the nuclear weapon development, that is a Manhattan project by the US, which gave them the atomic lead. At that time, the US had invested 0.18% of its GDP to acquire this lead. If we see now that US is already investing close to both government and private players, almost 2.1% of its GDP to acquire leadership role in the AI. So when we see that, at the same time, we have more innovative models like the DeepSeek model of the China, which has been able to acquire some of the capability at a fraction of the cost of the US. AI, as we can say, that is not about only systems, but also about workforce, infrastructure, and the doctrine. If we see the US doctrine, as per the US doctrine for the military, the US is investing artificial intelligence in command and control structure, and we are aware of the project Maven, which is already deployed by the US, which can identify targets very effectively and can engage targets that well. Now we have also Israel, which is, has the gospel system, which it has used in Gaza, which is also AI-enabled system for giving quality targets in Gaza operations. China, with its own philosophy under the intelligentization operations, is focusing more of AI in development of its autonomous weapons and precision strike, because to overcome of its limitation and lack of combat experience. When we talk about future transition, which is likely to take place from the present artificial general intelligence, which is only available in narrow domains, to the artificial superintelligence, which is theoretically possible by the process of recurrence, we would see that there will be many opportunities as well as challenges when we acquire these capabilities. This superintelligence, once we acquire, would certainly enhance the military capability manifold. However, being a dual-use technology, it would also be available to rogue actors for development and engineering of weapons of mass destruction and cripple critical infrastructure. Developed superintelligence like that may play also a role in strategic deterrence. As we are talking about nuclear deterrence, we have seen in Cold War the mutual assured destruction. Now there is a talk about the mutual assured AI malfunction, which has already been talked about, and this may be actually a reality. ASI, that is super intelligence, having that kind of tremendous power, could also be used by a country which possesses this capability against a weaker country in form of what we have seen in nuclear domain, nuclear brinkmanship or nuclear blackmail. Now, when we talk about non-proliferation of these capabilities, in the nuclear domain is possible presently, not very successful, but we could have some non-proliferation worldwide so that non-state actors do not acquire them, but the same would be quite difficult because of obvious reasons when we talk about superintelligence once it comes into being. Now, when we talk about this artificial intelligence used in strategic domain and national security, there is a lot of usage of the same. In my present appointment as Director General DIA, I have been exposed to many open source intelligence systems if they combine well with the sensors of all the three services, cyber and space, and also some of the other elements like what NASA has developed, the artificial light analysis software, you can really identify the hotspots emerging in your neighborhood or in your own area. So that kind of thing, which is already in place in certain places, can be further developed by us in times to come. Now, in cyber, when we talk about AI inherently is more offensive in nature in cyber. We have seen the GTG 1002 attack, which happened in September last year, the autonomous cyber attacks by Chinese state actors against the US systems. But at the same time, these cyber capabilities can be very effectively used to identify the vulnerabilities and plug the gaps. Now, when we talk about other usage, I think you are quite aware, right from the basic usage of logistics and prevent and maintaining your systems from the AI softwares, we are transiting to command and control systems, improving our maritime domain awareness. At tactical levels, electronic warfare jamming, very effectively we can do that. And what we have seen in Ops Sindoor, the AI can now be very effective in combating misinformation, which is in the vast numbers we saw in Operation Sindoor. Now the question is what we need to do. We need to do, and as India, when we talk about these capabilities. First of all, I would suggest that we should develop an AI security doctrine, and we should use our resources where actually, as per doctrine, where it is required more. And second is, if you take example from Russia-Ukraine conflict, Russia, there are a lot of systems which are getting deployed without waiting from top-down capabilities, battlefield, low, cheap, AI-based systems which are easily scalable and are cheap, are giving good results. They are increasing the kill chains of these autonomous systems and drones. So these need to be deployed ab initio while we work on the higher systems of artificial intelligence. Now, taking some example back when I was commanding a corps in 4 Corps in Arunachal, where I was responsible for security of line of actual control of Tawang and area around. I remember we had developed a small artificial intelligence software, low ability, but when there was an attempt by China, foil attempt, that the Yangtze, there is a place where it is disputed and only held by India, only disputed territory held by India. They unprecedented this, they tried their, last time their attempt, unprecedented attempt. While this happened for 2 months, through some of the AI system, we could see that there is some issue which is building up. But finally, we could predict the time when they are coming with us. And the prediction helped us to place our resources at the right places. And we could foil the attempt of Chinese, unprecedented attempt. And thereafter, having no casualties by us, and we could place our resources and evacuation in time. So no casualty, and highest, I think, unprecedented gallantry award we got in that action, 19 of them. So artificial intelligence prediction tools can actually help you operationally very effectively. I would also say that we should also build agentic systems for higher fusion, and at national level also have all these systems of economic security and other things also deployed together so that it can help our apex level leadership to decide that what are the actions they're taking, what are the second and third order effect of those actions, rather than looking at in isolation. The civil military fusion is the order of the day. I think this gives our responsible activity, and we can really enhance our capabilities there, boost our talent, and lastly, more importantly, when we become this as a superpower, which are aspiring, and I'm sure we'll be in that path, I'm sure we are going to become a very responsible AI power, as we are a responsible nuclear power. When we acquire the nuclear capability, our no first use itself shows that India is a very responsible power, and this kind of super intelligence, once we acquire, would be very effectively and responsibly used. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those valuable insights. We now move to our next keynote speaker, a distinguished civil servant who has played a foundational role in shaping India's digital and AI journey. Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Senior IAS Officer of the Kerala cadre, served as Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma is currently a member of the Public Enterprises Selection Board, Government of India, responsible for selecting top executives for central public sector enterprises. He earlier served as Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, MeitY, where he led major national digital initiatives, including Digital Governance, India Stack Global, Digital Public Infrastructure, Bhashini, Digital India Language Translation Platform, the National Program on AI, Semiconductor Program, Production-Linked Incentive Schemes for Electronics Manufacturing, and the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, significantly shaping India's digital economy. Prior to MeitY, he served as Secretary and Additional Secretary in the Cabinet, Secretariat under the Prime Minister of India, where he apprised key Cabinet proposals across infrastructure, finance, agriculture, industry, and urban development, and monitored mega national projects through the PMO's Project Monitoring Group. May I have Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji on the stage, please? Yes.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Rana, Dr. Chandrika Kaushik, Mr. Suhas, distinguished Army officials, my colleague in MeitY, Dr. Sanjay Bahel, distinguished friends. It is a matter of great privilege for me to be here this morning. And at the outset, I would like to congratulate both Bell and Globals for organizing this event, which is quite appropriate, part of the Global AI Summit. And last year, I remember when our Prime Minister was in 3rd AI Global Summit in Paris, he underscored the transformative impact of AI on society, emphasizing both its rapid evolution and widespread adoption. He highlighted AI's expanding role in shaping politics, economics, national security, and governance. As we all know, artificial intelligence is no longer a technological advancement. It has the potential to drive innovation, enhance productivity, and act as a force multiplier for security in the defense. It is the strategic capability shaping economic power, geopolitical influence, and national resilience. In fact, AI is becoming the defining capability of the 21st century, reshaping competitiveness and sovereignty. And the decisions which we take today on AI investment and governance will go a long way in defining the trajectory of nations for decades. And that is why India has taken some early lead. And it was not long ago, let me take a step back, that we started talking about AI. It was in late 21 or early 22 when we said there is something called AI and we should start doing something about it. And that is when the first AI platform, India AI, was set up. We started the first national program on AI in 2022 as part of Digital India Initiative. And that is when we launched the India Stack in 2022. This Digital India Initiative actually helped India strengthening its AI policy architecture and digital governance framework. There was a push towards trusted digital public infrastructure and indigenous technology ecosystem. It gained momentum. We developed institutional framework for structured AI adoption across sectors, AI in health, education, agriculture. The Center of Excellence started, announced in the budget, and we started working on that, developed national, greater emphasis was placed on data governance, DPI, innovative ecosystem, and public-private partnership. And all this has led to a strong base for India's AI mission, which was launched a year later, after we actually held the Global Partnership Summit in December 2023. A collaborative ecosystem between government, startup, academia, and industry was set up. A framework for safe, trusted, secure, and accountable digital transformation was set up. The foundations built during this period continue to support India's expanding AI ecosystem today. While developing the policy framework, we had no doubt in our mind that only a sovereign AI would help India in achieving a safe, trusted, secure, and responsible AI. As we all know, rented models will not only have biases, but data quality, security, and Indian context will be missing in those. India's sovereign AI framework will develop, control, and regulate AI systems aligned with our national interest. And it is not isolation. It is the strategic autonomy combined with a trusted collaboration. Today, India is witnessing AI-driven transformation across sectors, whether it is legal, finance, healthcare, agriculture, governance, manufacturing. I mean, you talk about it. While I am now in my new role, picking up top executives for the CPSEs in India, I'm finding that CPSEs are developing new AI applications which are not only increasing efficiency in operations, but they are creating higher value addition across the value chain from incremental to multifold jumps. As a startup are disrupting the traditional sector, large enterprises are embedding AI operations. As we know, our policy framework rests on 7 important pillars. But let me come back to the AI in defense and the strategic importance. India recognizes the strategic importance of AI in defense. It recognizes the need to leverage AI to enhance combat capabilities, streamline decision-making processes, and optimize resource deployment. And that's important for all our defense forces. In this context, AI offers immense force multiplier potential, enabling superior situational awareness, autonomous systems, and data-driven strategies. As technology evolves, we must be aware of the latest, what is happening to maintain our operational superiority. In defense and national security context, India's AI policy framework must ensure control over critical data sets, reduce dependence on external AI systems, alignment with national doctrine and values, and protection of our strategic infrastructure. Now, AI is embedded across defense systems, which Lieutenant General has talked about, but AI in defense must be controlled, auditable, and accountable. It can create havoc if it is not properly controlled. Responsible AI in defense requires human oversight, ethical safeguard, risk assessment framework, and clear accountability mechanisms. So, India must pursue sovereign AI with safety, trust, and accountability, strategic capability with ethical oversight, and indigenous innovation with global cooperation. India has the opportunity to become a leader in AI. We can lead responsibly, strategically, and confidently. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We now welcome one of India's most accomplished and respected defense scientists. She is an inspiration to many, especially women aspiring to lead in science, technology, and national security. Featured by India Today as a leading women defense leader, she has made outstanding contributions to India's strategic capabilities. It is none other than Dr. Chandrika Kaushik, Distinguished Scientist and Director General, Production, Coordination and Services Interaction, DRDO. Let's welcome Chandrika Kaushik, ma'am, please.
Thank you. Okay. Lieutenant General Rana, CNC SFC, Mr. Alkesh Kumar Sharma, former Secretary MIT, Shri Suhas Gopinath, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I must compliment the Bell and Global's team for organizing this very, very relevant topic, at least from the security agency's perspective, on AI for strategic defense as a part of the AI Impact Summit 2026, which is absolutely imperative today, looking at the way things are changing. Operational environments for soldiers are progressively becoming complex with incorporation of advanced technologies into military operations, be it network-centric warfares, multi-domain operations, unmanned combat systems. These complexities are resulting in increased information overloads, reduced reaction times, and quick decision cycles for the human operator. In order to cater to these challenges, it is the need of the hour to introduce autonomy into our military systems to augment the capabilities of the soldier. In June 2018, the Government of India published the National Strategy for AI. focusing on how India can leverage the transformative AI technologies to ensure inclusive growth in all sectors of the society. From sensing to comprehension to action, today AI has pervaded numerous end-user applications ranging from computer vision to audio processing, natural language processing, knowledge representation, machine learning, expert systems, etc. The AI is being classified into 3 variants: descriptive AI, which describes what has happened, to predictive, which is anticipating what is going to happen, and to prescriptive AI, which recommends what to do. With the emerging technological capabilities, AI is geared up to serve as a promising tool to provide enhanced situational awareness to the commanders and operators in highly contested battlefield environments, making our military systems more accurate and our military operations more swift and precise. If we look at the various domains where AI will get integrated, and some of these areas our ecosystem is working on: underwater surveillance, navigation controls, advanced material characterization, hybrid high-fidelity models in the naval system domain, trajectory and maneuver planning, target identification, threat classification, aerodynamics, and controls. So I've listed out, I think for paucity of time, I'll not be able to get into the details, but if you look at it, you look at armaments, combat engineering, missiles, strategic systems, electronics and communication systems, computational, cyber systems, everywhere there is an application where AI is getting seamlessly integrated. In the near future, AI will find applications in multiple operational areas, and some of the use cases I'm just going to deliberate in the next few minutes. With the upcoming challenges of long-range interceptions, reduced reaction times and saturation of airspace, AI-based decision support systems can greatly augment faster, adaptive, and intelligent decision-making across early surveillance, automated threat classification, quick and autonomous interception, and real-time battle damage assessment. Similarly, in the counter unmanned aerial systems grid, it can be used to neutralize threats from subconventional aerial platforms like drones, loitering munitions, swarm drones, with a networked system of AI-powered multi-layer detection and identification, dynamic resource allocation, tracking, and engagement of targets through hard kill and soft kill measures. CI/CD operations with man-machine teaming in urban environments can be carried out using coordinated combat operations in complex high-density environments wherein challenges of limited visibility, civilian presence, multi-storied building, and ambush risks. All these can be handled by using AI-enabled advanced surveillance and integrated systems for enhancing the soldiers' effectiveness, leading to very, very effective man-machine teaming. With increasing physical, psychological, and cognitive loads in highly contested environments, the future soldier and his equipment will need to be integrated with all nearby sensors and equipment. In such a scenario, AI will help in integrating the sensory information along with the commander's decision-making process through shared mental models. AI will also help in modernizing, in coordinating the integrated India's EW capabilities across services with indigenous, networked, and real-time AI-powered electronic warfare suits like smart jammers, cognitive radios, and cyber-secure infrastructure. Weight and size optimization for performance enhancement and operations in extreme environments. call for R&D on new age materials where AI-based modeling and simulations will help in synthesizing these materials, providing higher accuracy, help with adaptive manufacturing, predictive quality control for high fidelity models, and so on and so forth. In defense, reliability and robustness is a critical system requirement to prevent mission failure and unintended consequences. Ensuring that AI applications are safe, resilient to attacks, and aligned with the ethical values is imperative for our defense forces. In order to address this, DRDO has identified 5 core trustworthy AI principles with reliability and robustness, transparency, fairness, privacy, safety, and security, which address various vulnerabilities experienced by AI systems during different life cycle stages of development. The trustworthiness principles have been further augmented with 11 qualifying criteria, and the implementation process has been duly published as a set of 2 policy documents, namely Evaluating Trustworthiness in AI Systems, the framework document, and the guidelines document. As we know that AI is as good as it is trained, it heavily depends on training data, most of which is taken from the open source. With respect to defense applications, India, with its varied geography, essentially needs domestic military data infrastructure for training, validation, and testing data sets. Imported V&V tools may have vulnerabilities. Also, the defense models will be classified and sensitive and need to be validated in indigenous environment. An indigenous AI verification and validation framework will ensure that all data remains within our sovereign boundaries and Indian control, adhering to domestic policies and regulations. Indian military leadership will need interpretable AI decisions with explainability, human trust factors, and ethical considerations in local operating scenarios. The domestic framework is aligned with existing Indian policies and standards published by DGQA, CEMILAC, BIS. All this will be required to be aligned. This framework has been officially released last month and is available for the relevant stakeholders and is geared towards providing a unified approach to bringing resilience and trustworthiness in AI-powered military systems. Moving forward, we need a whole-of-nation approach for faster progression and utilization of AI-enabled solutions in defense domain. It is our expectation that academia will establish validation and verification maturity models for edge AI and explainability, and we expect industries to play a leading role in developing indigenous AI V&V toolkits, toolchains, including model probes, adversarial testbeds, etc. DRDO can support in building standardized defense AI test suites for each domain and use case scenarios, and the quality assurance agencies need to formalize the AI V&V test labs and sandboxes for qualification and airworthiness. Armed forces may need to institutionalize AI safety requirements as a part of the acquisition lifecycle process, and Directorate of Standardization is expected to define and enforce the minimum mandatory V&V protocols for operational scenarios. We expect that NIC will be required to build infrastructure for defense-grade secure data repositories for training, validation, and testing. The roadmap towards self-reliance in defense AI lies in establishing a national AI defense strategy, and General Rana spoke about it, detailing various aspects of autonomy, decision support, threat analysis, creating dedicated structures for integrating all the stakeholders in the ecosystem, using the ethical guidelines for And the domestic data infrastructure will need to be ramped up to ensure secure and federated data spanning ISR sensors, battlefield, and historical combat data. We will also need to work on labeling and annotation standards, along with the standardized process, which will need to be adopted across platforms and operational scenarios. A clear policy on sovereign data should be formulated and implemented at the earliest to prevent any dependency on foreign data and to ensure data residency specifically for the defense domain. The model design must cater to explainability, adversarial robustness, and fail-safe mechanisms, and dedicated indigenous protocols for domestic combat scenarios should be adopted for verification and validation. I'll just finish in another half a minute. Low latency AI interface models, hardware accelerators, and trusted environment will be required for deployment and edge enablement. For resilience, cyber hardening will be required for ensuring resilience to spoofing, jamming, and cyber attacks. It is proposed that an adaptive command support may be adopted wherein AI must augment and not replace human decision-making in mission-critical tasks, and a redundant human-in-the-loop conventional override systems be included for backup and failover systems. Together, I am sure we can use AI very, very effectively and efficiently in the defense domain for building strategic capability. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. That was truly inspiring. Today's keynotes from all three dignitaries have been extremely insightful. My sincere thanks to Lieutenant General Dinesh Singh Rana, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, and Dr. Chandrika Kaushik for sharing valuable perspectives. May I request Shri Suhas Gopinath to felicitate our distinguished keynote speakers. We now transition to what promises to be a truly power-packed panel discussion, bringing together perspectives from technical intelligence, the tri-services industry, and defense production. It is my privilege to welcome our moderator, Shri Suhas Gopinath, founder and CEO of Globals, a cybersecurity and strategic technology company working closely with defense and national security stakeholders. Now it's time to invite our distinguished panelists, Major General Sandeep Sharma, former advisor and scientist, Government of India, Air Vice Marshal Deepak Sudhir Joshi, Assistant Chief of Integrated Defense Staff, ICT HQ IDS. Shri Anup Kumar Rai, Executive Director, Central Research Laboratory, Bharat Electronics Limited, Ghaziabad. Shri Sarjan Shah, Managing Director, Shield AI.
So, thank you so much for the panel, and my apologies that we have had a spillover in the previous session, but it was absolutely inspiring to have the keynote address from the earlier speakers. So, I would immediately get into AI for strategic defense, and I would want to start with Sandeep Sharma sir, and who has got an inspiring background from, of course, from technical intelligence, and who was the first commander of the Army Cyber Group. So, I wanted to ask the entire panel about applications of AI into strategic defense. Is it a policy shift that we're seeing, or are we seeing an incremental innovation within AI, or is it? Who do you think that there is in the defense industry? Are you still experiencing prejudice in implementing AI? So I want to start with Sandeep Sharma sir first.
Thank you, Suhas. And thank you for inviting us to this very important panel discussion. So I don't look at this as an incremental technological innovation. I look at a shift in power across various domains. It's a structural shift which is taking place. In coming few years, we will see the shift of warfare from being centric around mass, geography, firepower to info dominance, cognitive domain, and data dominance. So, like Jandana mentioned about nuclear weapons, the nuclear weapons, when they were introduced, they brought a change in the deterrence logic. The PGMs, the precision guiding munitions, brought change in the operational efficiency. AI is bringing a change in decision making. It is condensing, it is shortening the OODA loop, the classic OODA loop, that is, everyone knows, observe, orient, decide, and act. So across various domains of land, air, sea, space, cyber, the fusion by AI will be the key changer or key decision makers in times to come. You asked me about what is the requirement of leadership, whether it is more important than technology and the structure. I will call it the major change is required in the thinking of the leaders in times to come. Their thinking has to change from being platform-centric to data and speed-centric environment which they are going to face in times to come. Just thinking of platforms will not help them. Then you would be using AI as a tool, not AI as a strategic dominant power. That is where the change is required.
Yeah, thank you, Suhas. I will start with the first point is I don't think it's an incremental change. In fact, if I want to give an example, it is like the shift from verbal knowledge to the time humanity discovered writing. I mean, it is that kind of a shift where this is that kind of a shift in knowledge management. Earlier, we had systems which could collect information. Then we moved on to systems which could, a little bit analyze information. But here you are at the cusp of a transformation, and we are seeing it first in the civilian sector, where decision making and we are utilizing the capability of the AI to discern patterns from vast amounts of data, hundreds of terabytes of data, which it's impossible for a team of human analysts to look at even over periods of say a month or a year. It's doing that in a few seconds. So is it going to transform warfare? Most certainly it is going to. Should we go towards it? Yes. But I would also like to sound some notes of caution. Even today when we are using AI commercially, AI hallucinates. Would you like to hand over control of your weapons to an AI which hallucinates? No, I don't think so. Not yet. A lot of things which have been shown are the future, but are we there yet? Not yet. So we have to go on this path, certainly. We have to step cautiously. That is my point.
Well, as see the AI is a change. Bilateral, we started our journey of AI last 5 years. Right now we have the 200 AI power engineers. So we see the changes in entire C4I segment, net-centric. AI will play a greater role. Toward we see that when we change the decision supports, earlier decision supports are only commanders. They will see the data. Now AI will give lot of early warning, lot of early predictions based on the data and patterns. So AI will be definitely play there. So we in Bilateral is working the situational awareness in the AI in all components, air, land, marines, and also space, all the segments. So we are working on all the, even cyber also, all the C6 components of the command, control, computer, communication, cybers, we are working, and in this AI will be play a greater roles, and toward the unmanned systems, where the conventional unmanned system will only work with the manual modes. AI will be give lot of agility to them, their cognitive thinkings, all this there. So definitely AI will play a greater role in defense and the strategy toward the defense in the AI. But of course, the validation is there. So we are working the verification and validation on the AI also.
Thank you, Suhas. To try and answer the same question, I think that the first question asked was, does this panel believe that AI is a fundamentally transformational technology for the battlefield, or merely incremental adoption of technology? Perhaps for the sake of debate, I'll take the latter position. We have a number of very senior officers from the armed forces in the audience. Revolutions in military affairs are a well-established historical pattern. We've had multiple revolutions before. I believe we're in the middle of another revolution in military affairs. That said, the reality is that warfare has a continuously changing character, but a timeless and universal underlying nature that will not change far into the 21st century as well. In that context, I might submit that AI must be viewed as part of a continuum of technological development that has been ongoing for a long time. What it really does is solve for two essential challenges of the 21st century. One, and some of these points were made extremely well by the keynote speakers we just heard. One, the minimization of the cognitive load on the warfighter. The sheer complexity and multi-layered nature of the modern battlefield, the information-centric, network-defined nature of the modern battlefield, the sensor-dense position that we now find ourselves in, the transparency that the battlefield now has, all of this requires effectively AI enablement for fairly traditional warfighting to be conducted at a faster pace and with minimal cognitive load on our warfighters. On the other hand, I do think that AI also will act as a significant force multiplier by allowing, for example, India, in a relatively resource-constrained and a high-threat environment, to be able to deploy extremely large numbers of unmanned systems and to be able to deploy them without a 1:1 relationship between a remote pilot and an unmanned system in the field. You can switch to a 1:many relationship as well as have the ability to coordinate them across extremely large numbers on these complex battlefields. And so in that sense, I'm extremely confident that the existing expertise that the armed forces has, combined with the recognition of the challenge of imagination, iteration, and eventually implementation, will allow us to view AI as merely one more technological step going forward. Thank you.
So, of paucity of time, my request to the panel member is that if the answers could be slightly brief. So, I would want to come back to Sandeep Sharma sir again, so that of course with your background, with your previous organization and also with Army Cyber Group, sir, have you seen the way cyber operations have evolved today? And I'll be combining with the paucity of time, I'll be combining with my second point as well. Are you seeing the future where we'll have AI-powered agents fighting the adversaries' AI agents?
Agents versus agents, technologically possible, but strategically constrained. That is the answer. See, AI is being effectively used in cyber kill chain processes. There are 7 of them. Everyone knows that Lockheed Martin framework of reconnaissance to weaponization to exploits to payload to implementation, installations, and then working on the object and then exfiltration of data. Example, classic, last year, September 2025, it was Anthropic which reported maybe the first classic documented case of AI-generated warfare taking place. It was a state-sponsored organization or group, I'll not name the state. They used and they believed that they could force the cloud to assume the role of an agent, thinking that it is a benign cybersecurity problem. And they could easily target 30 big firms, that included technical organizations, technical firms, financial institutions, and government organizations. And they succeeded out of the 30 in 5 of them to exfiltrate data. That is the level at which the game is being played. In this cyber field, AI is more favorable to the defense, right? The defense can actually work in the real time to thwart real-time attacks which are taking place. So agents versus agent is possible, but it will take time to actually become operative without human intervention. So man in the middle, human intervention is still required, sir. And you don't want escalation to take place without human intervention.
Excellent, sir. And sir, over to you, sir. I want to ask from the perspective of IDS itself, and the fact that in your role now with the implementation of ICT and ICT integrations, are you seeing adoption of AI for planning, documentation, or to capture the tacit knowledge, or to building institutional memory within the organizations? Because you got multiple applications across office automation with advent of AI. So, but it's and you may also step on the thin line of a security as well, because institutional memory would also mean that you're opening up I would say some doors for risk.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Like probably any other military, we've also, it's not that we've stepped into AI just now. We started with probably digitization maybe a couple of decades back, and computerization, and thereafter we've progressed rapidly through various steps of automation. And very recently, a few years back, we got into some inducted some systems which utilize machine learning. So the use of AI in the military is but a natural progression of what the military has been doing over the last, I would say about 20-25 years or so. And yes, we did start off small with probably low-cost things like office automation in order to more efficiently refine processes and reduce manpower in that sense. But today, we've spanned all the 5 domains. There is automation or the use of AI in interrelated processes. Like I said, we have a vast number of sensors. They gather a humongous amount of data which is not possible for human analysts to go through and discern patterns. So helps us over there. The more interesting thing is in logistics and predictive maintenance. Very, very costly platforms. Logistics optimization, supply chain optimization, inventory management is a very major issue across the geography of our country, and any savings over there reflect a vast amount of savings for the exchequer. Similarly, for predictive maintenance, say whether it's ships or fighter planes or what have you, there's a huge saving of money. So that is where it went first, and subsequently into knowledge management and other issues.
Over to you. Of course, we've seen the contribution of Bharat Electronics and Operation Sindoor, and we've seen these Air Force officers in front of IACCS. So I would want to understand from situational, I would say from the point of situational awareness and also from EW systems, would you want to share some insights? And if you can cap your answer to maximum approximately 1 minute on applications of AI into EW systems.
As we are the leader in the C4I systems, we believe that the AI will play a significant role in all the C4I system where the situational awareness and output will be depicted. On this, we are now working on the data-driven, because initial our C4I are the information-centric, but it's not data-driven. So our focus is to create the data-driven C4I, which have the capability of the data pipeline, and the data pipelines are ultimately go to the data warehouse, and through the data warehouse we will do all the analysis and predictions which are. But still I believe the AI will do lot of automations, but human in the loops are the certainly, and he will he will take the help to make the warfighters. And Bilateral is now working on the drone-based AI system there. All our drones are now becomes the AI-enabled, and recently, Ops into Gap, we have been also complete in this. Thank you.
My last question is to Mr. Shah. I know that the successive organizers are super upset that we've taken over their time, but if within max 30 seconds, would you want to tell
excuse me,
about autonomous pilots?
Sir, time is already more delayed. It is very difficult. Please.
We only want him to answer within...
Please take only 1 minute only.
Yeah, sure.
That's all.
Okay, 1 minute. Good. What is the question? So, on applications of AI over the edge, the tactical edge, and of course, autonomous pilots, which is very popular for Shield AI.
It's a very complex topic to be able to handle in 30 seconds, so instead I'll just use the opportunity.
1 minute. So.
Well, in a nutshell, yes. As stated, AI does allow us to now, in a reliable, robust way, create and deploy AI pilots that can be put on the edge on any aircraft, existing unmanned systems that are currently remotely piloted, or existing manned systems that can become human-machine teams where the AI is augmenting the pilot's ability to fly the aircraft as well as to conduct and complete the mission. AI also allows us to now think about the here and now implementation of concepts like manned-unmanned teaming. And all of these technologies are no longer, theories of the future, but technologies that have already been deployed or are currently being deployed the world over. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. And
yeah. Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists and moderator for an engaging and insightful discussion. So let's felicitate all our distinguished panelists, please. As we conclude, one message stands clear. AI in defense is not about replacing the soldier, it is about empowering the soldier. How we build, integrate, and responsibly govern AI will define the future of national security. Thank you all. Jai Hind. I request all the guests to be on the stage for a group photo, please. One group photo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Cool. So the next session, we are going to focus on a couple of terms which are, I would say, two of the most discussed and the most important topics everyone is discussing these days, AI and cybersecurity. So the panel discussion is going to focus on cybersecurity strategy in era of AI. As we all know, like we talk about AI, that AI is going to make our cyber defense system more resilient, smarter, reliable. But at the same time, we also need to understand that, AI is a shield, but also a sword. So the same set of algorithms, same set of tools and technology are being used by the bad actors as well. So it's a fight wherein both the parties are equipped with same set of weapons. To put things into perspective, let me give you a simple stats. So as per an estimate, last year, cyber crime costed the world around 10 trillion US dollars. Now that is something, if you put things into perspective, if it were to be a country, then it would be the third largest economy in the world after the US and China. So keeping the problem impact in mind, we are going to have a powerhouse panel with us, and I would like to invite all of those to join us on the stage and give us some insights into the current state of cybersecurity and where we are headed next. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Sanjay Bahel. He is the Director General of CERTIN and one of India's foremost leaders in cybersecurity operations and policy. Then we have Dr. Huzur Saran. He is a professor at IIT Delhi and a leading voice in network security and next-gen wireless systems. Then we have Mr. Rajat Maheshwari. He is Senior Vice President at MasterCard, a global thought leader in digital trust and holder of 50 plus patents in AI and cybersecurity. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Mohit Joshi, co-founder of App Sentinels, and he's an expert in application and network security. And guiding this conversation, we have our moderator, Colonel Debashish Bose. He is Director of Cyber Policy at the National Security Council Secretariat and a distinguished expert in military networks and national cyber strategy. Cool. So, should we get started with the group photograph? Sir, if you can come this side and they can take the group photograph. I'm sure we are in for a compelling, insight-packed discussion. So without further ado, floor is yours, gents.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for joining us for this critical discussion on cybersecurity strategy in the era of AI. So as we are all aware, we are currently seeing a fundamental shift in our digital landscape, and more so particularly in the Indian context. For years, cybersecurity practitioners have played a game of cat and mouse with tactics and maneuvers largely restricted to being aware of the threats and having the latest signatures. However, with the advent of AI and their incorporation in both sides of the game, the rules have literally changed. From human-made attacks, I think we've now migrated to machine-scale warfare. Though it is supposed to have benefited both sides of the spectrum, for the security teams, of course, no doubt, like the previous discussions also said, that for cyber defense, it has been greatly helpful, analyzing petabytes of data, then detecting anomalies which would have surely escaped the human eye. But at the same time, it has benefited the malicious actors also. The same technology is being weaponized. We've got fantastic phishing campaigns which look just like legitimate communications. And of course, there are other more nuanced implementations. However, coming back to the strategizing perspective, as we are all aware that this current cycle of AI, the iteration cycles, we've seen multiple technology cycles in the past. They had maybe life cycles of decades or years. But these iteration cycles are now becoming smaller and smaller, which have got great impact from a strategizing perspective, coming down to months or maybe weeks. Another major characteristic, of course, again from strategizing perspective, is the diffusion. This is one technology, it is diffusing extremely fast. Again, great implications from a strategizing perspective. And lastly, I would like to we are in the era of OpenClaw. So, not really era, I'll say month of OpenClaw, something else will come up very soon. And these kind of deployments, they've got full access to data. They can autonomously, with your permission, without your permission, do activities by themselves through your browsers on the internet. In fact, it seems that the basic tenets of cybersecurity, the CIA triad, has been thrown to the wind, at least for the time now. And here we are talking of cybersecurity strategy in the era of AI. For once, I am thankful that I am not involved in the thinking and strategizing. So to help us navigate these complex waters, we have a distinguished group of experts who represent the front lines of this battle. They bring perspectives from enterprise leadership, technical innovation, academia, and national level governance. So some of the areas that we will be covering today are predictive threat detection, automated response, and machine learning based assessment as essential countermeasures. And industry and government leaders will discover strategies for implementing next generation architectures leveraging AI systems that detect threats faster and reduce breach costs, secure critical infrastructure against evolving cyber threats. So without further ado, I would like to dive in. And to begin with, we'll set the context in terms of the current cybersecurity landscape. To the panelists, I've got a common question. We would like to look at how cybersecurity has evolved in the last 2 years in terms of volume, types of attack, type of defense mechanism, types of market opportunity, its importance in the global geopolitical landscape. To begin it off, if I could request Dr. Saran to give us your research and system security perspective.
Thanks for having me on this panel. So the challenge in the last 2 years, the volume, I think the numbers are there. It's growing very fast. The attack in 50 to 75%, I think, are the figures that are published by the research agencies. But I would say it's not just the volume itself. I would say the very nature of the attack has fundamentally changed. You see, we have had so many first thing is, what are the attacks that are more popular or easier? See, attacking cryptography is always hard. So you don't see so many attacks which are really trying to crack your cryptography, right? So instead what has happened is, one is attack human, social and emotional mental software. What we call phishing attacks, voice phishing, things which try to get humans to do things that let the system into the attacker in the door, some way or the other. You know, all these parcel scams on the phone you see, all these attacks where some human agent ends up letting an entity in. Now these attacks have gotten very sophisticated now with the use of AI. Why? See, earlier you would just generate some general mail saying, I am from your friend, look at your contact list, send a mail out saying, I am your friend, I got stuck in Nigeria, please send me some money. These were the kinds of things. And it was very easy to detect that these are not real. You didn't expect this friend to ever go to Nigeria. Today with AI, you collect all the data, all the Instagram and Facebook data about every friend, how he behaves. And then you write a mail. The mail looks like coming from a friend. It is hyper-personalized. The way it talks, it says, oh, we went to this Bali last year and now I'm having this problem. So you believe it. The point is, AI is helping you convince a very, and of course, not to talk about deepfakes and having a voice which mimics your voice. See, somebody records us on this panel, which may be on YouTube, and he can create voices for each of one of us, which looks very much, sound very much like this. With AI today, that's possible. So all these kinds of attacks, which are a very different level of attack, right? That's the real problem. So how do we deal with it? The second point you said about defense. So clearly we want now the defense also to be agentic, to be intelligent. If I get a phone call on my phone or a message on my phone about some parcel, there should be an agent on my phone which automatically recognizes it. This is a pattern of a known attack and should be reacting on that before I even have to look at the message. See, so bringing agentic AI into the defense is a way you need to deal with it. These are some ideas. Of course, other panelists will also comment, so I'll stop here.
Mohit, if I could request your API and cloud security view.
Thank you for being here. I think it is a packed question. So let me start with basic things, right? What has changed in terms of, attacks, right? I think the biggest change that I've seen is the democratization that has happened today, right? If you look at a couple of years back, what you needed to do an attack, it requires a special skill. But today it is not. The Gen AI has really compressed that skill gap that is required to do an attack, right? That has been one of the biggest game changers, right? Now, so that is from the attack perspective. Now, if you look at from a defense perspective, now the similar things fly, right? If you look at automated defense systems, be it, automated SOC analyzers, phishing and email-based attack detections, which are AI-based. But I believe that this is from the technological front, right? But looking more deeper into it, you will also see how the game has changed in terms of, some of the regulatory things that have brought the cybersecurity to the boardroom, right? The SECs, the certain regulations which have forced the organizations to have, or SEBI guidelines, right? CSCRF, which has brought in some of these, CISOs directly reporting onto the boards. I think that has been a game changer in terms of shifting on the defense side, right? Now, so as Ankur, I think, rightly said at that point of time, that the whole AI thing is a double-edged sword. What helps in attack also helps in on the defense side, right? Now, on the government regulatory side, I think, looking at any asset, be it, your LLMs, your AI assets, everything is becoming a national asset, and so it is an integral part of a national policy also, right? So that's how I see it from an overall perspective. I think more than last 2 years, I will say maybe less than a year or less than 6 months, we have seen a drastic change in how the AI has completely changed the game around us, right? So that is something that I would prefer to put as my view on this.
Thank you. Could I now request Dr. Behel to talk about national cyber defense trends that you see from a national perspective?
Hello? Hello? Thank you for inviting me on this panel. I think how many people here are from the security field itself or handling SOCs, etc.? Few of them. All right. So the velocity, the variety, the complexity of threats have exponentially increased. And as Professor mentioned, they are continuously increasing. Now, if you see the amount of data that is being generated, though, for those who man the SOCs, etc., or look at security devices, now there are terabytes of data being generated. So how do you handle those? I mean, you have people who are handling these SOCs, etc. It's becoming impossible for them to handle this data. and it is creating a fatigue. And obviously also creating health problems for them. And they are also wanting to shift careers much faster than they enter these careers. So how do we handle all these situations? And if you're seeing from a defensive perspective, there are now various aspects which are emerging, such as real-time detection of anomalous activity. So if you are seeing malware in your systems, you are seeing anomalous activity, AI can help you detect that rather than you trying to figure out, and which takes time. You're also seeing assisted threat intelligence. It is gathering from multiple sources that you tell it to and gives you the necessary threat intelligence for you to act upon it. Rapid correlation of threat indicators, because you now got intelligence coming in, you got some incidents, etc. How do you address the threat indicators, and what are those threat indicators which can help you safeguard yourselves? Obviously, continuous monitoring is required, and that is where the agentic SOC can be a very useful tool which you may have, and that is what Professor mentioned about agentic AI, etc. And then you have the need for predictive security to strengthen your incident response itself, and that's where another area where AI is helping. I don't know how many of you have gone through the World Economic Forum Global Cybersecurity Outlook 2025, which mentions about search in AI-driven situational awareness system, which analyzed and detected 2.2 billion malicious domains and phishing activities, affecting almost 7 lakh users in 2024. So if you are going to analyze and detect 2.2 billion malicious domains, is it possible humanly? Obviously not. And that is where AI has been playing a crucial role, and we've been able to safeguard almost 7 lakh users from getting impacted. And I hope you all know how dangerous this phishing can be, and how many people have been falling prey to it and losing lots of their hard-earned money, as well as organizations losing data. I think I'll stop there because there are umpteen number of areas, but I think that gives you a flavor.
Sir. Rajat, could you give us your insights about the shifts in global payments and identity in this context?
Thank you, Karan. I'll speak from the perspective of financial ecosystem. We are seeing massive rise in 2 areas. One is, of course, scams, and the second one is around the borderless nature of cybercrime. If you see the journey of scams, what we have observed in the last 7 to 8 years, it started with, kind of attacks where you steal someone's credentials and then use those credentials to perform the transaction. Then things evolved, and then it came to phishing and smishing, where someone is stealing your OTP, or someone is stealing your data or asking you to provide the data, and then you end up performing a bad transaction. Then came malware, where your devices are getting infected with malware, and then someone at the back end can see what you're typing on your device, and then you end up losing your credentials, and which ends up in scams. And lately we have seen the scams which are more authorized in nature. When I say authorized, which means that you yourself want to transfer your money, it's your account, your device, your credentials, who can stop you? I'll quote one good example, not example I would say, but the scam which happened in Japan. Japanese lady ended up transferring $30,000 to a person who claims to be an astronaut, is in love with the person and wants to return back to the earth. So this $30,000 is landing fees to earth. Sounds very absurd and hard to believe, but the mental state of person who is in love right now is very different. I mean, all of us in the room have been in love at some point of time, I assume. And it applies to other modus of operandi also. What's happening with digital arrest in the country, where people believe in something and then they end up transferring everything, whatever they have. So Investment scams are another ones which are happening predominantly in the country, where people are made to believe in something and then they end up transferring the money. Regarding cross-border nature of cybercrime, it's evolving someone sitting in one jurisdiction, using the infrastructure in 5 other jurisdictions and scamming the person in 10 different countries. So it's not about an individual which is kind of sitting at the, we see in movies someone sitting in the garage and then trying to scam. It's not that, it's criminal syndicates, it's a big setup which are kind of targeting countries, individuals, and that's what we are seeing in last 2 years, which is happening predominantly, especially from financial ecosystem perspective.
Thank you so much, Rajat. Moving on to AI and cybersecurity. This round we'll begin with Dr. Behel sir. If you had a magic wand to and have AI solve one cybersecurity problem for national defense, what would it be?
No, first of all, I don't believe in these magic wands, because whatever predictions have been there have gone for a toss, completely out of the window. So, that question coming from you is a little surprising. Having said that, one of the things that definitely I would love to see is, prediction of threats and also then ensuring appropriate response and applying patches, etc. Because whatever said and done, you will still have software for all the systems that you have. They will still, because they are still being developed either by AI now or earlier by humans, they will require patches. Maybe now they'll require less patches. Okay, but there'll always be a new use case, again discovered by AI, to ensure it gets in. So earlier it was humans who were finding vulnerabilities, now it will be AI finding vulnerabilities in systems developed by AI. So how do you start predicting, how do you start making sure that they are patched, and how do you respond to them? Across various sectors, across supply chains, and across various states in the country. So that is something which I would like to definitely look at to ensure that we are safe and secure. When you're looking at supply chains, definitely I would like to see the bill of material, whether it is software bill of material or crypto bill of material or the AI bill of material or the quantum bill of material, all that should definitely be available, so that in case something has to be done by the human beings in the loop, they know what they have to do, where they have to do, when they have to do. In case you do not have these bill of materials or the hardware bill of materials, etc., what are you going to be doing? If there is an attack, if there is a vulnerability which is being exploited, do you even know what you have to fix and where you have to fix? Do you have that system in your organization or in your office, etc.? So those are things which I think will be very useful.
Thank you, sir. Next, going to Professor Saran, where do you see research in AI moving so that it can actually help the cybersecurity world rather than making it more vulnerable?
So, sorry. So, you see, research in cybersecurity, I think the old paradigm of intrusion prevention is that whatever was there was the timelines were very long. You ended up with a situation where new pattern attacks were detected by the OEMs, patches were pushed out, and then you had a reaction that the attacks could be stopped. But that would be a timeline of days or weeks at least. Now we want sort of self-healing code where the agentic AI is sitting at the IPS or equivalent protection system, firewall, whatever. It is rapidly seeing the pattern of behavior and reacting to it, right? And even you can say some new thing got deployed, you do vulnerability assessment, you find a vulnerability, the LLM is integrated so that it can patch that vulnerability by generating the relevant code. These are the kinds of things where interesting work can be done. I'm not saying this is deployed, this is research that can be done. to develop sort of whatever you had earlier, IPS, vulnerability scanning. Now you say vulnerability scanning and fixing should be done by integrating an LLM. No? So things like that. The second part of the picture is that just because you're using AI in a big way, now people are saying when you call a customer agent, it will be an AI that will talk to you. When one company calls another company's customer agent, AI will talk to AI, right? So now AI is talking to AI. What's going on there? See, the catch is, okay, AIs are in the end some neural models of some sort. The greatest and best neural system we have is the human brain. You know that even human brains' visual systems can be fooled. You have examples where people publish pictures that look something to somebody else or something to somebody else because you know there are patterns in the human brain's wiring which get fooled because it has evolved evolutionary, but you can always find something which will make your visual system or your audio system get confused. Now this is a very sophisticated trillions of neural system. What you are going to build here are going to be even smaller systems, not as gone through the same level of millions of years of evolutionary back and forth. So these systems, AI models also have weaknesses. They are, for example, people have shown, if you have a face recognition system, you take a picture of my picture, it will recognize me. But then you take that picture and add a little bit of pixel noise to it, cleverly put pixel noise. The picture to any other human will still look like me. But to the AI, it will not recognize me because those little patterns will cause its model to go haywire. Now, suppose I can do that. As I was coming, we were talking that tomorrow people are talking about self-driving cars. If a self-driving car, based on a visual system, looks at a camera, there is a stop sign. Now, I take that stop sign and add pixel noise to it and stick it back in. Right? To a human, it still looks like a stop sign. To the autonomous car, it looks like go ahead at 100 kilometers an hour. You can create an accident in 2 minutes. This is just illustrating the point that we are trusting our AI models. As you know, there are no proof of correctness of AI models. There are people who are studying vulnerabilities of AI models to explore where an AI model is failing. So this whole space, how do you prove that the AI model is actually doing what you intend and not more? That's one kind of research. B, how AI models can be attacked. B, if I'm going to build software or I'm going to interact with I am a freight forwarder, I talk to my shipping company, the shipping company's agent talks to my company's agent, both are AI agents because they replace people. That's what the narrative is, at least people will be replaced by agents, AI agents. These AI agents talk to each other. What if the shipping company's agent incorporates something to fool my agent, or my agent incorporates something to fool that agent? Suddenly I will be losing billions of dollars and I won't even know. So all I'm saying is these are all opportunities, AI correctness, weaknesses in AI models, how they can be exploited, right? These are all a lot of interesting research properties. The auditing of AI models. There's a lot of entrepreneurial opportunities are there, deep research opportunities are there in some of these topics. Thank you.
Now, coming to Mohit, what AI-based security solutions are actually mature enough for enterprise deployment today?
Yeah. So I'll just touch upon some of the things that, we've been discussed in terms of, there was actually a real attack, I think in 2024 or so, a group called Scattered Spider, I think so, right? And it was very simple attack to say that, you could just call a person and call a help desk, and the losses were up to the tune of $100 million plus, okay? Now, what has happened with AI coming in, as Dr. Saran was also touching upon on some of these points, some of these things again has been very much democratized. You don't need the social skills, really need those social skills, right? You have systems which can help you, say a voice API where you connect, you generate that voice, and you do same type of vulnerability and same type of, social engineering to get that done, right? A lot of research is that happening in that area, right? And some of them, I'll say that modern day AI systems have been able to do that, right? Not only do that, and as some of the pixel noises, etc., were being spoken about, they are also crossing that barrier, right? And it's a daily changing field, right? In terms of what products should be used and what should not be used, and what has reached a certain maturity level, I'll classify that from an organizational perspective. Security teams or CISOs should look at, maybe develop a framework where we say that, there's certain products which have reached a certain maturity level, and if you're not really using them, you're falling behind. And there are certain products that, you may want to pilot, you may want to experiment, or you want to wait and hold for some time, right? So I'll say that, in terms of behavioral detection, things like, phishing email detections, or some of these have been recently been successful. There was a recent report around that from Palo Alto Group, where they talked about some of these things getting detected by behavioral detection, right? And some of the SOC where people are using, I will still call it assisted SOC. It's not up to a level to say that you can build a fully autonomous system around that, right? So some of these behavioral detection areas, I will still say that, if you're not using, possibly you're falling behind, right? And then there are other areas that, we can speak about in terms of saying that, are we in a position today to say that we can build a fully autonomous, AI system which is taking a decision on our behalf at all points of time? I'll say yes at some point of time, because someone has to look at what is the cost and what is the blast radius of a decision that an AI system detects, right? It's not about, I will say it's not about AI maturity, right? It's equally important about saying that, what is that blast radius? What does it cost you for not putting something in place, right? If someone were to ask me, I'll say that if it is about just another alert, I think it's worth it, right? Because it may be a wasted alert. But yes, if a system you put in place which takes an autonomous decision and it impacts your business, right? That's a big thing, right? You want a human in loop in between, right? But having said that, again, I'll say that, then if you're not really getting into not using these products, right, you are fighting a gun battle with a knife, and you cannot do that, right? Today, attackers are not waiting for you to say that, or waiting for their tools to say that, what is the effectiveness of that. They're still going and trying it out. And you, as I'll say the security teams, as or CISOs have to be there, they have to be ready. And just that's distinction where you want to put the human in the loop, and that decision, I will say less from a maturity perspective and more from how does it impact and what is the blast radius is some decision points that, people need to look into. But there's no going back. That's what I see.
Coming to Rajat now. Could I request your insights into how the financial sector is using AI to fight cybercrime and scams?
Yeah, thanks. So I will put up two examples and case studies also, like how we are using ecosystem intelligence to fight scams. There was an interesting scam which happened in Malaysia. Someone posted a picture on a social media platform receiving the award from Health Minister. And the caption was, "Diabetes can be cured, please buy the medicines from the link below." And the impact you can imagine, everyone clicked the link and ended up transferring the money. Most of the financial institutions, the way they are preventing this kind of scams or frauds are singular in nature. For example, I have an account with Bank A and I'm transferring money to account B. Usually they will check the velocity with which I am transferring, what is my behavior, whether I transfer in the morning or I transfer in the evening, is this a new beneficiary. These all are singular in nature. When I put up an advertise like I can cure diabetes and you will buy things for your loved ones, lots of money will come into me which today's control will not detect. So we have worked on an ecosystem intelligence solution which we have deployed in UK, which essentially looks after the pattern that what's happening in the ecosystem. Is this account suddenly receiving money from 100 different sources which looks like a mule pattern, and then the money is going out somewhere else. And this was very effective in UK in bringing down the scam numbers. I mean, some of the people who have actually worked on this are sitting in the room, so kudos to them. Yeah, this was one of the most efficient use of AI in bringing down scams. The other area which I would stress what financial ecosystems is doing is investing in proactive resilience, cyber resilience. Most of the systems what we had in place were reactive controls until now. So the complete industry is coming together in proactive resilience.
So moving ahead to the next section where we talk about organizational collaboration, and keeping in mind the experience of the previous panel, I would request each of the speakers to give one major thought in the questions that follow. Starting with Professor Saran sir, what does effective collaboration between academia and industry look like in this space? And more importantly, what are the barriers and how can we overcome them?
One of the ways you can deal with such a diverse and sort of modifying that over time is to work together. Whether companies work together, industry associations work together, and of course industry and academics work together. Now of course fundamental research, obviously companies also sponsor, governments also sponsor. That model always is there and will continue. Sponsoring PhD students, things like that. But more concretely, one challenge in academics you face is you are not necessarily familiar in real time with the emerging threats, right? And you don't often have the data on which you can work. Like he said, bank transactions are happening in a certain way. Now we can look at behavior. How do we model this behavior? What is the way of the behavior is changing, right? Or keep the same thing. And again, there's the issue of, see, where is the person coming from? You just look at the IP, then you do geolocation. If you have cellular data, you can find out where he is. Should he even be there? If you integrate multiple sources of data, this guy is supposedly coming from a foreign country, but he has not left the country because of other information. So the point I'm trying to make is that if you bring in multiple sources of data, you can be more effective. And for that, academics has to work with industry, maybe multiple industry, even with government. And of course, there is the issue of how do you share data. There are a lot of issues with sharing data. There is DP privacy issues. There is regulation on that. Similarly, once you develop some new technology, who owns the IP? What are the IP models? So these are some difficulties. Similarly, you know, for young students who are going to do a master's or PhD in this area, see, we can teach them theory, we can show them labs, we can put a cyber range and they can model simulation scenarios. But spending time, few months in industry, in a real world setting, can give them much more meaningful perspective of how the world is going on and what are the nature of attacks. So if we work together with industry, both exposing young minds by short either 2-month internships or a joint sponsored PhD or master's, where the students do a project jointly with industry, where the data access issues can be worked out, you know, because that's a big concern. As a company also, there are a lot of liability issues when you share data. So these are issues that as you said, they are bottlenecks. I think that is one kind of bottleneck. IP also, this is easier, you can define some IP-light agreements. But again, these are issues which are legal issues where companies' legal departments have to get involved. So it takes some time. But I think this is a space, and especially if we can get government also to help. There are some data that only government or some regulation which allows us to at least use this data for research purposes through suitable agreements, NDAs, whatever is needed, right? So that we build either, for example, for the financial industry, we have a consortium of major companies and regulatory institutions and bring in the relevant educational institutions. And under that framework, at least data can be shared and people can work together. So these are some models we will have to do. Otherwise, we will always be losing behind the arms race because the attackers are not constrained in this way.
Rajat, coming back to you, the payment ecosystem has got multiple categories of players. How do you coordinate cybersecurity across such a complex value chain?
Agree, Colonel. So we have a very complicated ecosystem. We made a strategic acquisition last year, Recorded Future. It's the largest threat intelligence company in the world. And I mean, if you see our network as MasterCard, we have been running this network for more than 50 years. And touch wood, we have never got a downtime because of any cyber attacks. We are facing millions of attacks every day. But then the thought process evolved over time. I mean, we can keep our network safe with the tools, the methodologies, what we are using. But if the ecosystem is affected, transactions will not come into our network anyways. Imagine an example, you walk into a restaurant and then the terminal over there, the acquirer is hit by a cyber attack, or the bank which has issued you the card is hit by a cyber attack, the transaction will not come to our network. So that's where the thought process evolved. We started looking into how do we protect the ecosystem. So we made this acquisition, we customized the threat intelligence as per the needs of merchants, with the issuers, the acquirers, and that's how we are trying to protect that. The second thing is we are sharing lots of data to the neutral organizations like FSISAC, like Global Anti-Scam Alliance. We sit on massive amount of intelligence because I mean, if you see the one side, we have payment data, we can see the money flow, and with this acquisition we see the cyber aspect. So we can stitch, or probably we are the only company which can stitch the narrative of cybercrime end to end. So we are sharing lots of intelligence. We are seeing something in West happening in Europe. We bring that intelligence, we prepare the response and share with the institution like CERT so that we can safeguard our issuers in the country. So data sharing is another aspect what we are doing as part of this.
Great. Coming to you, Mohit. How can startups and established companies collaborate more effectively with government entities, say like CERT?
So what one thing that I have seen is that in terms of what CERT does, or DICI has done, or for that matter, I have seen SEBI regulations, etc. Right. Definitely from what I have known, or even CERT is running Cyber Swachh Kendra and that national critical national infrastructure protection programs, right? So as far as I know, that data is being shared. So I've not been really actively involved in some of those activities in terms of using those that data for any purpose. But as far as I know, yes, some of this data is being shared, right? But having said that, one of the points that came in is in terms of regulatory requirements in terms of what data can be shared and what data cannot be shared. What I have seen and what I have noticed worldwide is that it's about, we have reached a stage where we do not say that, you need to really share the original data. There are mechanisms where you can have anonymized data, you have encrypted data, hash data, because at the end of it, the learning is more about saying that how can you learn more patterns? That's one part of the story and the second part of the threat intelligence, which Rajat covered in terms of, who are the global attackers, who are the global threat vectors that are coming in, right? So something that what I've seen is that, from what I understand today, I'm not well versed into that area, but what I've seen is that, that data is already being shared, right? In terms of, some of the points that Dr. Sharon raised in terms of what academia can do with the industry, right? We always, we as a company, we also do that in terms of saying that, involve people from institutions to say, this is our problem statement, this is what we're looking at, this is the type of data that we have. Very much open in terms of sharing that, what we call the anonymized, the hash data, but then as you rightly said, some of the data cannot be shared, right? There are regulatory compliances requirements around it, right? And so overall I see that, effectively two ways that I look at. One is that what CERT is already, as far as I know, is already doing in terms of sharing that data in real time to say, or I think even IDRBT for that matter is running some IRBT 3.0 or something, where they do share this threat intelligence with all the financial institutions, right? In my opinion, most of the things is really in place. That's how I am seeing it, right? But definitely the gap between academic and in industry is something that I really look has to be bridged, because I do see that when we are looking at hiring new people, looking at new people, I do see that certain type of gaps. But having said that, I think again I will say AI is a great enabler. It's a great enabler. Knowledge, information, everything is democratized today. Right, so it's just that people need to be aware and use it. And this is very famous. I was reading an article. One of the things that a lot of people are putting it aside, saying that no, it does not impact that. I think yes, it is costly. It is expensive today. When you buy a proper commercial version of AI to be used, it costs you in excess of $200 to $250 a month. It's expensive. There's no doubt on that, right? But I will always say that people should use lower versions, then only you get a feel of what is in there. When you use a free version, right, and not use a paid version, you do not get the feel of where the world has moved. It has moved way ahead.
Coming to Dr. Behelsa, in spite of paucity of times, extremely important question coming your way. What kinds of public-private partnership are most effective for national cybersecurity? And what would you like to see more from the private sector?
I think what is already mentioned, as Rajat mentioned, sharing of cyber threat intelligence is very critical. But I would definitely like to see more. What is currently happening is these are different paid models rather than wanting to share. So I don't know when they use the word share, is it share or is it paid? So, having said that, there are other things like, responsible vulnerability disclosure programs that CERT has, where even individuals can report to CERT saying that they found some vulnerabilities and these are issues and challenges in a particular national critical system, and we coordinate and ensure that that is fixed before it starts getting exploited. And people going out in the media and reporting something of that sort. We also run the Cyber Swachhta Kendra. I don't know how many of you are aware of it, but today we cover 98% of the digital population of this country through that. And we provide them with the bots and malwares that their digital systems may be having. And they can then go and use cleanup tools from the Cyber Swachhta Kendra, which is provided by industry, free of cost. So this is a public-private partnership model. When the government is involved, the ISPs are involved, the academia is involved, and the private industry is involved. The private industry provides the tools. The ISPs are aware of whom this IP belongs to, so that the information can be passed on to them that their devices are infected. The academia provides antidotes as and when required if there is no antidote available. And we are churning billions of data every day. It's an automated system. It detects that there's C2 communication happening, and it informs the ISP informs the end user. End user can go to the portal, download free tools which are provided by the industry, clean up their systems, and be safe and secure. So that's a fantastic model that has been working since 2017. And today we cover 98% of the population here. So these are some examples. There are many more. We work with a lot of startups or Indian companies who are providing excellent products at population scale. And also, just for your knowledge, if you do go to Bharat Mandapam, you can see some of that at the Digital India stall, where we have our pods. Just look at what is happening from an awareness perspective. Again, AI tools being developed by the startup companies, the content provided by CERT, etc. for children, and similarly content provided for school children as well as for organizations, etc., which can be used to help in the capacity building perspective and making sure that they are safe and secure. I think that's some examples, and with that I think time's up and stop it. Could we?
Gentlemen, what a session. It was really insightful and inspiring, and that too coming in from a rich and unique blend of government, academia, and industry. Truly priceless. So we are here at the AI Impact Summit, and I am sure the unanimous message coming in from the panel is that the impact is not to be measured only in terms of speed or scale, but it also needs to include trust, safety, and integrity. With that, I would like to thank all of you for your time and the expertise which you have shared with all of us. Thank you, audience. Have a great day ahead. Thank you.
नहीं रखा ना Our next session is on countering disinformation warfare and building resilient societies in the era of AI by TIES. I'm requesting the member of TIES to take over the stage and requesting the... So the time starts now.
would request everyone, please be seated. We'll start in 2 minutes. Hello. Okay. Okay, we'll begin. I would request all the speakers to please get up for one picture together. Everyone at the back, please guys, be seated. Thank you so much, speakers. Before we begin, a quick question. We have goldfish on the table. Why is that, Nijar?
Hear me out. We all have heard this line that goldfishes have zero or none memory, that they forget everything that they hear. 3 seconds, puffed, everything gone. They don't remember anything at all. But if you research a bit more beyond the reels that you see or the places where you read these infos from, you will figure out that ye sach nahi hai, this isn't true. What really happens is goldfishes have, in fact, brilliant memory. They know how to spot, what to spot, where to spot, and how to remember it. So, how did a smart species get branded as a forgetful one?
Not science, just a catchy myth, repeated so often that it felt true. And that's disinformation in its simplest form. Not loud, not always malicious, just familiar, shareable, and unchecked. In the era of AI, these myths don't just spread faster, they scale, adapt, and personalize.
Which brings us exactly to today's conversation. Disinformation in the age of AI and how we build, or how we can try to at least build societies that are resilient enough to question, pause, and remember what apparently the goldfish can't.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nishu.
I am Nirjar, and we are from TIES.
We will be your host for today's session.
This dialogue is curated by TIES. Let's admire this for 2 more minutes. Thank you. All right, that's enough of entertainment. This dialogue again, like I told you before, is curated by TIES. What is TIES? Who we are, what we do. I'll tell you a lot about us. We at TIES are a youth-led organization that works at the intersection of research, media, and technology, with a digital community of around 3.5 lakh young minds in and across the globe. I know most of you don't know us, but you'll definitely know a lot more about us. And मेरा आदत है plug in करने का. Follow us, please, please, please. Go to on Instagram, search ties.in. Follow us right now. You love our content. Anyway, TIES in itself represents a generation that doesn't consume just information and or abide by it. It represents a generation that questions everything and wants to know everything. And with a proud, subtle note, I must say, TIES is probably the youngest organization here who is organizing a main summit event inside of the India AI Impact Summit. Yes. We could do better, guys. We could do better. Let's go louder. All right, great. In fact, we prove that leadership today is probably and most definitely driven by vision and not just age. Thank you.
We are joined in collaboration with Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Research Foundation, a legacy think tank committed to policy research and nation building. SPMRF fosters the informed dialogue necessary for critical national issues.
Now, to help us unpack this critical issue that we are discussing today, we are honored to welcome an exceptional panel.
Representing Media and Research Affairs, Aditya Raj Kaul, Senior Executive Editor at NDTV. Joining him is the Patikrit Pine, Research-Led and Senior Research Fellow as SPMRF.
We are greatly pleased to have Achina Sirohi Maya, co-founder of EOS Group and AVTV. Yaar, इनको आपने तो देखा ही है यार on your Instagram, on YouTube. Can we get louder, guys? That's more like it. We'll get better towards the end of it. Don't worry. All right. Joining with her and with rest of us, we have Sir Mukesh Jain, CTO of Capgemini, who has been a stalwart of this tech industry. Okay, I have started to love the energy. Let's build up more towards the end of it, all right? Additionally, like most of you know, we were also expecting Shri Jatin Prasad ji, who is the Minister of State. He unfortunately couldn't make it due to some urgent commitments, but we really hope that we can make up for his absence. Thank you.
Lastly, we have Hardik Pathak, the co-founder of TIES, as the moderator of the session.
Let's pass the baton to him. Let's go, guys.
Hello. So we will start the session. A very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Hardik, and I will be your moderator for this India AI session on countering disinformation warfare and building resilient societies in an era of AI. A few moments ago, my colleagues Nishu and Nirjar has set the tone for this session in a rather memorable way by invoking the idea of goldfish memory. That simple example captures the very essence of misinformation, how it spreads quietly, embeds itself into public consciousness, and eventually shapes how we think, react, and decide. What once traveled through word of mouth or printed pages now moves at an unprecedented speed through AI-driven systems, especially in a diverse, connected, and digitally active India. And this is exactly the reason why this conversation matters today. With this, I would like to start the session with my esteemed panelists, beginning with Aditya Raj Kaul. Sir, what comes through my mind is that misinformation today is no longer accidental. It is organized, targeted, and in many cases weaponized. The most aggressive disinformation campaigns against India originate beyond borders. Aditya sir, Recently, a deepfake video falsely showed you reporting that several army officers has resigned over alleged extrajudicial operations. It spread rapidly and was weaponized by Pakistani propagandists. Walk us through that incident. How did it happen? How fast did it spread? And what does it tell us about the sophistication of the state-sponsored disinformation?
Well, thank you very much, Hardik, for having me here. Firstly, it's great that India is hosting the Artificial Intelligence Summit out here at the Bharat Mandapam Ambedkar Center and Sushma Swaraj Bhavan. It's incredible not only because India is the 4th country to do this after UK, South Korea and France, but also everything that we do today, every part of our life in some or the other way is consumed by AI. And there are companies, there's private sector, there are perhaps some negative characters also indulging in the use of AI. So we can't run away from it. We also cannot only speak about the safety and the regulations of artificial intelligence, but we'll have to move beyond. And India has been speaking about democratization of the artificial intelligence. And I think that's incredible, because the gap between the rural India and the urban India would be reduced with more use of artificial intelligence and technology. Similarly, India's push towards global south and including the countries of the global south in this AI journey is about a resilient future. And that's what I think is incredible about India hosting this and bringing more than 70 countries perhaps together on this platform. I think it's a very timely and very interesting topic about disinformation and creation of resilient societies, also because in the last 1 year, India has had the trouble to go through, unfortunately, Operation Sindoor, which you all followed very closely. And there are some incredible lessons that we have to learn. Earlier this morning, I was speaking to the Commander-in-Chief of India's Strategic Forces Command. I was also speaking to the Director General of DRDO, both of whom said that there are a lot of lessons to learn when it comes to Operation Sindoor for the Indian military, for the Indian government, and perhaps for the Indian masses as well. For the masses and for the government, the biggest of all challenges has been disinformation. If you remember those 4 days between 6th and 10th of May last year, apart from the missiles and the rockets coming from Pakistan, I think the biggest threat 24/7 was the kind of misinformation and disinformation that was coming from that side. And are we prepared? Were we prepared at that time? To give you a very basic, neutral and unbiased opinion, I don't think so. I think we did recognize that there was a huge challenge of disinformation coming in from Pakistan, but I don't think we were very much prepared, because there were just a handful of journalists who were playing the role of perhaps an artificial intelligence bot or a channel of the government of India who could counter the kind of propaganda that was coming 24/7 from Pakistan. So I think we need to realize increasingly that this is a time, firstly, we have been saying for a decade now, that news breaks first on social media and then goes on television, etc. And many a times this news is artificial because this is planted in a certain fashion for people to believe. Just like Hardik mentioned that there was an AI video of me, which later we realized was done by the Pakistani deep state. So what happened really, to briefly narrate you a story, I was doing an interview with an Italian journalist called Francesca Marino, and this was on Jaish-e-Mohammed and the book she had written about it. To my surprise and shock, just days after this interview, I was forwarded several clips of this interview in almost similar to my voice, and this was a deep fake. And the Pakistani deep state was able to convert this entire interview video of me interacting with the Italian journalist about a so-called topic of Indian army personnel resigning and who are upset with their leadership, etc. So this was a deliberate plant that was done. And to my surprise and shock, I was getting this video from Indian army personnel who almost believed it and who was saying that, why are you doing this video? And I had to explain to them that, boss, this is not my voice, and this is a deep fake. So this is increasingly becoming a huge challenge, I think, for the government of India also. And I'm sure that we'll have the technology and the bandwidth to deal with it in future. But increasingly, such videos are coming out. During Operation Sindoor also, there were such videos coming out which almost left you believe that, we were facing a huge challenge at the border and we did not know what to do. Often we see global leaders in a similar fashion, deepfake videos being used. And I think the biggest challenge during that time of Operation Sindoor was the kind of information that was coming in every possible minute and second. And we as journalists were trying to debunk it on X and other social media platforms, but this is much bigger. I mean, India is huge. There's only a very minute, minuscule population which is on X, Facebook, Instagram and other social media platforms. So how do you actually make those people believe in rural India or even in urban centers who do not use social media that, here's a war that is going on and this is the position that we are in? I mean, we did have those rumors about the civil defense exercise taking place at that time and how India was going to respond, which is great, and media does its role in a particular fashion. But I think when it comes to disinformation and misinformation, it's a huge, massive challenge. There needs to be one recognition that this is the future and this is what we are dealing with. Wars are not just about tanks, missiles, and the way to stop it is to also how to counter the kind of disinformation and misinformation that's coming in. And often this misinformation is also in the form of public statements that often come in from different sides of the planet, and we have to, of course, build in resilient technologies to deal with it. Lastly, I would mention and stray away from this topic, I mean, it's great the kind of scale that India has used to organize this summit. More than 70 countries participating, more than 20 heads of state out here. We have perhaps more than 100 companies who are dealing with artificial intelligence, many startups also participating. But I would be a devil's advocate and say that perhaps we need to also start with the basic. I would have loved if AI was used for crowd management and traffic management in Delhi, because I think that was the biggest talking point yesterday. I think the people who suffered at the gates wouldn't have suffered if we had used this, and perhaps this is a lesson for next time, how to use the artificial intelligence, and there needs to be public and private partnership to build on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya sir, for that deeply unsettling but absolutely necessary conversation. Exposure of how coordinated foreign information networks operate against India and how quickly they can undermine trust if we are not prepared. Moving on ahead to Pratikrit sir now. Pratikrit sir, you have studied how narratives and networks shape security outcomes from PFI to broader social cohesion. Information warfare is about eroding institutional trust and turning societies against themselves. From a national security and a resilience perspective, how do we help Indians become resistant to manipulation while staying open to information in a democracy?
Thank you, Hardik, and it's wonderful to be in this beautiful event. Let me straightly come to the point. Couple of years back, one morning, I received a call from one of the news channels, English news channel, and I was asked, there has been a bombing in Pentagon. Would you love to give your comment on that? I said, bombing in Pentagon. I said, I don't know about this, give me 10 minutes time. 10 minutes later, no call came because it took them 10 minutes to realize it was a deep fake. Imagine if that had stayed without any information for another 10 minutes, stock markets across the world would have crashed. Somebody would have made a lot of money. Another 10 minutes, military would have been on air. That's the danger with AI. So government actually has come out with something called a couple of days back that every digitally altered image or audio has to be defined as synthetically changed information. You have to label it. And it's very, very important. But the issue is it that disinformation is something new? I would say not. We have been facing disinformation warfare for the last 150 years, and we are still not realizing that we are in the era of that war that's going on for the last 150 years. Why I say 150 years? In 1857, the whole of India unitedly fought against the brutality of the British in the 1857 mutiny. And the British realized that this country is too united. The construct they use to dominate and capture other countries will not work here. From 1857 onwards, they started linguistic survey. They started ethnic survey. They divided the country into Aryan and Dravidian. That never existed before. We started fighting on language. We started fighting on caste, and by 1947, we forgot that this country has been brutally traumatized, plundered, looted. The British alone looted $45 trillion. We forgot everything. And from 1947 onwards, what has been the narrative that all the wrongs in this country is because of the Brahmins. And we are still facing that thing. My friend Aditya is sitting here. He has been himself a victim of what the Kashmiri Pandit faced in Kashmir. A genocidal thing. And we are still driven by what the British constructed. And that's why Prime Minister Modi says that Macaulay mindset is something that you have to fight against. Another example of disinformation warfare. 1971 war, the war for independence of Bangladesh. Thousands of Indians, personnel of the Indian Army lost their lives. India did everything possible to help Bangladesh liberate itself. Trained the Mukti Yodha. And when 1971, when Bangladesh was formed as an independent country, we thought that we have done our job. Now they will be a great, separate, friendly neighbor. 1971 onwards, after the war, we stopped. Pakistan did not. Pakistan kept on investing in Bangladesh to cultivate an anti-Indian narrative when we were not doing that thing. And we saw in 2024, when there was a regime change operation, we realized the kind of hatred that exists inside Bangladesh. That was not organic, that was organized. That was disinformation warfare at its peak. AI only amplifies that. AI itself is not the problem is the disinformation warfare. And you need to use the same AI tool to counter that. And always remember, you can never have narrative sovereignty till the time you have tech and data sovereignty. Because every AI would have its own bias. And we are facing it on a daily basis. The Maoists have been called Gandhians with guns. Imagine. The kind of brutality that the Maoists have done in this country, it is unspeakable. There was an event which SPMRF did last September on Naxal Mukt Bharat. And we were the first to bring in victims of Maoism in large numbers in a show, in an event. Now, what are we facing today? Think about it. Balakot airstrike happened. Aditya talked about Operation Sindoor. Balakot airstrike happens. The next day, ISPR comes and says, oh, nothing happened to that building. There's just a small hole. And we all fell for that trap. What is a trap? Because we are conditioned to believe that every time there is an explosion, things are supposed to dismantle, which always need not be so. So, Indian Air Force that day, particular during the Balakot strike, used something called a thermobaric bomb. It has fuel-air explosives. It enters the building through a small, because it has a very, very strong steel, armor. It enters, and it does not carry any kind of shrapnels. So what it carries fuel-air explosives. So it explodes inside by going through a small hole, and it creates reflective shock waves. So in that confined area of reflective shock waves where the temperature goes up to 1500 degrees Celsius for certain seconds, everything that is organic is vaporized. Air Force did its work. We did our work as the government of India did its work. But the moment that was shown that there is just a hole, and this is the typical Israeli warfare of urban-centric warfare mechanism to reduce collateral damage. What happens? You have the WhatsApp in front of you, you have the Twitter, you have social media, you believe what they were saying. You were not believing your own Air Force. It was as if the Air Force pilot was supposed to go down, take photographs, and then take over the plane again and go. So, fighting the conventional war, fighting terrorism in one part of it, fighting the narrative war is equally important. The ones who do terrorism project themselves as victims. How do you deal with that? The problem is in the morning when you open your social media or digital media, you do not decide what you would see, somebody else is deciding. Think about it, my last point. In 2024, when the thing happened in Bangladesh, everywhere it was projected as if it's an iconic thing happening. That's the next big revolution, and as if the next should happen in India. right? And if you go to Eastern India that time, I've seen every mobile phone had the same kind of pattern of feed coming from Bangladesh. Somebody was controlling it. And that person was not in Bangladesh, but somewhere else. This time, 1.5 years later, when the election happened over there, that iconic student movement, which was told by the Western media that India should replicate to have a similar regime change operation, that student group got only 6 seats out of 299. Such was their popularity. That means look at the difference between reality and what is told to you. So we are living in a conditioned world where I would say you must read, you must see, but don't judge instantly. And any government will take a little time to react. But in today's world, it's a 365 days, 24/7 narrative warfare. And we are easily conditioned to discredit our own institutions, our own government, our own media, our own people, because somebody else told us so. That is where the problem is, and we have to address that. Thank you.
Thank you, Pratikrit sir, for that strategic talk on how misinformation is misused in a society. Moving ahead to Achina ma'am. Ma'am, through EOS, you have built an ecosystem where hundreds of creators use Gen AI to reach billions. You are on the front line of AI-powered content. What does ethical AI look like in real world of creators and audiences? Where, in your view, is the line between responsible AI-driven content and deceptive deepfakes?
Firstly, thank you so much for having me here, Hardik. Very, very excited seeing India host this. Coming to your question, so this is something we've been thinking about for over 2 years now, since we started dabbling with AI avatars in around 2023, before this even became mainstream. And we do use a lot of AI avatars for our short form content across channels. So we came down to a simple framework consisting of 3 pillars. The first thing being consent means if you are replicating someone's likeness using AI, have they explicitly consented to it? See, if you're using your own face, your own likeness, for example, for my short form content, I use AI avatars of myself. It's my own opinions, my own writing. There, I think there's no question of consent. But if you are putting words in somebody else's mouth that they never said, then that's where the line crosses from responsible to deceptive. The second thing is transparency. Does your audience know that they are consuming synthetic media, or are you trying to hide the fact, or are you trying to trick your audience into believing that this is real human content when it's actually AI? So essentially, disclosing the use of AI in your content and maintaining that transparency is very, very important. The third thing is intent. For example, the kind of content that we create across the organization, across our multiple channels, is essentially breaking news, is informational content. So the intent behind it has always been to educate. So we feel like, in spaces where the information is the hero of your content rather than the personality themselves, we feel like the use of AI is, again, ethical there. But there's a saying, right? There's this analogy that I often use, that a knife, it can be used to either create a warm meal for your family, or it can be used to harm someone. So the knife is not the problem. Same way, the technology here is very neutral, but the intent behind using it really matters. So it essentially comes down to 3 things, that is consent, transparency, and intent behind using AI, and that's how you draw the line between ethical AI and unethical AI.
Ma'am, I have a follow-up question. What does your data show? Are audiences more engaged with AI-heavy AI-heavy content or human authentic content? Is there a backlash over AI-produced content?
So this is a great question, because we have a lot of data around this, a lot of metrics across billions of views from last 2 years, and what we have realized is it all comes down to 2 things, that is context and the type of content that you're creating. For example, for informational content, for news, for short form content, we have seen that AI generated content often outperforms human generated content. Why? Because speed matters a lot. See, when something happens around the world, people care more about learning about it faster as opposed to whether it was created by a human or whether it was created by an AI. So in these spaces, we have seen that, if the content is informational, if it's short form content, we have seen that AI content often outperforms. Because if you are trying to break that same piece of news with an AI avatar, it's going to take you 20 minutes versus if you're going to do it with a human, it's probably going to take you 4 to 5 hours because you require a setup, you need to shoot, you need to edit that piece of content. The second thing that we have noticed is when it comes to long form content or opinions or personal stories or podcast, human content trumps AI content by a large margin, because there people are essentially looking to build a relationship with you. People want to see the micro expressions, people want to see the hesitation. So when it comes to long form content, I think human content, it definitely outperforms AI content. The way where AI essentially can be leveraged for long form content or telling personal stories is essentially using the tools to storytell better. For example, we had recently created a documentary on Indian infrastructure and roads. And there we wanted to tell the story about a particular road in Pune from 1950s, and we could not find any archival footage available for the same. So there we used a lot of AI tools to essentially recreate history, to storytell, the instances from 1950s better, and the audience really genuinely also appreciated it. So I feel like clever use of AI in long form with human-led stories is what we have seen perform really well, but with short form, especially informational content, AI performs better than humans.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for bringing in the creator and youth perspective and for reminding us that the real question is not just what AI can do, but how responsibly he can choose to use it. With this, I would like to move forward to have a discussion with Mukesh Jain, sir. Sir, from your 30 years of experience, including building products at Microsoft used by billions, what design principles are essential for trust and safety in AI era?
Thank you, Hardik, for having me. Jai Jinendra, and namaste, all of you. See, all my years, most of us probably have seen AI in the last 3 years and 3 months after the launch of ChatGPT, which was the great move, giving AI in everybody's hand. But I go long back. 1992 was the first time when I used AI, and that time nobody knew about AI, and it was very interesting that AI can solve problem. 1999 when I joined Microsoft, when I came to know about Bill Gates having junk email, 15,000 junk email per day, and that was the time I said, you know what, can you solve this with AI? And the response I get from Bill Gates is, that's theoretical. So yahi solve karna hai. Then there's a challenge, right? Let's solve this problem. So when we started doing this part, very early years of my career at Microsoft, doing this part, it was all about not just technology, not an algorithm, human behavior. I strongly believe AI is only successful if you are able to connect with human. So very simple algorithm, I'll just share in 1 minute, and you'll understand and how it was built, and then how it was forefront for most of the Microsoft technology after that. Think about it. Are you going to read a junk email for more than 5 seconds? Probably not. Are you going to delete an important email in less than 3 seconds? Probably not. Every activity or inactivity generates data. So AI is not just about using generative AI, ChatGPT, Gemini, or Copilot. It's more than that. It's about, do you understand the fundamentals of the data, which means human activity and inactivity generates data. So my thinking starts from that point that yes, let's capture this. There was not much internet, there was not much ChatGPT, of course, at that time, and of course, there were not enough books that somebody have done this, and no Python, of course. So building that small solution, working it on my computer, and then I'm showing it to Bill Gates and getting a wow from him was like a Nobel Prize. 94% of the junk was caught within a week. That started thinking, what else can be done? So I was not good at English, so somebody forced me to write a paper, and that was the first paper I wrote, about 7 pages long, about how concepts of data, Pokayoke, which is the manufacturing concept, and human interaction part, can actually help Microsoft softwares. So to answer your question, in the 30 years, Michael, I was there for 13 years in the US, and that was most of the products, you know what can we do to understand the intent? The ma'am was talking about intent, right? Understand the intent. What is the person trying to do? And accordingly, optimizing the solution for that person without touching data privacy part of it. So think about it, when you're going and doing a search, you will see a certain shade of blue. Again, done due to AI. Because I strongly believe, Dulhan wahi jo piya man bhai, which is a Hindi word translation for the word personalization. So now if I'm focusing on personalization, which means understand the signals of the human and accordingly personalize it so that it's done while keeping the data privacy law intact. So that was the foundation of it. But over a period of time, as you see, right, more and more people want to use it. But what they want to use it? Can this help us do better? Now, two ways you can use AI. You can use AI to replace your own job, or you can use AI as an assistant for yourself. So my focus always has been, AI is a great tool, but you have to start with the basics, fundamentals, data. Every activity and inactivity generates data. You start with the understanding of the data, analyze what's happening, कहना क्या चाहते हो, like what is the data trying to tell you, understanding those pieces and then interpreting it and getting insights. Oh, that's what's happening. While we were sitting outside, I was giving an example. Let's say आपका सर दर्द है, you have a headache and you ask somebody will give you a crocin or a dolo. That's it, right? But did you understand why this is happening? Are you going to put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points in ChatGPT say, I have a headache, and you will not put anything compared to an AI understanding you. You know what, Mukesh? You slept a little late. You had a heavy dinner yesterday, and you traveled, and you were sleep deprived for the last 2 days. The headache is because of that. You know what? You should press this is over here, that over here. Your headache will go away. Ayurveda, acupressure, all combinations together probably can work better for you. Are we there yet? No. But what is the disinformation? We are getting a lot of disinformation about this, do this, it will happen, that will happen and all. And of course, WhatsApp University, Instagram University are more prevalent because if it is printed, if it is done in a video, probably it's true. We are not saying this. The audience believes that. Audience believes that. When you hear that phrase saying that 9 out of 10 dentists recommends any product, I'll not name the product, you believe. Your mental state is telling you 90% of the people are saying this. That's disinformation. While they are technically true, because 10 doctors have given recommendation of multiple toothpaste, but only jo dekhna hai wahi dekhte log. People will only see what they want to see. So I think AI, as was very well said, it's a knife, it's a tool. You can use it for a better purpose. You should use it for a better purpose. But I think what we really need is, based on some of the learned speakers already talked about, we need a defense mechanism like a kavach. Like a kavach. When something comes in, right? Is there a way we can say, you know what, is this news true or not? Because what happens? 100 lies will make it true. Because every news channel is talking about this, every site I'm seeing this part, maybe it's true. And that's exactly what is happening. And can you blame AI? Yes, you can blame AI. Why? Because AI job is machine learning. Machine learns. Machine learning from multiple sources and learning about it and then saying that, yeah, this is what truth looks like. But that this 100 site it has crawled, out of the 70 site had a misinformation. So how does it do that part? Is there any disclaimer part of it? When I saw a law being enacted in Singapore, wherein any AI related part you have to have certain point. I think we have a good opportunity. And I'm giving my services also, some interaction, deliberation already happened in India, government level, wherein we can say, can we moderate this? Can we have a governance wherein, if you are spreading false information, doesn't matter whether it was AI or you yourself are doing it, it is penalized and this is how you will be penalty. Bias. AI have bias. Gender bias, nation bias, and a lot of other bias are there. Can we do this part? Coming from a technology background, I always believe that technology is there to help us. But then some of the innovation, I'm also working with some of the universities and where I'm an advisor to actually come up with some innovation in that area where we can do something and make a recommendation to the government. You know what? Here is a tool. Potentially we can use. Government may make a regulation immediately or may make it after 5 years, 10 years. That's okay. But at some point we need to have a tool, comfort tool that, you know what? I got this news. Is it fake or not? Is it possible to do? Yes, it's possible to do. But again, using AI. So opportunities are there. And one other thing I have learned, especially working with students, and we get an honor to work with 4 different generations. But when you're working with them, we get to know that, you know what, yes, AI is here to stay. And with this AI Impact Summit for India, I think we are doing really great in terms of establishing that yes, we are there. We are there in the not just in the race, but to make this really valuable for India, especially in the area which is near dear to my heart, which is into the area of education, healthcare, and farming. Hopefully, we'll be able to do this part. It will take us longer further.
Thank you, sir. Now, before I close up, I have a follow-on question to Aditya Rajkol, sir. Sir, you mentioned that India was on back foot during Operation Sindoor, especially for tackling the Pakistani propaganda. And it's a question from national security perspective. Is India ready for such future conflicts? Is India preparing?
I didn't say that we were on the back foot. I said that we had to be a little better aware and prepared. What happens in future is that a resilient India will certainly learn lessons, because in the past as well, if we see the operation that was conducted, the surgical strike after Uri, or for instance Balakot that my friend spoke about, after the Pulwama terror attack, and now after Pahalgam we had the Operation Sindoor. Every time you see that there are lessons that are there from the battlefield, and the battlefield is not just at the border, it is the cyberspace, it is also the information warfare that is prevalent. And I say this repeatedly, that the Indian Armed Forces, and it's not limited to the Indian Armed Forces, even when it comes to the internal security of India, I think there's a huge amount of disinformation and misinformation that is used. We should perhaps have, private bodies and public bodies. For instance, we have EU versus disinformation. In EU, that works wonders. I mean, everybody tracks it very closely. Now, we do have a PIB fact check, but as it happens in bureaucracy in India, they do it the bureaucratic way. They wait for 12 hours for approvals to come in, and then it is posted. By that time, that fake information is spread wide across the WhatsApp channels, across Telegram, across Twitter. So I think we need to build in AI models that are, in time, synced with time, which are live basically, that can counter fake news live. I mean, we do have on X or other platforms right now a node that comes in that is sometimes also not exactly neutral. I mean, the kind of responses that it receives, it's on the basis of that that we have a note or a community note on that. I think there needs to be some kind of a neutrality with which the fact checking needs to be done, not just based on ideology, etc. I think, Hardik, you are in safe hands. The youth of India do not need to worry. The Strategic Forces Command, the IDS, the Indian Armed Forces, I personally am very confident that they are prepared. I do believe that there's much more need of technology to be built in, synced in for the forces. And here at the AI Summit, I think it could be a very good beginning made for this coordination that the government does. But beyond this, as I said last time, I'm again devil's advocate that we do believe in the scale of and the magnitude of it, which is great. More than 100 countries coming here, amazing, fantastic. India taking the lead in AI among the top 3 countries, fantastic. But here we need to also look at the basic issues. Traffic management and crowd management would be something that we can begin at. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. With this, I would like to end the session as we are running low on time. On an ending note, I would say thank you to have such a thoughtful and honest discussion. What made this session truly meaningful that we covered AI misinformation from various perspectives. And from every perspective, like from external information warfare to societies, to how behavior and emotions content creation can change AI, as well as from perspective of business, enterprises, etc. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, my panelists. With this, I would like my colleagues Nishu and Nirjar to take over the session.
Great, that was insane. Now, you know the drill. Let's have a loud round of applause for everyone. I hope at least when we get back home today, we picture thoda kuch and take something out of this session. And since we still have the goldfish there on the table, I forgot to highlight it. फिर से बोल रहा हूँ, that goldfish. I hope your misconception about misinformation are a lot less now. I hope we were useful, and I hope you got something out of the session. Now I would like to Nishu to take over, and she'll do the honors.
We now move to a very significant milestone of the evening, the official report launch. I would like to call Devesh and Jal, the research team at TIES, to come up on the stage.
Thank you all for staying with us in such an insightful session. We all would have heard this, Ashwathama mara gaya. Ashwathama mara gaya. But this was one of the earliest incident when we heard of disinformation. The Mahabharata teaches us that even the mightiest warrior like Dronacharya can fall to words of disinformation. That single lie broke Dronacharya and turned the tide of the battle of Kurukshetra. Today, the AI which we see can create thousands of such movements, thousands of such disinformation campaigns at personalized level and with machine-like speed. What we have heard from our distinguished guests, distinguished speakers, are expert perspective. And what we are launching today by TIESverse is how information warfare has changed from human coordination to AI-generated fakes, bot army, specialized messages targeted at us, targeted at you, based on what we click, what we share, and how we react. Let's go to the brief of our report. It covers especially the part of India, a country with dozens of languages, open internet, and active adversaries like Pakistan, China, and US. And all of this is happening right now, and this disinformation campaign is becoming a big hurdle. Our report tackles the tough questions, such as, how do we stop this without killing innovation? How do we build detection without creating surveillance? And how do we protect people without controlling speech? Finally, our report lays out concrete steps, policy moves, tech investment, interagency protocols, and building a society that can spot and resist manipulation. Our report will be helpful to policymakers, security agencies, research institutions in India's AI revolution. Thank you.
I would request the panel to come forward for report launch. Jalan Devesh, please come for a picture. Thank you, everybody. You can take your places.
Now that we move ahead from here, we would now like to invite Prithviraj Singh and Ritika for an end thank you note.
Good afternoon, everyone present here, and the whole Bharat who is connected with us via live YouTube screening. First of all, before closing, I want to try something quick with you guys. So I'm going to say a few words, and if you guys think that it spreads faster than truth, then just raise your hands, okay? So first is sensational gossip, rumors, outrage, forwarded as received, Exactly, and that's the reason why sessions like today are really important. Today, we didn't just discuss artificial intelligence, we discussed human intelligence, ability of humans to pause, verify, question, and act responsibly. We discussed policy to media, from research to civil societies, how disinformation is not just a technology problem, but it's a problem of trust, and the courage, and when we individuals lack courage to question what is told to us. At Ticebers Foundation, we have always believed in disseminating truth, whether during the instances of national importance like Operation Sindoor or like Lok Sabha elections.
And with that perspective, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the people who made this event possible. As the co-founder of Ticebers Foundation, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our eminent speakers. It has been a privilege to listen to Mr. Mukesh Jain, Mr. Aditya Raj Kaul, Ms. Achina Maya, Ms. Pratikit Payne as they unpack the evolving relationship between AI and the growing menace of disinformation. We are deeply honored by the presence of a guest of honor, and we sincerely value the consistent guidance and support of our partner at Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Research Foundation. One thing I'm constantly reminded of is that moments like this on stage are never built alone. A powerful workforce of 100+ people has been tirelessly working at Ticebers Foundation. I want to thank my co-founder Hardik Pathak and my incredible team sitting over here and at home watching us on YouTube live. This day would not have been possible without you guys, so thanks for believing in the vision of Ticebers Foundation, guys. Lastly, we are grateful to everyone who joined us today for this session and for being such a responsive audience. Jai Hind.
Finally, for the facilitation ceremony, I would like to call upon Aditi Malia from Ticebers Foundation and Sunny Singh from SPMRF to join us on the stage.
We would request the speakers to stand up and click pictures with the team. Thank you so much, guys, for attending. It was a pleasure having you with us. And with that, we come to the end of the session. Bhool chook maaf kar dena. We'll come back in another session again somewhere down the line. Have a good day. Bye.
All right, may I request everyone please be seated? Can I have your attention please? Everyone please be seated. All right, everyone. Can I have a big round of applause before we start? Thank you for the wonderful energy, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Naina Baveja, and I'm really excited to be the host for Next Wave and OpenAI Academy Buildathon Grand Finale. On behalf of Next Wave and OpenAI Academy, I extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished dignitaries, guests, and especially our young innovators. So before I start, can I have little energy in the room, because this is the moment to celebrate everyone. Thank you so much. So it is truly a revolutionary day. We are gathered here just not for an award ceremony, but for a defining moment in India's Gen AI revolution. This Buildathon is a vital pillar of the India AI Impact Summit 2026, a landmark government-led initiative under the India AI mission by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, designed to shift the focus from AI to measurable outcomes for all. So to officially start today's proceeding and set the stage, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Rahul Atuluri, founder and CEO of Next Wave, to the stage. Everybody please put your hands together. It is incredible what Next Wave achieved over the past few months. Buildathon was conducted across 7 states and received over 75,000 registrations from students nationwide. And from that massive pool, only 15 teams made it to the finale. Now may I request Mr. Rahul to elaborate on the scale of participation, the intensity of engagement, and the determination of these young minds to make an impact by solving real world problems. May I request sir to the dais, please. Everyone please put your hands together for Mr. Rahul Atuluri. A very warm welcome.
Thank you so much. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for OpenAI as well as India AI Summit for organizing this. And I still remember a few months ago, so when OpenAI Academy decided to launch it in India, and they were thinking about, like, how do we go about organizing a buildathon? And what started as a conceptual idea few months ago, now we could see close to the numbers, more than 75,000 students have registered for it. And today in India, students are not just thinking about ideas, they are going forward to build solutions and solve problems. They are not just learning technology for the sake of it, but they are more keen and interested about, how do they go about societal problems. And we have wide diversity of students who have participated in this OpenAI Buildathon, which was organized, co-organized by Next Wave. It's incredible to see the wide variety of solutions coming from nook and corners of the country, and all of this being done by students who are still in their college, and they have taken it to different level in terms of, the kind of innovation that is coming from students is incredible, right? So once again, I wish all the students good luck in terms of in your journey of embracing AI, and how do you go about from a mindset of being learners to builders to solve problem solvers. And that's the journey that you have showcased over the last few months. And this is just the beginning of a big AI revolution that's happening in India, and especially students being at the forefront of driving this big revolution. And as each year progresses, we are going to witness much more larger participation coming in from the student community. And this, I would say, is the starting step for this incredible transformation we are about to see among the massive student community that's present across the country. And for the following on year, we are discussing some even more bigger and better ideas on how do we go about scaling this AI revolution among the student community in India. I'm quite excited about the kind of innovation that we are going to bring towards making this impact go at scale. Look forward to seeing it grow much bigger as each year passes by. And thanks once again to OpenAI Academy for coming up with this innovative approach to making AI more accessible and making it more used by students to solve most important problems of the society. And thanks once again to Government of India for making AI a celebration. I don't remember when was the last time a government have celebrated AI in such a big manner, where the enthusiasm, euphoria is quite big, not just in the urban cities, but even if you go across nook and corners of the country, even in tiniest of the villages, you can see farmers using technology to solve their own problems, right? So AI has become much more accessible than ever before, and solving some of the most critical and most important problems of the society. So thanks once again for Government of India to take this mission of democratizing AI and celebrating AI and making sure that creating the policy structures and everything in place to make sure that AI becomes much more accessible and democratized. Thanks once again for this opportunity, and thank you once again. And I congratulate each one of you on being part of this, driving this innovation and impact all across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul, for that inspiring look at our journey from 75,000 registrations to the finalists we see today. Thank you so much. And now proceeding further, may I request our dignitaries for a group photo. With due respect, may I invite Ms. Bonnie Chatterjee, Global Head of Solution Architecture at OpenAI, to the stage, everyone. Please put your hands together. A very warm welcome, ma'am. I would like to invite our next dignitary, Ms. Rama Devi Lanka, Lead Architect, NITI Frontier Tech Hub, NITI Aayog, Government of India. Please, everyone, put your hands together. May I request our dignitaries to please come forward for a group photo. Thank you. Everyone can have a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next segment, we have an insightful address from the global pioneers of artificial intelligence. So it's my privilege to invite Ms. Bonnie Chatterjee, Global Head of Solution Architecture, to OpenAI, to the stage, everyone. Please put your hands together. A very warm welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real privilege to be here today with all of you. First, congratulations to NextWave for what has been a flawless execution of a Buildathon that was nationwide, and it reached over 75,000 students across 7 states. And it's deliberately focused on our Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, and this sends a very powerful message. The AI revolution in India will emerge from every district, every campus, every ambitious mind across the country. And this is what we are seeing here today, this vision. Just look at the diversity and depth of solutions that have been showcased here today. From agricultural decision support systems, helping farmers make better crop decisions, to intelligent traffic management, to judicial assistance tools, to groundwater contamination intelligence. These are grounded, localized, high-impact Gen AI applications designed for real Indian challenges. And students are leading this shift. Globally, student AI usage has surged from 66% in 2024 to 92% in 2025. And AI has become a core academic utility in an incredibly short amount of time. I want to share a little personal story. I grew up in Kolkata in a very middle-class family. And when I was growing up, power cuts were a common part of my life. And when I was young, we had lanterns in our house that my mom would light so that my brother and I could do our homework. But even then, I knew that I was privileged. I spent a lot of time in the villages in Murshidabad. And when I was little, I saw that my friends didn't always have a lantern to themselves. 5 or 6 kids would sit in a circle around a single lantern to share the light and to learn together. And that lantern was not just an emergency device. It built community, it built camaraderie, and it built character. AI feels a little bit like that lantern to me. It spreads light widely. It can reach anyone. It can make learning, building, and creating feel possible. Access and ambition are what turn that light into real progress. That's why education is a core priority for OpenAI in India. We're investing in research, teacher skilling, student opportunity, local language programs at scale. In June 2025, we launched OpenAI Academy in India, and we're investing in, with a MOU with our India AI. And then in August 2025, we launched OpenAI Learning Accelerator, which is an India-first focused on education, research, training, and real-world deployment. And this includes a research collaboration with IIT Madras and a plan to distribute approximately 500,000 ChatGPT licenses for teachers in government schools and technical education institutions. Globally, we're pushing up our national partnerships, purpose-built tools for education like ChatGPT EDU, study mode, and certifications through our OpenAI Academy. In India, we have committed to delivering, I told you, the ChatGPT licenses, but also working in partnership with our Ministry of Education. So this today makes me very optimistic. India has a builder ethos, and this is hard to match. You can see it in how quickly this country has adopted AI for coding and building. Tools like Codex take natural language and turn it into working code, reducing friction between ideas and execution. That matters most when it lands in the hands of the people who are ready to build. To every student in this room, what you build today proves something important. Talent is everywhere. The moment is now. When access meets ambition, the outcomes become remarkable. Thank you, and congratulations to Next Wave and to every builder here today.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Boni, for sharing your perspective on the importance of student ecosystems and how responsible access to tools like GPT-4o is empowering the next generation of Indian builders. So thank you once again for those thought-provoking insights. Your vision for a responsible AI future is truly enlightening. Thank you. And now, proceeding further, may I invite Ms. Rama Devi Lanka, Lead Architect, NITI Frontier Tech Hub NITI Aayog Government of India, to please join us for the address. Everyone, please put your hands together.
Good afternoon, everyone. How about you all? I mean, very jazzed up, eagerly waiting for the announcements. Well, I'm really happy to be here today to witness this very interesting and very exciting event, I would say, you know. Well, 75,000 registrations is something not small, it's really huge. while those 75,000 may not have translated into participation, but still I would see it as a huge potential in the sense, there are aspirants, who could not make it, but here we see a huge talent pipeline in India. That's the positive thing for me. We are building a talent pipeline in India, because India would be a talent hub for the world. I know Next Wave for a couple of years, and what they're doing really is exceptional, and in fact, they're solving a core problem that India is facing today. Most of the engineering students, for that matter, any student who comes out of the college, they don't have those skills required by the industry. They're not employable. So earlier, till now, I would say, IT companies such as Infosys, TCS, and others, they used to take students from the campuses, train them for a year or so, and then used to put them on jobs. But going forward, I don't know if I should say thanks to ChatGPT, going forward, this scenario may not exist for the entry-level positions. Like students, they are saying that entry-level positions may be reduced because of, the AI tools that we have right now. New positions are going to be opening. There will be new roles. So you will have to prepare for those new roles, And this is what exactly Next Wave is trying to do in partnership with OpenAI. So the only way for you, the students who are here, is to learn and acquire skills when you're still studying. At least as soon as you complete your education, focus on building skills. So that is the most important thing if you want to stay relevant, to the IT sector. And currently, it's a very good ecosystem that we have. We have an ecosystem that nurtures entrepreneurships. In our days, it was only job we had. The best paying, it was public sector during our time. Later in the 90s, when the IT came, it was the private sector, IT sector that boomed, paying good salaries and so on. And for us, research was not an option because there weren't many opportunities there, not well paid. And people who are really interested in research used to go abroad and do that. But for you, now that's one of the opportunities. Entrepreneurship is one thing. Next, research. Of course, third, jobs are always there, So, and currently, as Bonnie has also mentioned, as Atluri also mentioned, the government of India is actually supporting entrepreneurship. Just 3 days back, the government of India has actually announced 10,000 crores funding for startups. So this is the right time if you have an idea, if you're keen on entrepreneurship, just go for it. You're all young, just try it out. And this is an opportunity that Next Wave is giving through this Buildathon. And one thing that I noticed is the participation is from Tier 2 and Tier 3 and non-metro campuses as well. That's really heartening, which shows that, the ecosystem is just not confined to the metros or to the cities or to the urban locations, but it's in fact, extending to the entire country up to the Tier 3 locations. This is really good to see. This is a great change, I would say, So, and I just want to say one thing, while 75,000 have actually registered, out of that 30 plus thousand have actually participated. But I always believe, participation is more important than winning. So let's all give a round of applause, for the participating students. And since Next Wave is going to announce Buildathon 2.0, please, register for that and participate for that as well. And now I congratulate the finalists who made it to the finish line and the top 5 teams who have come this far. Please don't stop here your journey, take it further. I don't know if Next Wave is actually helping in this. You can probably, in the top 5 teams, you can actually connect them to the incubators. So then the incubators can give them guidance, to take it forward. So the top 5 teams, I understand you are here. So please, I wish that your solutions, will become global one day too. And you would look back and see, wow, I participated in the next wave Buildathon, and this has been a stepping stone for me. So I wish you all the best. And I'm glad that Next Wave is announcing the Bilateral 2. And this time, the participation should increase, I think, how many times more? Can you guess? 5 times more. Yeah, I would say 10 times. So, are you going to? Yes? Yeah. Well, finally, I want to end with this. You are the first generation of AI nation builders. And when you choose to build with purpose, it transforms India. And especially in the areas, day in, day out, you might be interacting with different, sectors of population. It could be farmers. You might be coming across certain solutions that they're facing day to day, in their day-to-day, work. So can you think of something that helps them to increase their revenue? And your everyday challenges that you are facing at home, probably as students, sometimes you may have, you may not have been able to access quality education. So now technology can actually bridge that gaps. Can you do something that it actually helps, people living in remote areas to access quality education? So is the case with healthcare, because we have, doctors ratio is very small in India. So can you build health solutions using AI to offer quality healthcare for, again, marginalized people who cannot really access this kind of services, high quality services? So again, I repeat that, you are the first generation of AI nation builders. And when you choose to build with purpose, it's going to transform India. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful address, ma'am. And now we arrive at the most anticipated milestone of this event. So following yesterday demo day, where 94 teams showcased their brilliance, we have selected 5 teams as national winners of Buildathon. So are you ready? So may I kindly invite our esteemed dignitaries to the stage for the awards presentation ceremony. Rahul sir, Rama ma'am, Bonnie ma'am, please join us for the honors. All right, are we ready? Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite 4th runner-up team. Please put your hands together for Rudra X. Congratulations. Rudra X iSarthi Road Intelligence System. iSarthi turns everyday vehicles into AI-powered road auditors that detect infrastructure defects and enhance driver safety in real time. Everybody, please put your hands together. Big round of applause for our 4th runner-up team. Congratulations. It's 50,000 rupees. Congratulations. Wonderful, great. Congratulations, Rudra X. Great. Congratulations once again. Thank you. Congratulations. Are you ready for the next? Let's welcome third runner-up. Please put your hands together for Line Lens. Congratulations, Line Lens. Research, CRM, and AI Copilot. They convert a researcher browser into an intelligent CRM workspace that automates discovery, outreach, and collaboration, tracking through agentic AI. Everyone, please put your hands together for Line Lens on the stage. Everyone, big round of applause. Congratulations, Line Lens. A moment to celebrate. Thank you. Congratulations once again. And now we are all set for our second runner-up. Please put your hands together for Protein X. Congratulations, Protein X AI Copilot for CAD. Protein X is an AI-powered CAD copilot that enables engineers to design and modify complex models using natural language, dramatically accelerating precision workflows. Everyone, please put your hands together for Protein X. Great. Congratulations, everybody. Let's cherish this memory. Hard works do pay off. Thank you. Congratulations. Now proceeding further, it's time for our first runner-up. Are you ready? Any guesses? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Project K. Congratulations, Project K AI Traffic Intelligence Network. Project K transforms India's existing traffic cameras into a unified AI-powered real-time traffic intelligence system that prioritizes ambulances, reduces congestions, and saves lives. Everybody, please put your hands together for Project K. Come on, everybody, please make some noise. Cash prize is 3 lakh rupees. Congratulations and celebrations. Thank you so much. This moment is to remember all the time. Everybody, once again, big, big round of congratulations and celebration. With this, thank you. And with this, we are here for the winners. Any guesses? Any guesses? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we announce winner. Please congratulate Unfazed, everybody. Come on. Cash prize 5 lakh rupees, winners Unfazed. Lumos AI is a real-time wearable assistive system that empowers blind, deaf and mute individuals with independent communication and environmental awareness. Congratulations everybody, hip hip! Hip hip! Guys, I can see the excitement on your face. Finally we got the winners. Everybody please put your hands together, let's appreciate them. Smiles all over the face for the victory, everyone. Congratulations once again. Thank you. Congratulations everybody, please put your hands together. Buildathon grand finale, we got our winner Unfazed. And can I invite all our winners on the stage please for a group photograph? Please, all the teams. Yeah, can I invite all the teams on the stage for a group photograph? Requesting Rudra X, requesting Lines, requesting Protein X, Project K. Please join us on the stage, everyone. We got all the teams here. Congratulations, everyone. Let's celebrate this. Come on for all the teams, everybody. Hip hip. Hip hip. Thank you. Thank you. May I request our dignitaries to please be seated. Wonderful, great celebrations. May I request everyone please be seated. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. So as we approach the conclusion of today's event, it's my privilege to deliver a final expression of gratitude. First and foremost, a heartfelt thank you to our esteemed dignitaries and guest speakers for honoring us with your presence and sharing your invaluable vision. And to our partners at OpenAI Academy and India AI Mission, thank you for your unwavering support in creating this platform for the youth of India. To the 94 teams, you are the heart of this event. Your dedication to solving real-world problems proves that India is ready to lead global AI landscape. Thank you once again, everyone. And as a token of gratitude, may I request Rahul sir, please come forward. Everybody, please put your hands together. We have a felicitation. May I request Ms. Bonnie Chatterjee, please join forward. On behalf of Mr. Rahul, we are presenting this memento. Everybody, please put your hands together. Congratulations. A small gesture. Come on, everyone. Thank you. And may I request Ms. Rama Devi Lanka ma'am, please come forward. Everybody, please put your hands together. A small gesture, a small memento from our side. Thank you. Please be seated. And now, may I request Dr. Kapil Kant Kamal, please join us on stage for the final token of appreciation. Everybody, please put your hands together. Thank you. A very warm welcome, sir. May I request Dr. Kapil Kant Kamal, Scientist F, please join forward along with the dignitaries for a group photograph and final token of appreciation. Everyone, please come forward. Thank you. Congratulations. Please come forward for the final token of appreciation, everyone. All the dignitaries here, please. Everyone, please put your hands together. Congratulations and celebrations. Thank you. With this, thank you to the organizing teams and the audience for being part of this historic occasion. Congratulations to all our winners. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening, everybody. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. And before you proceed and you make your day, thank you once again. Hip hip. Hip hip. Thank you.
City, HOD of CSE AML Department, St. Martin's Engineering College, Hyderabad. On behalf of St. Martin's Engineering College, it's my privilege to welcome you all to today's session on AI for Resilient India, Driving Innovation and Efficiency at Scale. St. Martin's is a UGC autonomous and NAC A+ accredited college established in 2002. At St. Martin's Engineering College, we have always believed that education must extend beyond classrooms. Our focus has consistently been on innovation, entrepreneurship, and real-world technology adoption. In the journey of innovation, our institution has received recognition and support from leading innovation ecosystems such as T-Hub Hyderabad, India's largest startup ecosystem, and from Startup India, BITS Pilani Hyderabad, and NDLI. St. Martin's was awarded with Future Ready Higher Education Award by ET Tech in 2025. We are proud to say that our student recently achieved a glorious win in the national finals NB case competition held on 14 February 2026 in New Delhi. We are also proud that we secured the 7th position in the National Entrepreneurship Challenge and 2nd position in Business Case Study competition conducted by IIT Mumbai in December 2025. This reflects our commitment to nurturing innovators who create impact beyond academics. At St. Martin's, engineering education is not just about learning technologies. It is about applying them to solve societal and national challenges. Artificial intelligence, data science, and digital transformation are central to our academic and research ecosystem, preparing our students to actively contribute to India's technological future. So this was all about where I come from and what do we do. Now let's get started with today's topic. India today is at defining moment in AI journey. The government's continuous push towards digital India, AI innovation, and national data infrastructure reflects a clear vision to make AI a foundation layer for governance, industry, and public services. Recent policy directions and union budget allocations further reinforce this vision with focused investments on strengthening AI research ecosystems and establishing centers of excellence, investing in digital public infrastructure, data platforms, and compute capacity, supporting startup and deep tech innovation through funding and incubation, enabling responsible, secure, and scalable AI development. So these priorities directly align with the nation vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, building a developed, inclusive, innovative-driven, and self-reliant India powered by technology. AI is rapidly moving from experimentation to product-scale impact across many sectors like healthcare diagnostics, smart agriculture, financial inclusion, manufacturing automation, governance, and citizen services. The focus is no longer, can we build AI? The focus now is, how do we scale AI responsibly and effectively for national resilience? Today's session will explore exactly that, how AI can drive innovation at scale, improve operational efficiency, and support India's journey towards a resilient, future-ready economy in line with the values of Viksit Bharat 2047. To set the context for this important discussion, we now move to our keynote session. It is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. K. Ravindra Garu, Director of St. Martin's Engineering College, Hyderabad. Professor Dr. K. Ravindra sir is a gold medalist from IIT Roorkee. He worked as senior scientist at Osmania University, Hyderabad, and has more than 30 years of experience in academics. He is a visionary leader who led many engineering colleges in various leadership roles, like he was the principal for many colleges, dean, director, and helping innovation and research for students throughout all the engineering colleges. He has been at the forefront of AI innovation and has contributed significantly to driving real-world transformation through technology. We are eager to hear insights on how AI is shaping industries governance, and national development at scale from you, sir. I request Professor Dr. K. Ravindra Garu to come on to the dais and kindly deliver the keynote address.
Thank you, Dr. Gautam, sir, for your introduction about the college and about myself. Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I would like to express my regards to the team and the Government of India organizing AI Impact Summit. Welfare for all, happiness for all, with the theme for giving us a chance to stand before you on this platform to express our vision on AI and the future of India in implementing the AI related applications in improving the governance of India and to stand it on the top of the world in next few years. I also would like to thank my panel members who are here name by name for their acceptance to be the part of this session titled AI for Resilient India, Driving Innovation and Efficiency at Scale. Dear friends, because I've been working in the academic circles from decades together, several transformations I have seen. We generally speak about industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and leading towards 5.0. During the evolution of each of these 1, 2, 3, 4, there were a lot of fears among the people who are really struggling hard to lead their lives, because when technology changes, they develop fears, this technology replaces us. For example, if you consider a person like Ajay, who is doing the machinery work, earning 800 to 600 to 800 rupees per day, and his helper earning 400 to 600 rupees per day, if that work is being replaced by an artificial intelligent agent, then they develop a lot of fears what will happen to their future and how can they survive in future. For this, the answer was available from the last centuries. Every time when there is an improvement in the technology, we have to develop our skills in the new technology. It is not new for the Indians, and Indians always perform that. In the similar fashion, this AI revolution across the globe and in India also going to bring many changes into individual lives, and certainly unless we work towards uplifting ourselves with the skills of AI, will be outdated. Therefore, this concept of AI Impact Summit is designed to propagate this type of mentality into the public so that everyone will tune to the future to use AI in their day-to-day lives. As a part of this, I have planned my session about the session, Principles of Responsible AI, AI for Viksit Bharat. Everyone knows Viksit Bharat 2047, which is the slogan of the government of India. From centuries together or decades together, we were used, our minds are tuned for developing India, developing India, developing India. But Viksit Bharat 24/7 is not developing India, it is developed India. We wanted India to be like a developed India, it should be the global leader by that time, by dominating in the GDP and by dominating in the currency, trillions of currency, and few applications, a couple of applications of AI for urban disaster management, a little case study, and resilience to climate changes in the agricultural field using AI, and how AI can enhance the lives of all of us in smart cities. This is how I planned my session. Now coming to the responsible AI principles. Generally, when technology comes, because I'm from academic community, I live with the students and teachers. We teach like it is behave. If I am referring to a system, students say that, sir, this experiment, it is giving this input. Or we are giving this input, it is giving this output. But that may be okay with the learners, but with the practitioners that is not okay. Even during the learning time, it should be like, we made it to behave like this, we made it to work like this. If any teacher or if any entrepreneur or if any student can say that I designed it to behave like this, then there is a significance of this education. As humans, we perform daily, day-to-day many aspects to manage our family, to manage our profession, to live in the society. First of it is fairness. Fairness with respect to humans, we call some people as chotu, some people as sir. That is discrimination. As humans, we are showing that discrimination, but we wanted to avoid that with this technology. AI should not be biased towards the classification, classes of the people, society, based on their financial status, positional status, or societal status. AI should treat all people equitably. That should be the first motto in developing the AI. And there should not be any gender bias. Gender, you know, gent and lady. And ensure broad access and benefit. Whatever fruits it gives, whatever outcomes it gives, for what purpose it is developed, it should be accessible by everyone. It should not be limited. For example, as a teacher, I will be confined to my students only. But this technology should not be limited to only a group of people. It should be available to the entire society. It has to change the entire world. It has to include all test models based on the mathematical analysis and diverse data sets. India is very good at developing the data sets based on the data sets available in the past few centuries or few decades. We have to train the models to develop the future or the systems, AI-based systems. That inclusiveness should be there. You know that in some of the areas, this is completely unpredictable behavior of a particular physical entity is completely unpredictable. Even if you have the 200 years of past data, you cannot predict what happens next second? There will be failure with this if only humans are involved, but this AI should be able to predict with mathematical background and developed algorithms. By conducting consequences and scanning workshops, we have to penetrate into the people like by conducting the workshops like this. And also we have to develop the teams in the society, in the education sector, in the industry sector, in the company sector, to propagate this to the common man, that responsibility, either you can say corporate social responsibility or academic social responsibility. We have to take that responsibility to impart this type of principles into the minds of everyone. And transparency should be there. These are all the responsible AI principles. Transparency in the sense, model explainability. Whatever you have developed, that should be very clear to the users. And customers should be able to control their data and models. Sometimes we play with the toys, but we do not know how it is behaving, what data is inside. Here, the transparency means the user should be given complete role in understanding what data is fed into that and what models it is working, and clear disclosure of terms of use, and explainability. A process as well as decisions shall be understandable. If I am speaking something, you have to understand. Decisions in the sense, in our daily life, if we are like a team lead, your team members may feel sometimes about the decisions, why my team lead has taken this type of decision. They cannot digest that. Decisions should be understandable, because this is machine-based society we are going to develop. Whatever decisions the machine takes, it should not harm the humans, and they are to be understandable to the entire society. And also, in a particular circumstance, how and why a decision is taken by that. Once again, I am telling you, you are making that machine intelligent. It is not like machine behaving as it is. You see, it all depends on how clearly you understood the society and common man's mentality and developed the algorithms to implement it like a system. Accountability. Everything needs accountability. If you are doing something, certainly a feedback is required. On these systems also, a feedback is required. Based on the feedback, we have to immediately alter the functionalities of the system. Friends, Ethical Advisory Council has a great role in this responsible AI principles. As humans, we know what are the ethics, we know what are the models. So if they are deviated, as happening in the society, then in future, the whole society will be polluted with this machinery-based implementation. So these ethical principles also should be the part of AI development. And privacy. My information should not be lost. My information should not be known to others. The personal data of individuals should be protected. And similarly, it should not get attacked by any threats. Security is required, and reliability is required, repetitive performance with the same, even under unexpected conditions. Where human cannot go, the machine should go. Human agency, it should act like a human agency, and we can oversight something, but machines cannot oversight. So this should also be a part of the principles of AI. Next, the functional concepts comes like robustness. Ensure systems function well across whoever be, with no discrimination, it should perform well. Diverse conditions, diverse contexts. Diverse conditions means maybe I can say, if I am carrying this device, I am using here temperature may be 24 degrees centigrade. If I go out, temperature may be 27 degrees centigrade. If I move to some other location, temperature may be minus 12 degrees centigrade or 12 degrees centigrade. Whatever be the context, whatever be the condition, its functioning should not change. It has to behave differently. In the similar fashion, AI systems also should not be vulnerable to this diverse conditions and diverse contexts. And societal well-being, always this machinery should give positiveness, add positivity to our life, but if something else happens, it spoils the society and the environment also, because we are using this AI for the environmental cleanliness. That is why we have to be very, very clear about the concepts on which we have to build up the AI devices, and continuous improvement by adapting the feedbacks received from the users, and audits to stay aligned with the ethical standards. I'm not speaking about the commerce or economy, I'm speaking about the ethical standards. One of the case study, as I said, Viksit Bharat 2047, developed country. By 2035, we are expecting our revenue to be $35 trillion. Therefore, how is it possible? Complete digitization, AI-based digitization is required. Already we are using this digitization in currency transfer from one to another. I can say that India is very strong, having the strengths in developing the data sets. There is a study says that 20% of the world data sets are developed by Indian society, Indian industry. But we are lacking in the other side. This comes like data sets comes like digital infrastructure and physical infrastructure, means data centers. We are at a percentage of 3% worldwide. In data sets development, we are at 20%, and data centers 3%. Unless we increase those data centers by welcoming the startups and industry people to come forward to establish the data centers, we cannot reduce the cost of AI-based devices, because now we are negotiating with other countries to store the data. So if that negotiation goes, if we can build our own data centers, automatically it gets cheaper in India, and our trade deals also increases in that way to the entire world. This is one point I can say. The requirement is data center establishments, physical data center establishments by the concerned authority, government authority. They have to think in these lines, so that certainly in next 5 to 7 years, we can improve our revenue and we can rule the world in storing the data in our data centers. The pics mentioned here are how we are using our digital currency in our day-to-day life. Digital rupees, everyone, we are acquainted with this. We know how it is done. We are better or less compared to other countries. Even those countries listed there in the histogram are small countries, their digital currency levels are that much, whereas India is still down because we are not educating the society fully. So as a teams, we have to educate the society. If you need the transformation, development of the systems on one side, making the people to use it, get ready for using it on the other side. Unless we educate the society to use the systems developed by us, we cannot penetrate into the Indian society, and we cannot say that overall Indian environment is running on AI technology. So whatever digital infrastructure at the end of this slide I mentioned, that is the physical data centers we wanted. Now we have for this data sets development, Indian Data Management Office, IDMO, and other one is National Data Access Platforms. Completely the entire government-based data sets are organized by this. They are the unified platforms to contribute to use data available for open, registered and restricted access. Whatever permission you wanted, they are controlling us. Otherwise, these privacy, ethical standards will be deviated. And one-stop decision to discover, harvest and register data from participating data exchange and the registries, data registries. These two are the major bodies that are performing these functions. And the other one is leveraging in urban disaster management system. I have given here urban area, rural area, and remote areas. There are still some areas, remote areas in the country where no power is available, where is no TV is available, no internet is available. Still many locations are there. They are to be properly brought into the system, brought into the country's role with the aid of AI, because AI can reach anywhere where human cannot reach, AI can reach. Here we use integrated IoT sensors and satellite imagery and machine learning concepts. You all are aware of a satellite imagery system. Urban disaster management case study why I have taken is, nowadays, in the recent past, we are observing, really in the metro cities, if it rains heavily for 2 hours or 4 hours, we are seeing it like a sea, any metro, in which case, we are unable to clear it off instantly. Whereas, maybe if you can design AI-based systems to manage this, mitigate with this disaster, even in urban areas, we can give better life to the people living in those areas. It has to be decided for real-time flood modeling. It is not like after the disaster happens, it should be like before the disaster happens. AI can do that. Now also, the satellites are giving us data like next 24 hours, next 48 hours, what happens, whether it is cloudy or something else. But here, if we use based on those predictions, AI-based systems, it will identify the high-risk infrastructure and it takes the necessary measures to automate emergency response systems. I'm not saying completely systems will work, human involvement will be there, but they have to alert the human involvement. We have to design the system to alert us, move to that location, move to this location, because its eye is so broader than our eye. It is not before the event, it is after the event. It is like prevention and preparedness are more important. We are taking measures nowadays, recently, pre-disaster measures and mark assessment also we are making, but sometimes they are failing. So intelligent AI systems are required to fill this gap. After the response, after the event, we don't want everything we wanted before the event occurs. In which locations the water levels will be high, in which locations the humidity will be high, in which locations the rainfall will be high, and using machine learning models that is completely disastered. If we process the data using satellite data, using the machine learning based algorithms, flooded areas and structural discomforts can be easily identified, and we can prevent this disaster. Also, it enables us to control the traffic. Friends, we are using nowadays the Google Maps for reaching from one location to another locations. Sometimes it makes us to divert from the main road to inner roads. We feel that why it is routing us like that, directing us like that. Because the congestion is more on the regular line, it diverts us so that the traffic can be managed, congestions can be reduced, the time of travel can be reduced. It is not the question of distance, but it's the time of travel, because time is so important for all of us. With that, energy also, energy means what I can say, LCT system, backup energy system. If floods comes, it is also getting worsened, so that also can be repaired using the AI augmentation, and water networks also can be, because water is getting polluted and drinking water is also not coming for 1 or 2 days in some of the towns after the floods. So future challenges to design the AI-based systems to manage the urban disaster management are like tsunamis, wildfires, lightning, like this. So everywhere in the design, we have to ensure ethical, unbiased, and inclusive AI. Collaborative governance frameworks are to be used. It is not the private frameworks. Governance frameworks are to be used. So policies are to be developed and systems are to be developed based on the policies developed by the government, and frameworks are to be used by the government. Response and resource optimization is possible. For example, there is a fire in the top high-rise system, high-rise building there. So if you use AI system there, automatically the response time will increase. Instant response, instead of calling someone from outside, some agency, firefighting agency from outside, if you can establish like firefighters here, AI-based firefighters, immediately they get activated and they work instantly, so that we can avoid such type of distractions. And evacuations also, if you use robots or AI-based systems, alerts we are giving now, but we are not assisting the people quickly for evacuation. AI systems will give us better evacuation strategies. And sometimes earthquakes comes, search and rescue systems, in the floods also, search and rescue systems. These are all the points where the future investors or startup idea people should work immediately to develop the solutions for this using AI to improve the lifestyle of our generation. And some of the frameworks, you can say, available frameworks now, best AI development tools and frameworks are Keras, TensorFlow, Theano, and MX Next. All these things, everything is getting developed with this. Some new frameworks are required. Please, I'm suggesting to develop the newer frameworks based on the data and the success and failure rate of these frameworks. We have to develop newer frameworks for this. And another case study is climate change using AI in Indian agricultural system. Agricultural, because India is known for its agricultural richness. agricultural farmers are completely affected by the environmental conditions. For example, using the satellite data, the government is giving us the information like in next 1 month, how does it look like? The environment, the climate, the cyclones, and humidity levels, all these things it is giving us. But what is required is for a life cycle of a crop, because life cycle of a crop changes from crop variety to another crop variety. For the entire life cycle of a crop, if AI can give us day 1, hour 1, day 2, hour 3, day 3, like that for the entire 6 months, 4 months, 3 months, on each day, how humidity would be, how the temperature would be, what type of pesticide is to be used on which day of the crop and in which hour. If that intelligent system develops selectively for different type of crops, we can automatically make all the farmers rich, because with the floods, what is happening is they are lending the money from somewhere else, and 4 months crop they are successfully completing, but when it comes to the yield and production, a flood is coming or cyclone is coming and completely it is lost and they are becoming poor. If we aid the farmers with this AI technology systems, certainly such type of disasters also can be avoided automatically. Loss is controlled means richness is increased. So our farmers will certainly get elevated in the richness, and it reduces the wastewater. Pest detection is also should be done, and health of the crop also should be done with the aid of, it's not like once again, after it is affected by the pest, after it is affected by the some creature virus, before that AI has to detect it is going to be affected by observing the environmental conditions. In next 6 days, this type of insect will come and spoil this crop, so take the measures. Like that, water wastage also can be reduced. Now also, IoT-based devices are there for monitoring the water wastage in terms of humidity and all. But what is happening is it has not penetrated into the farmers everywhere. It is still in the research, and usability to be increased. Therefore, teams are to be formed and drives are to be conducted by the companies, industries in the villages to educate them that if you use this, you will get these advances. Climate changes also, as I said, life cycle wise, predictions are required. Day-wise, hour-wise predictions are required. Then we can sleep comfortably. The farmers can sleep comfortably in their houses. No threat on the climate changes. Some monsoon missions are required. Another point is monsoon missions are required. Depending on the monsoon changes, monsoon missions are required. This missionary information also to be supplied to the farmers through AI aids, like the cell phone apps. If you can give that, automatically the monsoon-based destruction can be avoided. And these tools should be scaled and accessible like apps. Everyone is using smartphone nowadays, and with the increasing in the technology, 5G phones we are all using, it is not a big matter. Only thing is penetration is big matter. Only thing is research in the educational institutions. Lakhs of projects are coming out on all these concepts, whatever I am saying, but they are doing it for the marks. They are not producing the product. So unless they tie up with the industry and make it like a prototype and give it to the farmers or the users, we cannot say that AI penetrates quickly into our life. This should be the task taken by all of us. We have to educate the society for a sustainable agriculture across India. Next one is smart cities. smart cities, integrating AI for resilient smart cities. You know what is a smart city? Optimizing traffic, I said, enhancing public safety, infrastructure resilience, and AI results in timely data and all IoT sensors and predictive maintenance, disaster risk management. In the smart cities, major problems are, metro cities, major problems are, first one is traffic, next one is water availability, drinking water availability. Both of these can be avoided. Water scarcity can be avoided by saving the water. In high-rise apartments or in any apartment, we are now erecting RO plants for purifying the water. In the similar fashion, why don't we think about establishing some stations to purify or to manage the water maintenance in the system, and fire management also. Wherever fire comes, we have some fire fighting mechanism, but if we use these AI-based systems, automatically this risk reduction, disaster risk reduction will happen. So with the aid of this AI, I can say that even smart city life also can be made smarter compared to this by improving the traffic density, by reducing the traffic congestion, by enhancing the public safety, by providing the easy transit from one location to another location, by providing the safe living, whether it is 1 floor or 60 floors or 80 floors, by fighting against the fire, by fighting against the water scarcity, by fighting against the ventilation availability. And if we can establish the AI-based systems, smart city life also will be much more comfortable, like in villages. So therefore, our efficiency will increase. When our living efficiency is more, our efficiency will increase, productivity will be more, and the revenue generation of the country will be more. We are adding a lot of revenue to the government. And applications of this smart city for traffic and mobility control, for reducing the congestion, saving the travel time, optimizing the traffic lights, accident prevention, chrome detection, and electricity, floods, earthquakes, alerts. So with this, I thank you all for your patient hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ravindra sir, for these insightful perspectives for setting the tone for this session. We now move on into the panel discussion, the most interactive and engaging part of today's session. I am delighted to welcome our esteemed panel members, Professor Dr. K. Ravindra sir, Director of St. Martin's. Please take your seat, sir. Mr. Madhu Vadlamani sir, AI Practice Leader, Enterprise Minds. And Mr. Dr. Chilika Mahesh sir, Airport Director, Hindon Airport. Mr. Kalyan Prasad Garu, AI and Data Science Leader. Mr. Venkat Srinivas Rao Tatalam Garu, Founder and CEO, Codex AI. Mr. Sonu Kumar Garu, AI Community Lead, AI Anytime. The panel members, before starting with the session, let's take a group photo. So let's begin the discussion. Sir, I would like to begin with academia because the foundation of AI-ready nation starts in classrooms and research labs. So here is my question, sir. India aims to become a global AI leader. What role should engineering institutions and universities play in building a future-ready AI workforce for the nation?
Thank you for your question. There is a lot of responsibility of on the academic institutions in India, because all the research will come out from the academic institutions like IITs, NITs, IIITs, universities and colleges. Unless we contribute from the academic background, unless we motivate and inspire the young budding engineers to think about the future of India in AI direction, India cannot lead the world in the next 10 years. Therefore, academic institutions should take complete responsibility of giving out AI-based solutions for every problem in the society in terms of the work done by the students of their organization, their institutions. So the role of the students are there, the role of the teachers are there, the role of the managements are there, the role of the government is there, the role of the society is there, the role of the industry is also there. So if we all join our hands together and work towards a resilient India for implementing AI for the well-being of the entire society people, then automatically India will lead in next very few years the world in AI implementation. This is my answer, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sir, next question is for Madhu Vadlamani, sir. So we know that organizations across India are experimenting with AI, but scaling remains a challenge now. So my question is, what separates AI experimentation from true enterprise transformation?
First of all, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the organizers, my company and the community as well. So organizers, the companies at a scale, it's not that we actually solve everything and anything in the world. Because to be frank, AI is the very niche word where everything and anything in the world is not AI. So the case studies or the POCs should be target oriented and set oriented. So for example, say in agriculture, in farming, in mechanics, what is the kind of an visibility which you are trying to give is the one where the company should think beyond the computation level. That is the real power of AI. When that is clear, then the implementation of the AI will be purposeful, and that's where the impact of the AI, which is the overall motto of this is, will be really successful.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It is very insightful. Sir, now my question is for Venkat Srinivas Rao, sir. Sir, India's startup ecosystem is rapidly shaping AI innovation. We know that. So my question is, what opportunities exist for building globally competitive AI products from India?
That's an interesting question. So, see, predominantly what we see from the startup ecosystem is like the opportunities are in the SLM area, the small language models, okay, where nobody is talking about. What is happening is all the startup companies, either they are connecting to the large language models through APIs and other things, but the small language models nobody is talking about. So that is the area where India need to concentrate, where we need to have lot of small language models, where we need to do lot of innovation in the small language models. See, we are doing that SLMs from our side, but we need government backing for these SLM based things. Why we are talking about SLMs? Because the data stays in India, and also what happens is like there will not be any security threats. What we saw from the API calls is like there is this prompt injection and lot of other things where the data will be leaking from your application like. So from the cybersecurity point of view, from the governance point of view, from the application robustness point of view, we need to have some type of SLMs that can cater to the process. Like that is one area. The other area is like what we saw is like the edge case devices, okay, where we can basically implement those SLMs into the edge case scenarios where it can give us the accurate information, like, so we can train the SLMs in those areas, like. And from the government point of view, what we saw is like, currently we have huge data points from the healthcare industry and from the banking side. So we can take the data. What is happening is like we don't have much use cases from the healthcare industry. So that we need to do a lot of use cases and bring those use cases, like.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Your words are very valuable. Sir, now my question is for Sonu Kumar, sir. India's AI journey must include society, not just technologists. So my question now is, in this context, how do we ensure AI literacy reaches beyond tech professionals to the larger population?
Absolutely. I think that's a very good question, Gautam. A very good afternoon to all. Really happy to be here at Impact Summit. And I know a bit late after lunch, but yeah, coming back to question, I think we have barely started. You know, if you look at our country, we have barely started. If you look at how China or the United States are doing. And our problems of having some fundamental issues that I'd like to kind of, talk about here today. Our languages changes, the languages that you see change every 200 kilometers. Okay. We have so many languages, and I think sir was talking about proprietary data sets. I think that's one of the biggest problems. We don't have, very high quality data sets when it comes to having, or there is a requirement of training localized models. So I think we are lacking on having proprietary data sets, having localized models, maybe LLMs or SLMs. So I think these are our fundamental problems. I think we are not ready. Okay, when I say a lot of people will not like it, I think India is not ready right now when it comes to AI. I think there's a lot of fundamental problems that we have to solve. It's already a very catastrophic time. Okay, I think we are going into a very difficult phase that we're not even foreseeing it. Now, if people like Altman or LeCun or Elon Musk is talking about, how it's going to revolutionize the entire humanity, I think we have to take them seriously. We just laugh and say, okay, AI is still not there. Okay, it takes time. It makes mistakes. So I think these are our problems. Now, how do we do the literacy thing is that it has to become a grassroots initiative. Okay, we have to see how do we, go to schools, okay, schools, academia, how are we teaching them? Are we still following the same curriculum that we, used to follow? Like in colleges, if you look at syllabus moves slower than how AI is moving in today's world. So I think that's the fundamental problems when it comes to academics, that we are not teaching the right thing. And and we need a lot of initiatives. People sitting in this room, we have AI for all. We have World AI Governance people. They are creating or building frameworks that will help us make this literacy thing a bit streamlined when it comes to academics. So I think it has to start from there. Community plays a huge role. That's why I'm here, right? Because a lot of community people are out there. You see this AI by her written over there. I think there's a lot of communities that are also empowering the literacy today. So communities bring AI into the grassroots initiatives, the schools. I think these are a couple of things. If we do it, we might empower our citizens when it comes to literacy.
Yes, I think the summits like this, what we are here, they will be filling up the gaps, sir. So now my question is for Kalyan Prasad, sir. We know that data is the backbone of scalable AI. So my question is, what should India do to build strong, open and scalable data ecosystems?
Yeah, I think thanks for asking a very interesting question. Again, I'll take 1 more minute extra to answer it slightly on a very high level because this is a very key question. When you say data is backbone of AI, there is no doubt about it because India is uniquely positioned to build one of the strongest data ecosystems in the world. And I'm not saying it blindly because we have already proved this, this model through, for example, our population scale digital public infrastructure like platforms like UPI, Aadhaar and DigiYatra. So we all have leveraged the DigiYatra to get into the AI summit through venue, right? So that's the beauty about this public digital infrastructure platforms. Now, when I say that, so we are in a position that India can design these interoperable system to serve hundreds and millions of people. Now, coming to the key context of this question, right, in order to build open, scalable data AI systems, I think we need to primarily focus on 4 main priorities. So we need to extend this digital public infrastructure to sectors like healthcare, education, climate, and also healthcare, right? So by start building with privacy and consent starting from the day one, right? And second is that we need to build very quality data sets. Again, when I say the Indian quality data set, the focus should be more on the quality rather than the quantity, because India is very much diverse in terms of linguistic, cultural, demographical, which is a very strategic advantage for us, right? So if we build data sets in a diversity way, right, so that makes us to give a global competitive advantage and also locally relevant. And third is that we should more focus on the governance and trust frameworks. We already have a solid policy frameworks in pipeline, for example, Digital Data Protection Act, which already have a strong foundation aligned, right? Now the focus should be more on the consistent implementation, auditability, and also the private preserving innovation. So if we try to focus on these areas, I think then we'll be mostly standard on a global area. And last is we need to accelerate our interoperable systems, meaning that when we are in a position to exchange our data in a standard and secure way through open standards and API, right? That's where our innovation multiplies. Like, we are it's completely extend the way that we are doing right now. So to summarize the whole context, right? So we don't need to replicate the whole Silicon Valley's model, right? So we have the ability to build that consent-driven, inclusive, and scalable and innovative system that can become a global standard advantage where India reflects. Yeah.
Thanks for your view, sir. I trust along with you on the same thing. So for this discussion, my last question goes to Dr. Chilika Mahesh, sir. We trust that AI adoption in mission-critical sectors defines national capability. So my question is, how is AI transforming airport operations and air navigation systems in India?
It's a right question. It's a very contextually, this question is very important in present scenario. You might be thinking how the aviation is flourishing in India last couple of years, from 2014 to, if you see, our airports are very, figure is very 70 to 74. Now we are climbing to 165. If you want to measure the any development and all, you can see the words of the Ministry of Civil Aviation. As for the Ministry of Civil Aviation, our airports are built every 33 days. If you consider the development or measures in the terms of the highways and roadways, every 1 hour we are laying the 2 kilometers road. So these are the measures are taken by the government of India, and it is leading to a lot of surge in the air traffic volume and on to the airport operations. So the surge will be, growth rate will be 18% for year to year. And now the situation is very challenging along with the opportunity. If you see the challenges, it is strained onto the airport infrastructures, it is straining onto the airspace infrastructures. Airport infrastructure is, the runway is limited, your airspace is also limited. It is like a spectrum. So you cannot expand the airspace. But every now and then we are opening the airports and giving the routes and budging the airways and everything. Then the situation is very critical now. So the airport operations are streamlined with empowered of the AI technology, from the passenger entering into the airport to the boarding, from touch point to the boarding point. We have to use the AI technology to streamline the passenger and all. As airport operator, we have focus on the safety, security, and seamless of the passengers. And now the present scenario, we are fully depending upon the screening of the passenger with the real-time equipment. It is a subjective measures rather than the predictive. So once the passenger, you will enter the airport,
You will gone through the check-in process, you will show the ID, and later you will go through the X-ray machines, then you will be a sterilized person. Later also in the sterilizer, you can act, you will be a threat to the security of the airport or the nations. So how can we, what we call, I can make them as a, see that as a sterile persons. So therefore here we have to use the power of AI, where AI will see the monitor the behavioral pattern of the passengers, how he is acting at the security points, how he is moving inside the area, what are the interest he is paying after check-in also. These things will be monitored very relevantly. It is in a predictive manner so that we can identify the real threat. This is the one example I am just telling. So we are already empowered with a lot of things. Just now my person is told the Digiyatra, there is a facial recognition systems. So these are all the fragmented systems and the seamless informations are brought in with AI empowered. So this is the one example, the airport operations. If you coming to the air navigation service or airspace, airspace is very limited. And again, it was constrained by the Indian Air Force as well as to the other restricted areas. So with the given airspace, we have to bring all the new entrants along with the existing aircrafts. So the challenging environment is how to effectively utilize the airspace. The modernization is the one type of things. Still we are using the conceptualized concept in the 90s, 60s, conceptualized air navigation service we are using. The automation systems are very fragmented and that need to be empowered with the AI. So human in the loop is the one concept is going in the aviation side, but we have to give the AI in the loop so that the decision can be very realistic manner and it should be given a extendable to the controller and pilot. So the AI role is very prominent in future aviation side to inviting the new entrants and existing what we call existing scenario traffic situations and all.
Thank you, sir. I think your insights will be very helpful for the future innovators to think on that direction as well. So I thank all the panel members for their valuable insights into the topic. On behalf of St. Martin's Engineering College, I extend my heartfelt thanks to our keynote speaker, our esteemed panel members, the organizers and partners, and all the participants who joined us today. And also my thanks to St. Martin's student coordinators and Satvik and his team for coordinating throughout this. Thank you everyone. Jai Hind.
I'd like to invite the speakers for this first session to make their way to their seats on the stage. My name is Valerie with AmCham India. A few housekeeping announcements. We have very limited time, so a humble request to the speakers to stay within the time frame and to please give your remarks from your seat. You can use the QR codes that are at the entrance on the standees to access the program and the full biodeck of all the speakers. So for this first session, if I can request Mr. Vishak Raman, the chairman of the Cybersecurity Committee of AmCham and vice president of sales for India, SARC, SEA, and ANZ at Fortinet. Mr. Hari Jayaram, chief information officer, Applied Material Global. Siddharth Rele, senior director for the AI group, AMD India. Ram Papadla, managing director, APAC Trust and Safety at Google. Ann Robinson, senior vice president and chief legal officer at IBM. And Abhijit Gogoi, principal at Zenove, to please take their seats on the stage if you're in this room. We have 3 45-minute sessions. This first one is on Pillar Safe and Secure AI with the title US-India Coordination on Cybersecurity and Resilience. So as these speakers take their seats, it's my pleasure to invite Ranjana Khanna, Director General and CEO of AmCham India, to make her opening remarks.
We are all familiar with what's going on with Delhi traffic today. We'll have to be a little patient. Mr. Narendra Nath is supposed to be joining us very shortly, and he will be doing the keynote. While waiting for him, I just thought I would flag the issue. For the last 1 week, we've all been hearing AI, AI, and AI. AI impacts us all in every possible sphere of life. There are all kinds of speculations. Vinod Khosla says that it will change the entire IT scenario. Yet, the driving force and the cementing force of navigating this unknown domain of AI as it evolves and continues to evolve is going to be a cyber resilient economy everywhere globally. US-India partnership in cybersecurity represents a critical alliance between the two largest democracies. India's digital infrastructure, from cloud platforms to enterprise security solutions, is predominantly powered by the US technology companies, bringing in cutting-edge technologies and core competencies in partnership with India. This bilateral relationship becomes increasingly vital. AI for cyber enabled advanced threat detection and response, while cyber for AI ensures integrity of AI systems themselves. Together, we both must build a framework that protects critical infrastructure, enables innovation, and establish AI as a trustworthy critical information infrastructure for the digital age. I don't know how many people experience it. India's digital transformation has been so rapid that we have the largest number of digital financial transactions. We've crossed 1 trillion transactions, and all the experts are here to share with you their thoughts on it. While we do wait for Mr. Narendra Nath to come in, can I request the moderator to then start the session, because all these people have time constraints. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for joining us. Please give this distinguished panel a big hand before we start.
Thank you so much, Ms. Randana. I think before we start, would love to have a brief overview from Mr. Vishak. Right? I think would love to hear from you in terms of how do you see this whole ecosystem evolving and your thoughts, and then we can start with a discussion.
Thank you, Abhijit. Let me set the context from cybersecurity. It's a privilege to participate in this session under the SAFE
and secure AI? Do they go hand in hand? And I think the Honorable Prime Minister framed this beautifully, Sarvajana Hitaya, Sarvajana Sukhaya. AI for the welfare for all and all happiness for all. Right? And this aspiration is very powerful, but to translate that aspiration to a sustained impact, one foundation must be strong, which is trust. And trust in an AI-driven world rests on cybersecurity. That's the foundation on which it's built on. India today stands at the forefront of digital transformation with 1.4 billion citizens, world-leading public digital infrastructure, and rapid AI adoption across healthcare, finance, manufacturing, governance, and even startups. The scale at which AI is operating here is unmatched. And when AI operates at population scale, security becomes systematic. This is not simply about protecting your computer systems. It's about protecting digital identities, protecting financial transactions, protecting healthcare data, and protecting industrial operations, which can be life-saving, mission-critical, and also national critical infrastructure. AI is simultaneously expanding opportunity for all of us. At the same time, it's expanding the attack surface. We are seeing three fundamental shifts on AI specifically. First, the speed at which AI innovation is happening and the attacks are actually operating at machine speed. Second, the scale. Automation industrialized threat activity, dramatically increasing volume and sophistication. And third, complexity. AI introduced new layers, whether it's your data pipeline, whether it is API, whether it is the modeling, whether it is the agents or the interconnected ecosystem. This is why we need to really build cyber resilience as a core metric and not just perfection. No nations, no enterprise can eliminate risk entirely, but we can design a system that can detect attacks faster, responds automatically, and minimize disruption. This is the context from an AI point of view. And this is where US-India partnerships becomes strategically important, because the United States brings AI research, platform innovation, and most importantly, cybersecurity frameworks. And India brings digital infrastructure, engineering talent, and one of the fastest growing AI economies in the world. Together we can shape coordinated model for secure AI that includes threat intelligence. There's a vast need for threat intelligence to collaborate. And most importantly, align security standards for critical infrastructure and secure by design principles for AI systems and joint development for cybersecurity talent. And that's very critical, and protecting emerging domains from cloud, infrastructure, network, endpoint, operational technology, and most importantly, AI supply chains. I think this model is evolving. We must also recognize that AI is just not transforming enterprise, it's transforming to a national resilience point of view. You take the critical infrastructure, whether it's energy, telecom, transportation, financial systems, and healthcare, are mostly becoming AI enabled. That makes cybersecurity coordination between nations more essential. And this is where public-private partnerships play a very important role. And let me also emphasize the important dimension about talent. Why AI is accelerating, but cybersecurity talent is scarce. And this is where we need to not only drive AI literacy, but with cybersecurity fluency. Because it's an intelligence-driven economy, resilience becomes a core life-saving skill set. If we align on frameworks, collaborate on intelligence sharing, invest in skills, and design for resilience rather than a reactive security model, we can ensure that AI becomes a multiplier of prosperity, not just vulnerability. India's AI leadership is already visible. The next front line in AI leadership is securing the AI model at scale. And this is a shared responsibility and a shared opportunity both for India and the United States, whereby you have this AI security at energy level, at the chip level, at the AI model level, and then comes your application layers level, serving this right-hand side for industries and economy. The trust layers and the frameworks becomes a foundation on even monetizing this AI model. Monetization would not have completed without cybersecurity as foundation. That's a context I thought I'll set it across for the audience.
Sure. Absolutely, I think that is really helpful. One key takeaway that we kind of anyway see is that AI is moving from experimentation towards reality. And when we talk about security, right, we are basically shifting from securing systems to securing intelligence. So with that regards, if we talk about the entire ecosystem as a whole, right, wherein we talk about governance, we talk about identity or security layers, we talk about the hardware, everything becomes important, and at every segment, right, there is a particular way in which we do things. So while we talk about it, we've tried to segment things into two ways, wherein we'll first of all try to understand how do we really secure an architecture of trust. So my first question goes to Anne from IBM. So Anne, I think we've seen how AI is shifting, right, from a tool for defense to potential attack vector itself. So when we talk about it, how do you see India and US bilateral framework evolve to address this whole evolution of cyber for AI? And by that, we are specifically talking about how the integrity of training data for critical infrastructure models, right? So would love to hear from you on your thoughts.
Well, first I'd like to just say thank you for inviting IBM to participate in this important conversation, and thank you for the question. I'll start by answering it by saying simply that as AI becomes more embedded in critical infrastructure, the security of AI becomes the issue of national security. And so we're no longer just defending systems with AI, we have to defend the AI systems themselves. And that begins with trust in the training data. Because if the training data can be manipulated or poisoned or subtly distorted, then even the most sophisticated models can be turned into liabilities. And this is where a US-India partnership can play a catalytic role. So first, I think that we need a shared bilateral standard for AI data integrity, an agreed upon framework for provenance, lineage, and the auditability of training data. At IBM, we've been advocating for this globally through our work on AI governance toolkits like watsonx governance, like our AI fact sheets, and our contributions to international efforts such as Singapore's AI Verify and the NIST AI risk management framework. We're proving that transparency and assurance are operational concepts and not academic ideals. Second, the two countries should build joint red teaming programs for AI, especially in those critical sectors like energy, infrastructure, telecom, transportation, and finance. They should mirror the collaborative cybersecurity training programs that were already underway. IBM runs extensive AI red teaming and adversarial teaming programs worldwide, and these programs can serve as models for bilateral cooperation. Third, we must treat data integrity as an end-to-end supply chain challenge, from how data is sourced, to how it is stored, to how it is verified and signed. Technologies like digital signatures, cryptographic hashing, secure enclaves, and watermarking for model and dataset provenance should form the backbone of a shared architecture. So ultimately, I think the US and India have an opportunity to set global norms for cyber for AI for the rest of the world to follow.
Great, awesome insights. Thank you so much. I think it's very critical, right? When we talk about governance, I think it needs to evolve as well as we move forward, and that is where the next set of questions goes to Siddharth from AMD. I think while we have talked about policy, right, it's really important how do we really secure systems at the hardware level itself. So when we talk about AMD, right, I think you have already been powering almost 30% of India's GPU cluster capacity, supporting a lot of sovereign-based workloads and cloud platform providers. Now, when we talk about these clusters, these are also becoming prime targets, right, for AI-driven ransomware. So how is AMD collaborating with security agencies to kind of ensure that there is foundational defense for this whole Indian-based infrastructure? Your thoughts, please.
Thanks, Abhijit, for the question, and thank you for inviting AMD to this event. So India is definitely growing a lot in terms of the GPU power and all that, right? And I think it's essential to secure the GPU clusters that we have. AMD is approaching security from a very deliberate defense from ground up. That's the main philosophy that we have, right? We're looking at sort of, in three different ways, right? First is that we need to build security in the hardware itself, right? So we have something called as AMD Infinity Guard, which is a combination of secure boot, hardware trust, then we have secure encrypted virtualization and many more features which are part of the hardware itself. So what happens is when the hardware itself is secure, even if software gets attacked at the OS or the hypervisor or that level, your key data at the base is not compromised, right? Because the hardware is taking care of security there, right? The next on that is at the platform level. So it's not only the silicon, but the entire platform, which is what we are doing with, say, Helios. We're getting CPUs and GPUs together, right? At the platform level, we have a lot more integrity between each of the components, and that makes it work. And finally, we have, collaborating with all the ecosystem vendors. We are ourselves not a security provider, but we work with the ecosystem, make sure that whatever we are building in terms of hardware, software, the customers can use it. One thing that we truly believe at AMD is that security cannot be built as an afterthought. It has to be built ground up. It has to be built when the product is designed and when the whole platform is designed. So that's kind of the place where we are focusing on.
Correct. And I think it's great to hear these thoughts. And we have anyways seen AMD growing and becoming more solution focused as well. So thank you for those insights. While we talk about hardware, right, so we also wanted to understand how do we safeguard AI systems during deployment, which is where my next set of question goes to Ram. From Google. So Ram, you've stated clearly, right, when we talk about safety is a core infrastructure and for AI to deliver economic impact, right? So when we talk about Google, how is your focus on AI on-device safeguards, right? So in terms of, I think you already have products like Gemini Nano. So how do you use it to kind of product or address India's unique challenge, right, for large-scale digital fraud?
Thank you, Abhijit, and thank you for inviting Google to this important conversation. Yeah, I think I agree with the panelists in terms of the ecosystem approach, but maybe I'll keep it a little bit more narrow in terms of how we think about the coordination between software, hardware, and users. Google is no stranger to this country. Many of the products are loved by us Indians, so that's exciting. So the way we think about our framework is to really think about protecting users, defending where it makes sense, and then, of course, responding when we need to respond if we missed a particular piece of feedback during the software development. So giving you an example, and I'll talk about Gemini Nano as well in a second. In terms of protection, it's really about things we do behind the scenes before it even gets to you, right? Simple things like billions of messages in Gmail that have spam every day that we are filtering based on our own AI systems and learning of the Indian landscape. Something that we just do it for you while you're sleeping is taken care, so you're like safeguarded. That's just a simple example. Another example of defending is something like Synth ID. Anne just talked about similar watermarking technologies where we can detect AI slop or not, and you can use Google Synth ID to figure out is the image AI generated or not. Very, very important in today's world of deepfakes. We can extend it further to something like a financial scam. So if you're actually on the phone, on an Android phone, talking to pretending to be a financial institution, and you actually have a voice call around financial transactions, or they're asking you to luring you into, giving you money or something, the system will detect you that this seems unusual for a bank to ask you these questions. So you may want to hang up right now. Again, this is very on-device using Gemini Nano. The information or the call doesn't leave the device, as an example, right? I could go on and on in terms of examples, how we think about it. But mostly the way we think about this approach is, can we actually meet the users where it matters? And can we do it in a way that it's actually helpful in your daily life? There are other examples such as screen sharing as well. So this is a very common tactic in India where you're asked to share your screen during an issue during financial transactions. We now obfuscate the screen if there's a banking screen. We also make sure that we partner with ecosystem players like Navi or PhonePe to tell you that, hey, there's something wrong here. You shouldn't be sharing a screen, and you may want to turn off the screen sharing. In terms of resolution, that's actually really important to us because not only do we comply with all of the laws, but we're also open for feedback loops. So whenever we hear feedback, whenever we get rich community feedback, we're quick to respond and improve our own software systems. So yeah, it's like a multi-pronged approach, but excited to start this conversation and excited to take this to the next level. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ram. So Narendranath, thank you so much for being here. Would love to hear from you. I know you got busy somewhere else, but yeah, means we started off the session without you, but would love to hear your thoughts maybe for the audience.
And I must thank you, sir, for making it despite the traffic
challenges.
Correct.
No, I was held up in the traffic actually. I thought it takes around 20 minutes to come here, but it took me more than an hour.
No worries, sir. I think great that you could make it.
I took an alternate route and came, and then still there also I got stuck. I think there's some movement that's happening, that's why they stopped it. So we speak from here, that's what I saw the instructions. So yeah.
Sure. Right, so I think Ram, thanks a lot for your thoughts. I think it's really important because we look at the user base, I think it's everywhere, right? The next question, while we talk about AI safeguards, I think it's also important to have a trusted supply chain ecosystem as well in order to come up with these level of scale of things that we are talking about. So my next question goes to Hari from Applied Materials. So Hari, again, building a trusted supply chain, right? So when we talk about India, its scale is really growing in terms of how it's getting into the whole supply chain or semiconductor supply chain infrastructure. The whole point here is to kind of build trust and resilience, which is clearly becoming quite critical, right? So when you talk about Indian suppliers to meet those global expectations, where do you think India-US collaboration can help build a more trusted global competitive supply base?
Okay. So thank you for the invite, and it's always a pleasure where in my personal life I've been part of the world's oldest democracy and the world's largest democracy. So sitting here on this panel, it's a pleasure, and many of you are my customers and partners. So again, the collaboration continues between US and India. So with that, let me take this question and break it down a little bit. When we talk about supply chain, the first thing that comes to my mind is standards, right? So if at all COVID has taught us anything, it's a diverse supply chain where you have to have suppliers in multiple locations and it meeting the same requirements. So standards become very important. You cannot have one particular supply chain producing better or inferior compared to other parts of the world. So adhering to those global standards is huge. The next, I think we talked about security. I mean, India has got a unique opportunity where we can start implementing security by design, not just by layering it, but building it as part of the ecosystem. So you can take a greenfield approach in many aspects when you're designing your supply systems and implementing those security measures right from scratch. And the United States has got many of these, I would say many of these standards available for quite a long time. So taking some of that, implementing it and making it improved is much, much better option. Then the other part is process design and repeatability. You can have process, but repeatable process is super important. So adhering to some of these standards and ensuring that they scale, and not only scale, but repeat itself consistently is huge. Whenever you build a fab, you invest about $15 billion, and that goes over about 15, 20 years. So when you do that, you have to produce consistently for the next 15, 20 years on each one of these fabs. Lastly, talent, right? So when you're talking about talent, academia and institutions, both from the United States and India, have to come together to meet some of the unique talent requirements. India has got one of the youngest workforces in the world, and the United States has got a huge amount of knowledge, which is in a number of locations. So combining this provides, again, a unique opportunity. Now, let's talk about applied materials. What are we doing here? We have built an innovation center, which is so unique that we have brought a number of process tools into India. And what this does is, it brings suppliers close to these tools. So we are able to collaborate in a much better way. And if any of you have got an opportunity, it's in Bangalore, and you can visit some of those locations as well. We are also working on a lot of co-development models with our suppliers. We're looking at how can we manufacture some of these components in India with the same consistency as what we do in other parts of the world, and develop an ecosystem here in India. And lastly, we are looking at how can we do a lot of these alignment along with the talent which is available. So if you have a combination of all these, where you've got a resilient supply chain, which is built through common standards, deep partnerships, and speed of execution, I think we'll have a good supply chain. Thank you.
Great thoughts, yeah. So I think while we talk all about building the architecture of trust, it's quite important to understand that when we talk about all these layers, right, governance is which defines trust. When we talk about the hardware layer, it anchors it, safety enforces it, and of course, when we talk about supply chain, it scales it, right? So we'll try to touch upon how do we go about operationalizing it. Now, the next segment, we'll try to run a bit more quickly, right? The first question, probably a follow-up to you, Ram. I think when we talk about operationalizing, right, we have seen the scale of 1.4 billion people that exist in India, and given India's Data Protection Act also coming into play, where do you think Google can balance AI safety and safeguards, right, across this entire set of population?
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. First of all, in terms of compliance with the law, we're very excited to do that and meet where it matters, the standards. But where I want to take this question is actually to talk about our investment in more, systematic resources. We've recently launched the Google Safety and Engineering Center. It's actually based in Hyderabad, the center.
Right.
And that's a center that signifies not just how we build, our safety design in our products, but also how we can actually collaborate with the ecosystem in a much more structured way. So we think, with the use of the center, we can actually further design, things like, Gemini Nano, which we just talked about, which is on-device models. We can also make sure that the sovereign sort of cloud and sovereign requirements that, Indian DPI infrastructure needs can also be cemented there.
Right.
But so we look at it as a more structured approach and a lot more sustainable approach rather than just one-off kind of projects.
Okay, understood. So while we talk about, again, Siddharth, a question to you as well, right? So while we understand that when we talk about US AI action plan, right, which uses AMD supercomputers like Lux to develop more secure federated infrastructure, what could be the resilience blueprints that could be used from these global projects and be shared with India government, right? Specifically in terms of fostering the whole India and US collaboration.
Yeah, sure. I'll try to be quick as well. One of the things that we are very proud of what we are doing with Lux and Oak Ridge National Labs, right? We have focused on making sure we have a secure, federated, and standards-based sort of infrastructure in place, right? By federated, what I mean is that if something happens to one part of the infrastructure, one part of the node, the whole thing doesn't go down, right? It's not a single machine, so it's distributed. So that's one of the things that is federated. On open standards, and Hari talked a little bit about standards as well, right? It's pretty important to use standard parts, right? Like the standard CPUs, GPUs, software, networking. So, you kind of open it up so that other people can contribute as well. And, so with security and being open, we get a lot more done through that, right? That's basically a big focus from an AMD perspective. And that's what I feel is a blueprint for success.
Okay, that's interesting. I think that is something that is absolutely needed. So while we talk about the whole blueprint, I think, Hari, a question to you, right? So as we see this whole semiconductor manufacturing, this whole ecosystem evolving, right? I think the whole manufacturing is also becoming very digital in nature, automated, and as well as AI driven, right? So when we talk about this whole new evolution, how is the industry approaching security across smart factories as the use of data, automation, and AI systems grow? And just a follow up to it as well, right? How do you build capabilities to ensure that you meet both speed and resilience while also ensuring that, again, especially for new fabs and ecosystems, right, built out of India?
Yeah, thank you for the question. If you look at any conversation today, AI is a big piece of it, and without that, conversation is not complete, right? So when you're talking about securing, you have to secure across the full stack. There is no other option. It has to be end-to-end, and security is going to play a key role. When you're looking at AI models, AI is going to be part of our life. And when you're having that, your data becomes super important. And earlier talked about injection, false injections. You have to protect your data streams completely. If you do not protect your data, then you've got no chance of winning this particular entire ecosystem. So when you're looking at developing some of these AI developed models, ensure that your training is done wisely and it's done in a form where it's responsible data. Then when you're bringing up AI, use it responsibly. Responsible AI is a key requirement for any of these areas. So you're looking at process optimization, you're looking at optimization for decisions, you're looking at safeguards. All of these systems, AI is going to play a key role. Then when you're looking at manufacturing, the question in terms of how do you improve speed and resilience, AI is going to again play a very, very key role. Predictive analytics. You're looking at automated diagnostic tools. You're looking at digital tools. All of these areas will help you accelerate. You should not be reinventing anything which is already there. Copying is the highest form of flattery, but again, we'll have to ensure that copyrights are protected. So ask permission, but look at the knowledge, ensure that the knowledge is used widely. And once you start doing that, you got the ability to leapfrog. You can leapfrog in terms of automation. You can leapfrog in terms of manufacturing. That is always the end goal in terms of what we need to do. Thank you.
Great. Awesome. Thank you so much. And the last question to Anne, I think when we talk about Digital Personal Data Protection Act, right, which is kind of a reality in India. So how is IBM helping enterprises to integrate security by design and transform workflows while also being innovative and more resilient as well?
Great, so thanks for the question, and I'll also try to be quick, but we do it in a lot of ways, so I want to cover the bases. So the DPDP sends a really clear message, which is that innovation can't come at the expense of individual privacy, and so we have to protect privacy as we continue to iterate and innovate. And so security by design for us is really making sure that security and privacy are not afterthoughts, that they are embedded in AI workflows from an end-to-end basis. And so what does that mean? That's privacy-preserving data architecture. Those are things like federated learning, differential privacy, encryption, advanced encryption techniques, and multi-party computation. And these are particularly effective and impactful in sensitive industries like banking and healthcare. There's also a clear mandate under the DPDP for accountability for data use. And so we operationalize that with some of our governance products like What's Next Governance, which provides transparency for end-to-end life cycles around auditing the trail of data that's used in our products. It also aligns with the transparency and purpose-driven limitations that are embedded in the DPDP. We also have zero trust architecture principles, and so we monitor anomalous access, detect data leakage, and we enforce least privilege policies. And then finally, as I mentioned in my earlier answer, we are a global champion for AI governance frameworks like NIST's AI RMF and the Singapore AI Verify. So these are best practices. We bring those best practices embedded in our products and services to clients in India to make sure that they are DPDP ready from day one. So it's not a roadblock to innovation, but it is something that needs to be managed as a foundational basis rather than a nice to have.
Got it. Thank you so much for these insights. I think we have got a lot of insights which are really impactful and what also makes sense. So again, a closing note, right? So in terms of what we believe is all security is no longer protecting AI, but it's also enabling AI, right? So with that, would love to pass it over to Narendranath ji to address the whole audience and let us know your thoughts as well on this.
Yeah, I got 30 seconds. Thank you. Yeah. So I'll quickly not go into any details. First thing is I felt very good. Secure by design is one of my pet topic, and people have been talking about it. I'm good to hear that. So, one is AI for cybersecurity is one part in the AI mission that we have been trying to introduce, and we have had an AI threat panel, that meeting that we have had, and this is one thing we'll do. Especially at nation scale, if you want to protect infrastructure and the amount of data, the alert fatigue that comes in, AI would definitely be required for doing. One is to take care of all the alerts, and also do the predictive and autonomous cybersecurity practices that are required. That's one part we'll do. And then cybersecurity of AI is another aspect. One thing is the normal cybersecurity practices are applicable here also. The maturity level that we have in cybersecurity has to be enhanced, so that that's a challenge that we're addressing now, and that will continue to be there even when AI comes. The specific use cases for AI, one is of course that unlike in other places, the user plane and control plane has converged here. Like in the AI, user data itself can come in corruption of the system performance. So that is one area that is there. The other is the provenance of training data that I talked about. I think one thing that we expect from the industry is when they are giving the systems, they should actually, with the users, they should cooperate to find the provenance of the training data is very important, because the performance of the system depends on that. I think that's where the close cooperation is required. And I hope that the industry pitches in, and the persons who are providing the solutions will actually have transparency about how the system has been designed and has been implemented. That is important. So I think this is all I'll have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all the panel members. I think this session was really interesting and the insights were really helpful. Ranjana ji, any closing thoughts?
Nothing. I just wanted to say that we have a time constraint. We could have gone on and on and on. And I would also like to acknowledge in the audience we have Amy Shuttlebar, our board member, and the Minister Economic in the US Embassy. Please give a big hand to the panel.
If I can request the panelists to stand
And
for
we
a
are
group
going to
photo.
follow it up, please. Thank you so much.
If we
Thank
can
you
get
so
a
much.
group photo. Yeah. Thank you to the speakers. We will quickly reset the stage and move directly into session 2, which covers Pillar India AI Innovation Center and is themed Building India's AI Foundation, the India AI Innovation Center, and Indigenous Model Development. It's our pleasure to have these speakers with us today. Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, Science and Technology at NITI Aayog. Mr. M.A.K.P. Singh, Member Hydro and Chief Information Security Officer, Ministry of Power, and CTO and Global Advisor for the Cyber Peace Foundation. Mr. Suresh Nanduru, India Lead, Strategy and Consulting Global Network at Accenture. Dr. Thomas Zakaria, SVP, Strategic Technical Partnership and Public Policy at AMD. Mr. Harsh Dan, Generative AI, Health AI, and Research Partnerships Head at Google APAC. Kishore Balaji, Executive Director, Government Affairs, IBM South Asia. Gokul V. Subramaniam, President and Vice President, Client Computing Group at Intel India. And moderating this session is Debashish Banerjee, Partner, Deloitte, and Applied AI Leader. So we welcome these speakers as they take their seats and request participants to stay seated. There is no chai, coffee, anything. Please stay in and watch this lively session. Just kidding. I'm sure there are those things. So without further ado, I would invite Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh to give your remarks. Please, a reminder, stay seated, and requesting humbly all panelists to stick within the time frame. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and such a wonderful event. Yesterday I have been to Bharat Mandapam. The attendance is huge. None of us ever expected this is going to be so big, so many people. So just to quickly give certain opening remarks on this important theme, second session. We all have been hearing about AI, and we all know AI is not entirely new. If you see history of AI, last 70 years, what has happened, a lot of things that have happened in AI initially started as a post-World War II funding to language translation to other areas, and there was a lot of promise right in the beginning in 50s and 60s, and some of them could actually materialize. So if you really go through the history of AI, there's a lot of things to learn. One, in the AI history, there has been a lot of misplaced optimisms and course corrections. So that has happened repeatedly again and again. There was an era of expert systems. There was, an era of invention of backpropagation networks, neural networks. So a lot of things have happened over a period of time. But the beauty of AI has been, and the whole progress during last 70 years has been that if AI is known for anything, it is its engineering and run approach. So people in AI, engineers in AI, they have always been very fascinated about, to create systems, to design systems and so on. And despite the fact that we have been contributing a lot to AI applications across the world, we have not been very successful, or I would say not really focused on creating our own generative models, large language models, domain-specific model over last few years. But, never late for such a thing. We have started well with India AI mission in 2024. Huge allocation of 10,000 plus crores. And you all know about 7 pillars that we have. India AI Innovation Center is one of them. And a lot of things figured out and very well connected with each other. Not only that India AI mission in its India, the innovation center thing, not only it's think about compute capacity, impaneling GPU compute and so on, but it also talks about skilling, data sets, database creation and so on. So a lot of things have been happening. And this is the right moment. Why? Because, applications have been there, demands have been there earlier, but what we have now is we have compute, we have memory, we have need, and all of this is coming together to make AI something which is really impacting our lives, and that is where we say that AI is now ubiquitous, AI is all inclusive. Still we use a lot of passive models, but time is going to come where we'll have the whole agentic AI framework where it would be kind of bit more invasive as compared to what it is now. Now, coming to why India decided to go for its own LLMs, its own foundational models, its own domain-specific models is because of a number of reasons, including the facts like if you go with any model which is not rooted in the Indian context, you'll always have a kind of bias. So if you talk to any big model and you just pose a question that I want an Indian person, most likely you're going to get an answer with an image having a turban and so on. So that is the kind of bias that is associated with most of these models that you see. The models are not trained on India data, Indian specific context, and as a result, the findings that you get, they're also not that well rooted in the Indian context. So that is where, this is very, very important. And also the kind of setting and context in which we operate, it is very important to have our own domain-specific models, maybe smaller models, which favors the kind of reach that is required and the kind of impact that is required in India setting. And this is why what we are doing now is something as part of India AI mission, which is contributing, and last 2 years has been a lot of successful stories that we have. But going forward, what we really do further is we have allocations, but probably what we need to do is we need to think of better budgets, not necessarily bigger budgets. So, budget restructuring is very, very important, something which gives you more operational freedom and so on. And equally important, and I would say rather more important, is the data ecosystem. So if you look at AI models, essentially they're leveraging on the collective knowledge of the whole humankind. You pick up any kind of model across the world. So what you need, if you want to have your own Indian model or a model which is rooted in your context, you need data which is situated in your own context. So that is where we really need to work on data ecosystems for the country, and this is very, very important. And equally important is a kind of environment which promotes innovation. So things like ease of doing R&D, ease of going forward, developing models, and so on. So we are, I believe, on track, and we are contributing in multiple ways. We hosted GPAI 2024, and now we have AI Impact Summit, which is going to come up with very important deliberations. So to close, I just would like to emphasize on three important aspects. One is, when we expect AI to play a role, it is for us to be very clear what is it that we are expecting from these models. I would say that what we should expect is that these models are going to augment our capabilities and not replicate or not replace our capabilities, because that is very, very important. And second is that these models have to be human-centric. Human has to be in the loop, although it's easier said than done, because it's not so easy to ensure that everything is human-centric. And last but not the least is that India, with its own philosophical insights, its ethos, what we want to develop is something which would be relevant for the whole world. And as you see on the posters outside, multiple venues that you have, AI Impact Summit is associated with what is called all-inclusive. So it is very important for us. India had made a beginning, and there are a lot of things that we are going to contribute, and AI is going to be there. It is impacting our lives, and there are a lot of opportunities where India can contribute, all of us can contribute, and I'm pretty sure that will be coming up with good ideas, innovations convert into products and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to AmCham for inviting me to this important session. I welcome all my co-panelists and all of you present here in the audience. I have spent more than 3 decades in power sector, so I would be focusing my talk on adoption of AI/ML in power sector. So coming straight to the point, by developing homegrown foundational models, India aims to address specific cultural, linguistic, and security needs that global models often overlook. Models developed by Western or Chinese contexts often carry implicit cultural biases that may not align with Indian values or linguistic diversity. Further now, AI is moving from general purpose chatbots to specialized tools with deep domain expertise, often incorporating proprietary data. Should we focus on application layer innovation or foundational AI model? This is a big question which is under present debate. So application layer AI innovation represents a shift from foundational AI models. Foundational AI models are the large scale AI systems trained on vast typical unlabeled data using self-supervised learning like GPT. Whereas application layer innovation are specialized user-facing applications that solve specific high-value problems. So I will be focusing on power sector, as I said, that this layer is where AI is integrated into the workflow to automate tasks, enhance productivity, and generate tangible ROI. So where we can deploy this AI layer and improve our efficiency and reduce the cost of the power, that I will be covering in my talk. We have seen that domain-specific LMs have achieved significant progress in recent years. These advancements are largely attributed to development of innovative dataset generation methods, efficient parameter fine-tuning techniques, and model customization for specific domains. If we talk about healthcare, US companies have developed ABRIs and advanced DEX, which provide ambient clinical documentation, allowing doctors to focus on patients rather than typing notes. Other models like NIM handle autonomous medical coding. In power sector, we have to focus on AI/ML based solutions for smart meter analytics, digital twins, predictive maintenance, theft detection intelligence, appliance level consumer insights, automated outage predictions, and GenAI based decision support that can transform both consumer experience and operation efficiency. I will be sharing some developments that has taken place in China that will give us an idea how much rating score that we have to do to excel in this area. China had launched world's first large-scale AI model for power generation. This model enables decision making at all stages of power generation and trading cycle, like strengthening safety and environment protection to supporting power trading, generation planning, and equipment maintenance. This model aims to modernize power generation procedures and bring China's energy sector to a new level of digital management. Prominent developers in China are like China Southern Power Grid and Beidou. They have developed many AI models specifically for the power sector. Researchers have developed Grid Artificial Intelligence Assistant, a pioneering LLM designed to assist with a variety of power system operational tasks, including operation adjustment, operation monitoring, and black start scenarios. Grid AI Assistant has demonstrated its ability to enhance decision-making process, improve operational efficiency, and facilitate better human-machine interaction in power dispatch operation. It has outperformed standard models like Llama in power dispatch simulation in key performance indicators, especially in terms of accuracy and stability in operation monitoring and power dispatching, achieving a logicality score of 8.23 in power dispatch. China has also developed a smart energy brain project working on the project known as Tinasu 1, which will be integrated and big data for prediction and maintenance. So coming to the India, what is the status now? India in power sector is also adopting AI and machine learning for predictive maintenance and smart meter analytics. I worked for 33 years in Central Electricity Authority. CA has launched Stellar strategic expansion for long-term load adequacy and resilience to empower DISCOMs, distribution companies, with AI for long-term load planning. Servom AI was selected to build an indigenous sovereign LLMs under the India AI mission, which includes application for industry, including energy. ISGF, Indian Smart Grid Forum, has brought out a handbook of AI/ML, AR, VR, and robotic solutions for power sector utilities. One important point to be noted is functional approximate error in LLMs may prove costly. It is a secondary type of error arising primarily from limitations of learning procedures. We need to be cautious if we are to sustain the benefit of training from large-scale data scrapped from the web. Sector-specific solutions like power sector, we are developing indigenous SLMs tailored for critical local sectors, not only power but agriculture, climate change, and public service delivery also. Socket AI Lab is developing open source models for defense and healthcare. So to my understanding, focusing exclusively on application layer innovation risks relegating India to a secondary role in the global AI value chain. While leveraging AI to address India's specific challenges is important, deprioritizing foundational model development could leave India vulnerable to external dependencies and reduce its ability to shape its own future in the AI-driven world. By investing in sovereign foundational AI capability today, India can ensure its place as a global leader in the AI revolution. How it can be done? By ensuring data security and sovereignty, by designing economic strategy, by ensuring affordability and accessibility, democratizing AI by offering compute and models at a fractional cost, global cost. For example, India's model cost is predicted to be costing half of the cost of the global alternatives. So a note of caution, as the internet becomes saturated with AI-generated text, the signals of authentic human thought is being drowned out by the noise of probabilistic distribution. This makes clean human originate data the new digital gold. To conclude, I would like to emphasize that the India AI mission requires indigenous model primarily to ensure strategic autonomy and digital sovereignty, preventing India from becoming a passive consumer of foreign technology. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate. Very powerful speech there. Thank you, Vivek, sir. Excellent. My name is Debashish Banerjee, and I've got esteemed, panel here. We'll see if we get 2 rounds of question or not, but at least let's start with the first round. The good part with me here today is that I get to ask the questions as opposed to I need to answer. So that's the best part for me here. I'd like to start with, and I know we heard a lot about the indigenous LLMs that we need to make on the sovereign AI. We heard so many initiatives that MA KP sir, Singh sir has explained about. India is doing a lot of activities on that. But given we have got all the big players, global players as well, my question first to Dr. Thomas Yu. I know on AMD's side, you guys have a very sort of a pivotal role there, especially given the exascale barrier that you had with Frontiers and now with L Capital. We heard so many good news on what you are able to do on the flops side of the performance and things like that. The question is, and we heard about the energy efficiency and all of that stuff. I think the question is for you is, what are the current focus for you on the public-private partnerships? How you are seeing the architecture of the sovereign AI shaping up, and especially how you believe in countries like India with the local data residencies and things like that. How would the architecture of the sovereign AI should look like? If you can spend a few minutes on that, please. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Good afternoon to all of you. Sovereign AI is a question that has gotten a lot of attention globally. Every country is trying to figure out how to deploy sovereign AI infrastructure for a variety of missions, both science and innovation, but also enterprise. But also sovereign AI is something that is perhaps there's not a very clean, uniform definition. My own view is that sovereign AI should not be mistaken for domestic supply chain. You could have domestic supply chain, which is a strategic posture for any country to have. But to me, sovereign AI is really about making sure, fundamentally, that there is data residency and that the data is being used for tackling very localized issues. Each country may have different priorities, different goals, different objectives. While much of the attention in recent times has been focused on core infrastructure and large language models, and that's very important, and it'll continue to push the frontier, both in terms of hardware infrastructure, but also in terms of software and models. I do believe that not all countries will have their own frontier models. And frankly, it's unclear to me whether that is necessary. It is very objective dependent, and it's entirely possible, more than likely, that institutions, countries will take open source models that are pre-trained and then will be fine-tuned based on local objectives and local data. So that is likely to be one of the predominant way that people are going to utilize. And there, it doesn't matter. For instance, just because you use a laptop that has an Intel or AMD or whatever CPUs, it does not make your work any less sovereign. So I think the end state is going to be one where it is going to be hardware agnostic. That is certainly our view. And so in order to do that, AMD has been particularly focused on making sure that our approach to architecting and delivering AI infrastructure is based on an open ecosystem, open source, composable, multi-tenancy, so that as institutions, as nations build infrastructure, you have the ability to mix and match capabilities as necessary for your end objectives. I think it is very important to do that because history tells you that, particularly at a time when we are bringing generation after generation of new technology, the best way to assure sovereignty is to manage your risk, and managing your risk implies that you want to have options and multiple opportunities. So our entire philosophy is trying to provide that capability. But it's not sufficient. One of our main focus has also been try to make sure that we bend the curve in terms of the energy use that is needed for deploying this frontier technology. Pardon the pun, but one of the things that drove this initiative at AMD has been deploying the frontier exascale system, and the challenge was to deliver the system for under 20 megawatts. When this goal was first put forward, it was actually myself and two of my colleagues, Horst Simon and Rick Stevens, who had a series of workshops. And initially, we had this idea that we will deploy an exascale system for under 20 megawatts. And the best minds said that it is crazy to think of deploying something at that power envelope. The best that people could imagine was that maybe we would be able to do it for about 150 megawatts. But in the end, we did that. But it's not just because of it had a series of decisions along a decade pathway. And the reason why I bring that up is that as India starts on this journey to be not only delivering AI infrastructure models for its own needs, but to really be a major leader, major player globally, there is a real value in making sure that certainly there's a commercial role and the enterprise needs, but the science infrastructure needs are very important as well. So I just want to make sure that you keep that in mind as you think about it.
Thank you. Thank you for that and a great sort of perspective of what sovereign AI may mean. And excellent to see that. I think from an India perspective, as much as we can do to get the energy levels that you were speaking about, 20 megawatts and whatnot, that obviously makes a lot of sense. I see the time is running out as well. Gokul, if I can shift to you on the Intel side as well of the story. I know India means, India's diversity is big, and from an AI perspective, while there's a lot talked about LLMs and all the infrastructure piece that we heard about, I think the key question is also around connectivity and also about the compute access. Especially under India's AI mission, how do you think Intel's focus on edge inferencing and heterogeneous compute helps transition the innovation center models to the rural areas and the far-fetched areas of the country, please?
Sure, thanks. It's a pretty timely question, and given the time, I'll keep it in an SLM few tokens per second response, right? Heterogeneous, scalable, affordable compute is probably one of the biggest things that India needs to focus on, primarily because you need to make sure that this can reach the population across various verticals, be it education, be it healthcare, agriculture, public infrastructure, culture, all of those. And for that, clearly one of the things that we're looking at is making sure that our compute architecture is not a one-size-fits-all. We do have this XPU capability where we have within the silicon chip CPU, GPU, and an NPU. We're able to take a lot of the models, including the one that are homegrown in India, and be able to run locally with inferencing without losing any of the performance or the quality of what you infer from those models on the edge. When I say edge, it could be edge in the context of an industrial or public infrastructure or manufacturing or even agriculture, as well as in the end user, which means being able to give the capability to run these models, applications that serve these models in meaningful ways that has the right user experience. It's not just about running these models on a local compute without the network, but also being able to deliver the user experience that's needed in a way that augments or makes the individual an exoskeleton, so to speak. They walk in and they have a digital assistant of sorts that they're able to do some things that they weren't able to do before. So that's our focus, AI PC. We've had more than 100 million that we've been able to put in the market. We continue to do it. We're able to run on the edge anything from a few 100 million parameter models all the way up to 22 higher than 20 billion parameter models with meaningful performance. So again, heterogeneous, affordable, scalable AI. And again, going back to open systems, which again making sure that applications can run on top of things like PyTorch and be able to take advantage of the accelerators.
Thank you, Gokul. Really well and sort of a crisp answer. Usage of token was appropriate. Thank you for that. Yeah, Suresh, if I can get to you, I know on Accenture side of thing, we have heard a lot around your 2026 strategy that emphasizes on moving from like just AI pilots to really enterprise-wide scaling. But we have also seen and heard, and from our surveys as well, we have seen that the Indian C-suite leadership is basically talking about the AI talent gap that we have. Especially with the India sort of context, any light on strategic roadmap that you guys are working closely with government maybe to co-create, and how do you balance this skill set gap that is there on the AI front? We heard about infrastructure, we heard about all the LLM side and the connectivity. Would like to hear about the talent piece as well.
Sure, I'll also keep it short given the time. One is we want to start with a bit of a research that we did in terms of sovereign AI. We talked about people from, very senior people from about 18 industries, talking to policymakers from about 28 countries, a lot of respondents, and India being one of them as well. I think I'll spare the whole detail of the report, but one of the things I want to point out is clearly how sovereign AI is actually a great incentive for the industry to leverage as a massive value creation, right? As a case of competitive advantage. So it's a huge, huge incentive for the industry to make this successful. Now, you talked about the skill gap, right? Coming to that, I mean, it's obviously the responsibility is on the industry in terms of, if you look at conventional products and services, it's about adapting to how it's going to be applied in those industries and uses, and therefore the change management associated with it, and therefore the skilling from that perspective is super important. But if you're looking at professional services companies like us and you and all of us, I think there was a huge responsibility. I think with India and this kind of, organizations that have been there for long, it's a huge responsibility in terms of bridging that skill divide. Now, look at Accenture, for example, 3.5 lakh people. Strong incentive to make sure that all of them, right, absolutely are on whatever is the latest from their perspective. Second, outside of Accenture, what are we doing with the industry bodies? For example, we're working in Future Right Skills Forum in terms of working with the ITIs to see how we can build digital AI and even life skills as part of that curriculum. Very, very important from that perspective to see what it is. I mean, overall, if you look at a strategic roadmap, there's obviously a lot of moving parts, and all of the parts have to contribute towards it. So I think it's important to make sure that all of this consolidated input goes via the industry bodies to come up with a concrete plan. Now, what is that concrete plan to be defined as everybody gets together? But skilling within companies, outside companies, within the industry, use cases, extremely important from that perspective.
Thank you. Really appreciate. I know with the paucity of time, and we have got one more speaker here, we are missing one. But very important on the IBM side, Kishore, just to ask this, India's goal of digital equity, and I know IBM has been into products with AI coming in, companies like Deloitte are also launching GenW.ai. We have launched that as an agentic platform. Very specific tax products like Pragya and whatnot, right? So there are so many things that is happening. But given the digital equity and how IBM is leveraging its collaboration with Bharat Gen as a platform, could you explain a little bit how that, the foundational models are not just, ensuring that this is technically sound, but these are also very inclusive when it comes to culture and the linguistic, capabilities?
Sure. Firstly, thanks for having me here, and I'll try and explain as much as 1 minute and 1 hour, 1 minute will permit. So firstly, for my part, I believe technology is the most economical and the smartest way to solve all societal problems. That said, it's important that the technology truly reach the billionth person and beyond and allow them access to use technology to help themselves in their daily life. Now, being a proponent of open source by ourselves, it gives us a lot of leverage to be able to work with a wide variety of stakeholders to address issues like cultural nuance, linguistic challenges, and so on and so forth. And that leads us to how sovereignty beyond issues around data residency and so on and so forth can account for some of these provisions. Now recently IBM has launched the Sovereign Core as an offering that allows customers, partners and governments to pretty much manage their control plane themselves, manage their identities and key management in the local jurisdiction, helps them comply to local regulations and so on and so forth. Now, similar as the endeavor of ours with Bharachan per se, with Bharachan we're helping them build what we call a sovereign stack. We bring to bear our AI expertise, our research capabilities, our data handling governance models, model training technology and tools. And they bring to bear their efforts in trying to build models with Indic focused models. I think they're endeavoring to work on 22 language models. And together we're trying to solve for how we can go to some huge scale cases like healthcare, banking, citizen services, education, etc. Now all of this also uses IBM's technology backbone like the Watson X and Red Hat OpenShift. The endeavor is to see how we can create this as a model that can truly unlock the potential of the Indian entrepreneurs to go and solve for local issues in quick time. Sorry, positive time, thanks.
No, that's absolutely okay. I think great. I just in the conclusion, I just wanted to highlight, Vivek sir, what you started with. I think with the panel's help, we have been able to cover all aspects of it in terms of the hardware, development of LLMs, connectivity, talent, and everything else. So, thank you for listening in, and really appreciate everybody's time here. Back to you, the organizers. Picture.
Thank you. I think one more slide that is what
We are fashionably 4 minutes early. Please, nobody leave. Thank you to the speakers in session 2. We appreciate your time and energy. Session 3, I would request the speakers to make their way. We will take the photo first for session 3. This focuses on the pillar of developing foundational models, and the theme is governance and compliance in the age of sovereign AI. So if I can request these speakers to come to the stage. We have Sandeep Patel, the chairman of AmCham and general manager India South Asia at IBM and managing director IBM India. Nicole Foster, director of AWS Global AI and Canada Public Policy at Amazon. Rohit Arora, co-founder and CEO of Biz2 Credit and Biz2X. John Scheffler, Executive Director, Government Affairs and Policy at GE Healthcare. Sarah E. Kemp, Vice President, International Government Affairs, Intel. Katie Lizelle, VP Global Engagement, Privacy, AI, and Data Responsibility at MasterCard. Nicole Quinn, Vice President for Policy and Government Affairs for Japan and Asia Pacific at Palo Alto Networks. And moderating this session, Rahul Singhal, Partner and Head of Cyber Assurance at KPMG. If I can request, I know we are a little bit early according to my watch, but if these speakers are in the room, we request you to come up so that we can take the photo before the session starts. If I was giving awards, you three would get it. Thank you for making your way to the stage. Requesting the other speakers, the remaining speakers for session 3 to please come directly to the stage. We are going to take a group photo first. Welcome, welcome. I think we're only missing the chairman of AmCham. Pranav, where is the chairman of AmCham, please? But I defer to organizers. If you want to take a picture without one of the speakers, it's up to you. I understand the reasons. So over to you if you need to take the photo. We can take one at the end too, but for now, yeah. Let's take a picture with all of you and start while we locate our last speaker. What do you want? Do you want them in front?
Yeah, in front.
Okay. Okay, we will send in Sandeep as soon as we find him. So over to you, Rahul, so that we don't lose any time. Thanks.
So here we go. So hi, good evening, everyone. So we will start our session on the development of foundation models with the theme being governance and compliance in the age of sovereign AI. I think we've been, and I was listening to the earlier sessions, a lot of interesting perspectives. Given the global scale of the whole AI scheme of things, and we've got a very august panel. I think one of the panelists is missing. I hope he kind of comes back, we are able to locate him quickly. But we'll begin with questions because we have a hard stop. And I will start with Ms. Foster, from AWS. So the question for you is that as India builds its own indigenous foundational models, through the India AI Innovation Center, data sovereignty becomes paramount. What is AWS's approach to digital and AI sovereignty?
Thank you for the question. So first, this is a discussion that is sort of a lively and active discussion, not just in India, but in many countries in the world. And I would just say that we deeply appreciate why that is happening and just the nature of sort of how the geopolitical environment has shifted and why this is such a pressing concern for policymakers. I think it's also important to just realize that we live in an extremely interconnected digital world now. And so we have built things to be interconnected. And as we think about what we're going to do next, it is very difficult to sort of unweave how interwoven the digital world really is. And when we think about sovereignty, it's an extremely difficult thing to define, and it's often in the eye of the beholder. But we do think about it in a couple of different ways. We think about legal controls, and we also think about technical controls. And we are extremely keen to be able to give our customers what they need in order to kind of maintain those controls. And those are the decisions that are going to govern both access and security. And the first thing is that we have always ensured from day one that our customers have complete control over their data. And so that is one of the sort of first, that has been a significant part of AWS since the very beginning. And we want to make sure that they're able to meet their regulatory requirements. So the first part is that customers always have control over where their data resides. So which region, we have lots of regions around the world, and so where do they want their data to sit? The second is that customers have verifiable control over the access to their data. so they know who accesses their data and where and when. But we also have a proprietary system called Nitro, which also means that not only our customers have full control, but we actually cannot access our customers' data. So we have built it in a way that ensures that even we don't access customer data. And that then customers can also encrypt everything everywhere. And that then our customers hold control of the encryption keys. So, and then the other thing is just that we seek to build trust through transparency so that customers always know how services or how data is processed or transferred, so that is always clear to customers. And then we always consistently have challenged law enforcement access to customer data. So I'd say like we've sort of take a very kind of holistic approach, but at the very core of that is we want customers to have as much control as possible.
Perfect. That sounds quite reassuring for customers. I hope your customers are listening to that. So maybe I'll move to Ms. Quinn next, and just maybe a different perspective on the same aspect, saying that India is moving from digital public infrastructure to AI public infrastructure. As the government builds homegrown models, we heard about that in earlier sessions, tailored to Indian languages and demographics, how does Palo Alto Networks' Secure by Design roadmap help ensure that sovereign AI doesn't inadvertently create sovereign risk through things like data poisoning or model manipulation?
Yeah, great question. Thank you, and thank you for AmCham India for having me. I'm a policy wonk, even though I work for a cybersecurity company. So the way we look at secure AI by design is similar to how we look at cybersecurity and secure by design, but recognising that as India embraces digital transformation and embraces AI further and quicker than anywhere else where I operate as a leader in policy, is that we need to build in sort of 4 key elements. Security, to our frustration, has always been an add-on. It's been an afterthought. We've built the fast engine, we've built the magnificent car, and then we've gone, oh gosh, we might need a seatbelt, or we might need, to secure it. And so we're looking at AI through 4 key pillars. The first one is, please understand what you've got currently. Understand what AI you've actually got in your systems, what AI infrastructure you're bringing in. And that is like any cyber footprint, but there is certainly an understanding and recognition that you have to know where AI is being currently used. The other one is, as we deploy it in this country to the degree and speed that we're doing, we need to do it with security at its forefront. Sand pits, red teaming, bringing our teams and our staff along that journey are really important. The third aspect which we're seeing growing, which is probably unique when we're looking at AI, is understanding what AI apps you're bringing into your ecosystem. Understanding where your staff sometimes are using shadow IT, where they go, oh, you're not letting me use that app, but I really want to use it, so I'm going to use it. Is that creating a cyber vulnerability, a backdoor? So understanding how you're using that, we used to probably say supply chain, but how we're using AI coming into our systems for improving is really important, because unfortunately it's just increasing the risk attack surface. And then the one that really intrigues me, that we're really talking to the Indian government about and policymakers around the world, is when we look at AI innovation, our research is telling us for every human that's making a decision in a business, we've got around 80 agents making a decision. So those agents may be as simple as, let's pay Nicole her expenses for coming to India. She had a coffee, bang, there's your $4 Australian back in my case. Or it might be a complex agentic AI that is really making informed, educating decisions as it moves through my enterprise. We're calling for those agents to have an identity like a human. So I walk into Palo, they don't let me go into the SOC, our command, because a policy wonk shouldn't be anywhere near a security operations command centre. I can't access our engineering software. You treat Hello recognises that I have a certain responsibility, a certain behaviour, and therefore my access is given that. What we've seen across our enterprises, and as the largest pure-play cybersecurity company in the world, we're seeing a lot of deployment of AI, is that our technical teams are treating AI as they get general access. We give them access to the front keys, and you can move through the ecosystem, the digital infrastructure freely. So we're calling for those agents to be treated as an individual, and we give them their frameworks and guardrails and security that you would give a human being. And I think from a secure by design in the cyber world, in the world that I live and breathe, that's something that we really haven't got our head around yet, and I think is a real opportunity here in India, that as we deploy so rapidly, as we embrace all the benefits of AI, and we certainly couldn't do what we do without AI. I mean, our founder, born and bred here in India, our president and CEO, sorry, he has we are so in the AI journey, it's not funny. I have to every month tell him how we're using AI, even in the policy space. But we must do it secure by design, and we must do it secure AI by design.
Perfect, thanks. Very, very, very valid points. I'll move to, I think, Rohit. Yep. Yeah. So, Rohit, in the Fintech sector specifically, algorithmic accountability is critical to prevent bias in credit scoring and lending, something which you are very close to. As Biz2Credit deploys AI for remote verification and automated underwriting in India, how are you navigating the emerging regulatory demand for explainability, right? And can a digital-first credit ecosystem truly be sovereign if the underlying models are trained on global rather than India-specific data sets?
No, I think that's a very good question. And one of the things that we do is access to credit to SMEs, which is a global, I would say, need and a global, problem also. And one of the things, obviously, we as a company are headquartered in New York City. Having said that, we now offer our platform play to a lot of Indian institutions, including SIDBI, which is the largest, and the most focused development bank, out here, and also to a lot of NBFCs and banks. And what I've seen actually is something very interesting over the years, because basically, the overall credit scoring models, as data has gone more digital and as we have seen access to more of this transactional data, is that, the cash flow data, it changes from country to country, but the underlying models and the underlying scoring metrics are pretty much similar. Actually.
Okay.
So which is actually a very interesting thing that we have seen, because over the years, the biggest challenge in the SME space, unlike consumer space, where, the credit scoring models and the credit rating agencies like Experian and Equifax and all that, they created some models, and across the world, they use almost similar variants. In case of SMEs, that was never the case. Even in a country like US, when, banks and other lending institutions tried to use the personal credit scores for SME lending, that didn't really pan out very well. But I think with the advent of first digitization, now with the advent of AI, actual transactional data, whether it's in the payment space, payroll space, banking space, is becoming more and more available, actually, even in a country like India. And I think India has done a great job with the digital, the stack, actually, and especially in the financial services, where they have all this, account integration piece, GST data, and what we are starting to see actually in India is that, if that data is used the right way, not only these products are becoming smarter and better. So I will give example like, supply chain financing or factoring products, we are starting to see that even in a market like US, we have a lot of clients who are asking us that, okay, what are you guys doing in India and how you are doing it? Because that data is still not very freely available even in a market like US.
Sure.
So I think from that aspect, sovereign is very important, but sometimes I feel that, because what happens, 80% of the global trade is powered by SMBs at the end of the day, actually. Yeah. And in this era when the tariffs have gone up and other things have happened, that whole SMB trade is becoming even more important. So in my view, sovereign AI is a great concept, but especially with SMBs, I think the best practice is the data, including both local and trade data, which is mostly global, will play a much bigger role. The other aspect for emerging markets like India, the biggest challenge is not having access to data. It's like the right capital stack, actually. That's what we don't have today in India as much as we have in US or some of the other developed markets. So I think if India can get the piece done well, like I will give one simple example. In US, we have been working with the credit rating agencies, like the big one, S&Ps and Kroll and other folks. And last 3-4 years, what they started doing was that they started rating the SMB loan asset class, which they were not doing earlier. It started with mortgage-backed securities and then credit card receivables. Now what that has done is that has unleashed a lot of insurance money that can be used to buy these loan books, which are SMB generated. Sure. Now that's not happening in India. India insurance is still all solvency based. So if we can use some of those best practices, and India has so much of good stack, India stack and other data sets, that can unleash more of the credit. And that is something I think the most important thing that AI can do is flatten the cost structures, lower the risk, and also, help the SMB credit access to become a lot more ubiquitous and also cheaper and more deeper.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Rohit. You make some very good points, specifically on the capital stack and some of the underlying scoring matrix, being uniform. I'll move to you, Ms. Kemp. Ms. Kemp, and you come from Intel, and Intel has been very instrumental in setting up the India AI data and AI labs to foster local innovation. And but from a hardware and policy perspective, how can we ensure that Make in India vision for AI evolves beyond software to include heterogeneous compute architectures?
Well, thank you for that question, and thank you for inviting me here. I also want to thank you for the acknowledgement of Intel's commitment to skilling. I think innovation is only meaningful when it has a local context, and we spend a lot of time at Intel on that local context. I also think innovation is going to be defined by how early one adopted AI and data-rich reasoning. And when you think about India, at the model layer, at the application layer, India is already contributing to the global world, right? Our focus at Intel has been how do we equip the youth of India with the necessary skills to participate in that future work. And we're very proud of the fact that we've trained 2.5 million students this year. But for India's sovereign AI, I think the focus that we need to really talk about is getting the underlying compute architecture right. What does that mean? That means that the workloads are aware, efficient, secure, and designed for India's scale, most importantly. So we need the right-sized compute for every single lab, which means what? Which means we need a mix of CPUs for the broad access, GPUs for the heavy workloads, and MPUs for efficient sustained inference, so that every researcher, regardless if you're in the core labs or you're in the field, has practical AI capabilities on their desks and in their hands. This mirrors sort of the multi-tiered recommendations that you hear coming out of academia and out of public sector frameworks. We also need to think about standards, right? Open standards and forward stacks. Heterogeneous environments thrive with open runtimes and portable model formats. We need to preserve choice across vendors and devices while integrating on the existing infrastructure. And I think the other thing to talk about is, yes, there is, sovereign AI, but there's also sovereignty of AI, which is slightly different. And what I'm excited about is what's coming down the pike, right? Intel at CES launched Panther Lake, right? What's so exciting about that is that it's the future of AI PCs and personal computing, which means this GPU, CPU, NPU mix is coming to every single person's laptop. We are going to be able to unleash an incredible amount of compute, just as much compute as you need, where you need it, taking less energy, lower latency, better data security, because you're putting everything on the laptop. It's not in the cloud, you love. Yes. Lower energy, and it's going to unleash innovation across the world, and particularly I'm excited for the youth. They are going to do amazing things, and coming soon it'll be affordable too. So if we can get it right for India, we scale for the world, and that's what's really exciting.
That's very exciting because imagine, you mentioned laptops, but I'm sure, laptops and mobile together, I imagine everybody having the power of AI in there. And we talked about a lot of local models running on mobiles and laptops, so amazing. So thanks for that. Okay, I'll move to you, Ms. Lazare. I hope I've pronounced your name correctly.
Correct.
Okay, in the context of the DPDP Act of India, again, how can we develop a sovereign AI framework that protects Indian citizens' privacy while still allowing cross-border data flows necessary for global fraud detection and financial stability?
Thanks for that question, and thanks for having me. So before I get into sovereign AI, I wanted to start by sharing a moment from a MasterCard panel that occurred at the summit just yesterday, where we had the Director of Emerging Technologies at Citi making a comment, half joking, but also half terrifying, that we're quickly moving from toward a world where AI agents won't just act on our behalf, but they may also have unique personalities. So there was some laughter yesterday when that comment was made, but it was earlier in the day, because it makes people a little nervous, makes us think, but it also gets at something very real, which is as AI systems become more autonomous and more embedded, particularly in financial decision making, they're more capable of acting at scale, and the stakes around trust, control, and responsibility increase dramatically. And that's why conversations about sovereign AI are so important, because at its core, sovereign AI isn't about abstract concepts or where servers are going to sit. It's about how we ensure these increasingly powerful systems operate in ways that respect people, protect critical infrastructure, and support innovation rather than undermine it. So turning to sovereign AI, I'm going to riff on what everyone else is doing and help define it as far as how MasterCard sees things. So we really view it as a lens through three very legitimate goals. First, protecting citizens' rights. Second, ensuring national resilience and accountability. And third, fostering strong homegrown innovation and domestic capabilities. So it's useful to think about each of these objectives in turn. On citizens' rights, the need to be grounded in the simple principle that people should own their data, they should control how it's used, they should benefit from its use, and they should trust that it will be protected. This framing sits at the heart of how we approach data-driven innovation at MasterCard, including with regards to AI. And it's also what we try to work with policymakers and regulators and our partners across the globe to achieve. On my second point about resilience, I'm referring to the ability of critical systems like payments, fraud prevention, financial infrastructure to remain secure, reliable, and effective even in the face of the evolving threats that AI innovation brings us. Accountability means being clear about who is responsible for decisions being made by AI systems and how those systems are governed, how they can be audited, challenged, and improved over time. And thirdly and lastly, on fostering strong homegrown innovation and domestic capability. For countries like India, sovereign AI is also about ensuring that local innovators, startups, researchers, domestic firms, glad you were able to join us. So many that are widely represented at this week's summit can build, deploy, and scale AI responsibly. And the ability to collaborate across sectors, specialisms, and of course, borders. So how do we achieve these goals without impeding the cross-border data flows that are needed to ensure financial stability? Well, we believe that the DPDP and its implementing rules are clearly moving India toward a modern privacy regime. The detailed requirements for notice, consent, security safeguards, breach reporting, children's rights, plus the creation of the Data Protection Board is all proof of that. Where global companies are watching closely, and that includes MasterCard, is on the cross-border piece. Industry feedback up till now has consistently focused on trying to partner with local policymakers to look for alternatives to cross-border transfer restrictions or data localization matters. And we're encouraged by efforts that are being made to operationalize this with a little more clarity, including phased timelines, framing that data may be transferred outside of India when the proper protections are in place. So what is the practical sovereign AI framework that protects privacy and yet preserves fraud detection? I would say where cross-border data flows with trust are able to continue, because criminals and fraudsters aren't bound by geographies, and if we're to stand any chance in fending them off, our data flows shouldn't be either.
Perfect. I think you articulated the framework really beautifully, very exhaustive and multidisciplinary answer. So thank you for that. I hope they've recorded it somewhere. It's amazing what you said. So with that, maybe I'll move to you, Mr. Shefla. GE Healthcare has a major industrial and R&D presence in India, where data integrity is closely tied to national security and clinical safety. As India moves towards a sovereign AI framework, how is GE Healthcare balancing the need for global data flows, which is vital for training high-performance medical AI models, with growing expectations for local data storage and algorithmic transparency? Do you see India's evolving AI regulations as a model for other emerging markets or as a potential constraint on innovation?
Thank you for the question. And the quick answer is all upside in India. And I would also say that picture they have up there, that guy hasn't been around in 25 years. So we got to do better and get a more accurate picture. I think that might be my son. I was interested in your description of, I couldn't say it any better. You mentioned context, and I kind of woke up trying to figure out what's my context, right? And one of the differentiating things for me maybe on this panel is I'm in healthcare. And I've been in healthcare a long time. I can get away with a corporate gig to my activist children because I'm in healthcare, and I think we make a difference in the world. I'm really excited about what it can mean to all of us. But for me, I was telling the story earlier today. In the last year, my wife lost her 44-year-old cousin to metastatic breast cancer, 2 kids, 9 and 6. She lost her father 3 months ago, and she lost her uncle last week. His funeral is today in Washington. And I bring that up because it helps me with context. And so when you said context, it made me kind of think like this is a great day to kind of think about AI because it can just get lost. And when you go to the convention center and you see 70,000 people walking around and not many people are thinking about healthcare, I got to ask myself, why am I in this? So with that, back to your question, I think it's pretty simple for us. India is beyond an incubator for us. We have just announced $1 billion investment on top of 4 facilities we already have here, manufacturing. We're transferring much more investment into our supply chain locally. We're here. We're always going to be here. We love it here. When you look at the sovereign AI framework and how India is addressing it, fine. The best people we have in our company are in Bangalore doing the work every day. But a sovereign framework does not need to be an isolated framework. And I think, I don't know this, but I think especially in healthcare, when we can leverage the upside and the talent and the expertise of the sovereign framework and quickly blend it with global frameworks, it leads me back to my context, which is Katie died a year ago because she didn't get her mammogram because of COVID. She waited 2 years. She found something. My father-in-law died of Alzheimer's disease after 9 years. And my wife's uncle died of pancreatic cancer. He survived 2.5 years, but he got through it. And all this leads me back to I'll associate myself with the governance and the integrity, the data privacy and all that. I associate with that. There's no disagreement. But what if what happened to them happened 5 years from now? And how much time are we spending debating governance, data privacy? And why can't we get to the next phase faster and sooner? Katie doesn't care. My father-in-law doesn't care. And Uncle Craig doesn't care. So I know I'm going off script here, and I hope it's okay.
Who's going to follow that, man?
No, but I really do. I feel like context is, you teed it up for me, and I think if we had one wish for what India is doing is stick with the sovereign framework, but be so flexible and willing to not isolate and work with the other partners, whether it's Canada, the US, England, or the EU. We can all come together on this. So.
Amazing. Thanks. I think you summarized it so well, but I don't think we have too much time, for a question for the IBM gentleman. Sorry. Right. But do we have time for a question with Mr. Patel? Okay. So Mr. Patel, last question. In the context of sovereign AI, that's what we've been talking, and he made a very, very important point, very touching point that AI should ensure that we get these things really, really fast. Right? How does IBM's Watson X, and we're coming back to governance toolkit solve the black box problem? Because the regulators do require auditable evidence of what happened, how it happened, on the LLMs. So what's your view on that?
So look, for regulators, the black box isn't just a technical challenge, it's a fundamental barrier, I think, to trust. So if we can't explain why an indigenous LLM, right, that has been built on our data, serving our citizens, it makes a specific decision or leads us to a specific decision, then that AI is not truly sovereign, right? So the whole notion of explainability and transparency in terms of outcomes is really important, and it's just not accountable. So we have of course designed WatsonX.governance toolkit to address this black box challenge, and it's essentially factored around 4 areas, right? One is continuous compliance. So it automatically generates AI fact sheets. Think of this as a digital nutritional label for the LLM. It tracks the model's lineage, what are the training data sources, every version change without manual intervention. So for a regulator, it provides the auditable receipts, if you will, the evidence that the model was built, tested according to sovereign standards. So that's point number 1. Point number 2, the toolkit provides proactive bias mitigation, because I think this notion of bias does need to be mitigated, eliminated. So if an indigenous model begins to show toxicity or bias in regional language, for example, right, the tool flags it immediately. So that's sort of the other filter, which is important. Third is explainability, and I think this is really important. If we can show the regulator precisely which features, whether it's specific data point or a linguistic nuance, that influence the model's output and the outcomes that we are seeing from it, then we are essentially turning the AI said so. It comes with the AI said so, so let's do it, right? Into an AI reached this conclusion because of X, Y, and Z, right? So that becomes important. And lastly, we monitor for something called model drift, which is if the performance of an indigenous LLM starts to degrade because of real world data no longer matches the training set, the toolkit provides an early warning. So these are elements which I think we need to sort of start to think about, as, and I was talking about this earlier today at the AI Summit as well, that as we start to create trusted AI, we really have to start to think about, rather than being AI consumers, to becoming AI architects. I think this accountability, this responsibility sits on all of us, whether we are, in the business of creating LLMs, we're in the business of creating use cases using LLMs, but some of these fundamentals in terms of what is the outcomes that we are looking at becomes very important. So this whole notion of digital sovereignty, it's beyond just where data resides. I know we're talking a lot about that. It's about operational sovereignty, it's about technical sovereignty, and how we essentially drive the elements of explainability, transparency into everything that we create.
Okay. Thanks for that. I think we've kind of busted our time, but thank you. I think I don't think we will have time for a subsequent question. There was questions for all of you, but thank you, each one of you, for bringing the perspective. Maybe starting with you for that context. And yes, for medicines to work, it should be there. People can't wait, and if AI can save lives, it better start doing it. Thank you for outlining that framework really, really well, and for each one of you to bring the perspectives that you brought from your perspective, technical and those kind of controls, legal controls, etc., etc. So thank you so much. I think you've been an amazing panel. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Rahul, and to the speakers. If we can have one more group photo now that we're all here. And thank you to the audience for listening to AmCham India's sessions. Enjoy the rest of your week.
It's lovely to see you all here, and thank you very much if you've had the stamina and enthusiasm to stay for this late session. We're delighted to meet you. My name is Dr. Emma Jones. I'm a senior lecturer in law at the University of Sheffield in England, and I'm founder and director of the Sheffield Digital Justice Initiative, which offers our students extracurricular opportunities to engage with the intersections between law and digital technology and to develop their critical AI literacy. And I'm presenting today with my colleague, and I will let her introduce herself.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Preeti Raghunath. I'm a lecturer in digital media and society at the University of Sheffield. My work, my research, which I completed, my PhD at the University of Hyderabad, was on policy making for broadcast media in South Asia. I then have gone on to study AI policies and gender in Southeast Asia, and now my focus is on AI safety as well as AI and sustainability in the UK, but also in India. I'm also part of this initiative that we run, which is the AI Policy Clinic at the University of Sheffield. And our effort there is to try and work with students to bring them in conversation with policy that takes place at the intersections of AI and society, very broadly put. So there we see a lot of students who are engaging with different ideas on AI policies across contexts. And we'll try and speak a little bit today about teaching and learning AI policy and why that is important, especially in today's climate where AI is being embedded in everything. How do we then approach and study AI policy? Over to you.
So if we could have the next slide. Do we have a clicker? What we're looking at achieving today is we want to start by thinking a little bit about why AI policy education is important, if you think it is important. If not, hopefully we will be able to persuade you. We want to think about how AI policy education can democratise AI resources, and we want to think very practically about some of the good practices that can develop and take place within AI policy education. And we would really like to encourage you all to contribute because, as Preeti said, we run our own AI policy clinic with our students, but we are keen to learn and develop, and we're keen to think about how AI policy education can evolve, not just within a university setting, but within a whole range of wider settings as well. So, may I have the next slide, please? Thank you. Should we use it? So, one way that you could contribute to this session is through joining our WooClap quiz. So, if you're able, please do scan the QR code now, and that will give you the opportunity to contribute some answers to a few questions as we go along. Don't worry if you're not able to, because there'll be plenty of other ways that we can discuss as well. Okay, thank you. So if you're on the WooClap quiz, are we on the first question? Yeah. The first question that you will see that we have asked you is really a definitional question of what do we mean when we talk about AI policy. Is that right? Yeah. How would you define AI policy? So please feel free to put down any suggestions you might have. What do you think of when you think of AI policy? We know it's been mentioned on numerous occasions already today, but it would be great to hear people's definitions to see if we are thinking along the same lines. Unfortunately, we don't have the connectivity to show you the results on the screen, but we have them on our tablet, so we can read through them and share them. So we'll just give you a moment there to pop in a definition. So, some of the themes that we would want to pull out, and we'd be interested to know if you agree, are the fact that AI policy does not stand alone. It is not discrete from other discussions in the AI field. It intersects strongly with issues of AI safety, AI governance, and wider issues of ethics and values. It also intersects with wider societal issues to do with democracy, human rights, and other values too. And as such, AI policy is important across society. It can't be siloed. What AI policy and AI policy education look like may be very different in different settings, depending on whether you're in an educational establishment such as a school or university, whether you are in an organisation, whether you are working with a government or a government body, may look very different. But all these types of AI policy are important, and it's crucial that we empower people to become involved with AI policy through education. So I just want to pass to Preeti now to talk a little bit more about the benefits of AI policy education.
Essentially, when we think about policy, oftentimes we are either treading in the more technical domains or in the more in domains of institutions and governance. But we think public policies around AI ought to be more democratized, because that's where we can create deliberative spaces for everybody, citizens, various individuals from, numerous backgrounds, to ensure that they are able to then acquire the critical literacies in order to be able to understand how AI is embedded in their lives and how they can contribute to understanding, how, AI systems are governed as well. And therefore, policy as a framing allows us to facilitate further engagement with people. It's a way in which groups of people can, pose questions, but also contribute through their own skills, and aspirations to then shaping policies to impact technologies that govern their lives as well, and, whose usage they're all involved in. And therefore, AI policy education becomes a way to empower meaningful participation, and it allows us to then democratize, various discussions and contributions. And especially at a time when today we are seeing that AI is being embedded in policies across sectors. In other words, even in policy making, AI is now being embedded, across ministries and across sectors. And therefore, any kind of policy education, any sectoral policy education is also really important. To think about, we can frame AI policy in the way we speak about policies across sectors. So just as an example, if we are thinking about water governance, if we are thinking about land governance, so, even digitalization of land records and so on, everywhere we see that AI as a technology is being embedded, AI as infrastructures are coming in, to understand, how energy is being distributed, how the national grid, is being spoken about, at what points are, different, what kind of usages, what are the patterns there. So because all of this is now datafied, AI is also, consistently now being brought into, the many sectors that we can think of. And therefore, AI policy education is not just about studying AI technologies and infrastructures. It really is about also speaking to various sectoral policies and how those policies interface with the realm and domain of AI as well.
So, Preeti mentioned earlier that because of our commitment to AI policy education, we created an AI policy clinic at the University of Sheffield, and this began in October 2025. So it is still a relatively new initiative, and it has been a steep learning curve. At the moment, we have approximately 30 students working across 5 different projects. And these students are both undergraduate and postgraduate. And a key thing which ties into what Preeti was just saying is that it's multidisciplinary. It is not just computer science students, it is not just law students. It is a mix of students studying computer science, criminology, law, politics, international relations and sociology, because they each bring domain-specific expertise and interest. One thing we've allowed students to do is to choose their own projects to focus on, and this has really encouraged them to identify areas that they are passionate about, ranging from the collection of biometric data by immigration services in the UK to the impacts of AI on adolescent mental health. We've also encouraged our students to respond to topical issues. So in the UK recently, the Home Office, the government's Home Office, has run a consultation on biometric technologies and their use by law enforcement agencies. And our students worked together to submit a response to that, giving them a very real opportunity to contribute in the democratic process. Our overall focus, though, is on this critical AI literacy and empowerment. We do not expect all our students to go into AI policy as a discrete career path. However, we hope that our students leave with the understanding and the enthusiasm and the motivation to be aware of AI policy and to understand its impact on whatever future fields they go into, and to potentially empower them to contribute in future should they choose to do so in critical and informed ways. So we are keen to establish this work both within the university and expand it beyond the university and beyond our own student body to other universities, but also in many other different ways as well. So we did want to ask some questions and give you the opportunities to think about them, because these are the questions that we have been debating over the past few months as we've developed our own form of AI policy education. As you can see, we are thinking about what are the most effective forms of practice in AI policy education. We know there are many examples out there internationally, but we do not have a repository that demonstrates what those are. I know, for example, that the Centre for AI and Digital Policy has excellent policy clinics, but that is because I have happened to work through those clinics myself. I am sure there are many, many other initiatives around policy education that I'm simply not aware of. So it would be great to understand more about the most effective practices. How can we foster that broader engagement? So beyond students, young people, marginalised groups within society, how can we ensure that we do democratise contributions to AI policy? Where can this be done? Should it all be based in more formal education establishments, or can it be a much broader endeavour? How can we maximise its influence and its impact? How can we move beyond the theoretical and think in very practical terms about how people can be empowered to contribute? And a question for each of us: where can we see these opportunities around us? What is the potential? What steps can we take to contribute to this development of AI policy education? So what we would like to do, please, is give you a little bit of time to discuss these issues in groups. Please do speak to the people near you. Obviously, extra bonus points if it's people you haven't spoken to before. Wonderful networking opportunity. But do try to be in groups of 3 or 4, maybe more, to have a discussion around those questions. And then in a little while's time, we will draw you back together to listen to some of your contributions. So please do take some time now to have that discussion.
Can you hear me? Okay. Maybe it's a good idea because we thought it would, since we've been speaking since we got here and we've heard so many speakers through the panels yesterday and today, we thought it will be a good idea if we can make this interactive. And therefore, if we could request that maybe you form smaller groups of 3 or 4 people around you, to maybe think through some of these questions. You can think about where you see opportunities around you to respond to AI policy-related questions. Do you have opportunities either as part of, the job roles that you're doing currently to engage with AI and policy? Do you think there's space, or would you like, opportunities to, learn more and engage more with AI policy? What would you like that? What kind of format would you like that to be in? Just some ways to think through AI policy education, and then we'll reconvene maybe in 10 minutes. Yeah, maybe we can spend 10 minutes amongst us, each of you in smaller groups, and then reconvene and then have a conversation, because it's also an opportunity for us to sort of, get to know what kind of ideas people have, what are the aspirations in terms of, a learning gap, and how is it that we can then, build something together as well. Emma did mention, our desire to also expand and, maybe build a network of, people who are interested in AI policy education. So hopefully that's something that can also come out of this. And we will share a QR code that, you can maybe scan and then join us in that endeavor. But can we maybe spend 10 minutes thinking about these questions, and we'd be really happy to then hear back from you and maybe have a conversation. So 10 minutes. So yeah, it's 5:55. Maybe a little after 6 is when we can reconvene to try and bring things together. And if you are already engaged in policy making for AI, if you're somebody in any of the ministries, that would be really enriching for us as well. For everybody here to understand, what you do in your work and where you think you would, also like to receive some support or explore, other concepts, things that are usually formally discussed maybe in other settings, but because you're practicing AI policy, it always helps, if you can connect that to, things that are being written about it as well. So the idea is that you discuss in smaller groups amongst yourselves, and then we'll come back, we'll reconvene in just after 6 p.m. and have a conversation. It'll be a Q&A, we'll pass a mic around and it'll be a discussion. Yeah. And if you also have the WooClap page on, if you scan the code, we do. Okay, maybe we can go back. Yeah. You can, I mean, there are some questions there as well that maybe you want to respond to.
One of the things which was struggling, we were struggling was primarily with the data sovereignty part of it, because AI is all about data. And like the way the things are happening, data sovereignty has become a big issue. So that was one particular thing is sovereignty of data is also going to be part of the AI policy.
In fact, I mean, that's a very interesting and important question. And increasingly it should, especially when we think about AI policy, when we think about policy, in the context of safety and security as well. We see that cybersecurity related, governance is now very much in the realm and domain of AI. So sovereignty is obviously very interlinked with ideas of security. It could be national security, it could obviously be cybersecurity in the national context, but also other levels, because we can think of sovereignty, there's this idea of locating sovereignty in different places. So sovereignty is now also sold as a service. So, sovereignty as a service is a thing now with, data localization or data centers being, located in different parts, different geographies within a country's borders. But also sovereignty could lie with communities. Internationally, we are seeing that there's a lot of focus on, initiatives around indigenous data sovereignty. So indigenous communities in various parts of the world have come together, they form their own initiatives. So, for example, Microsoft set up a data center on indigenous land in New Zealand because they wanted to work with indigenous communities and ensure that their sovereignty is preserved and prioritized. So these indigenous communities, through that initiative, have been able to have a conversation and enter an agreement with Microsoft so that their data can be stored in their own land. Of course, it's much more than that, but this question of locating sovereignty becomes important, not just at the community level, but also at the individual level, questions of individual autonomy and privacy as well.
Precisely. Basically, sovereignty is not limited to the country part of it. It is individual. And we have enactment of DPDP Act, GDPR, and so on and so forth part of it. But as far as how do we enable that part of it? How do we make a policy around that? Certainly, DPDP Act is a policy to enable that. But enablement of the policy, execution of the policy, is a next step towards that part of it, which is having sovereignty as well as the enablement of DPDP and so on and so forth part of a GDPR across the domain, across the country, and across the, how do I spell it out? Like, say for example, let me take it this way. AI, I would not like my boys who are kids yet to get impacted through AI, leverage that part of it for the purpose of using it cloud or chat GPT for getting the answers to the relevant questions and replying to the question bank, whatever it is. So how is the policy going to limit those things, and how is it going to limit by age and so on and so forth? It's more of a execution rather than the just framing the AI framework.
I would actually argue that maybe it's a question of building critical literacies. That's something that we started with as well. When we spoke about why we think AI policy education is important, that's the first thing there. So usually regulation is what controls or limits or, sets boundaries between what can be done and what cannot be done. Policy, I think, is a more expansive term and could be, a little broader in its purview. So when we think about policy, we are also talking about creating an enabling ecosystem for people to participate. So that does come with the added responsibility of ensuring that everybody is able to understand what they are participating in and then make a contribution. It's a lot, so public policy, I think, moves away from regulatory frameworks. It's also about participation and, democratizing not just technology, but also policy. So the idea is, through initiatives like our policy clinic, is to take it beyond, smaller settings within universities to try and make that kind of education more available to ordinary people, people from everyday walks of life, so that they have an understanding of what is going on. Usually it's limited to small groups of people. When we think about policy, the idea is to then create a more expansive understanding of it. Yes, please. I think we've already fast forwarded into the discussion, but that's great to have this kind of participation.
Can you hear me? Yes. All right. My name is Lavansh. I work for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at Grenada, which is a small island state, but also a researcher at the University of Cambridge. And I was quite interested in what you were saying about the AI clinic. I think one of the irritants that I have around AI policy is the use of buzzwords, which have been thrown around, be it democratization, participation, sovereignty, and what is AI even to start with, right? And all those questions. But in that context, the head of Anthropic is saying that we need more critical social science in AI policy, in AI discussions. But Emma, as you'd appreciate, that AHRC has completely been slashed down, but all kind of research funding from UKRI has been slashed down. So it is becoming increasingly difficult for people like you and me to engage with, because when you put money to where your mouth is when work gets done. But that is increasingly a problem. So where do you think are these hubs to engage with, critical AI policy discussions, especially with Sheffield? I'd be interested in understanding.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point, and having the research to engage in AI policy education can be particularly problematic, say, in UK higher education at present. That is why within education, I think there's a strong argument that AI policy education should be adapted within schools as part of the curriculum and actually be a curriculum matter within all higher education, from compulsory education, further education, higher education, to work-based training and learning, to the kind of continuing professional development that are done in lots of professions. So I think the more it is integrated and understood as part of everyday life and everyday education, the easier it is to do that. We have had no funding to set up our AI policy clinic, or indeed any of the activities that Sheffield Digital Justice undertakes. But we've had the kind of enthusiasm to do that. And one of the benefits of that has been that I think our enthusiasm has encouraged the students, and they have been able to work relatively autonomously after having engaged in a base level of developing that kind of critical AI literacy. They've then been able to go and develop their own interests and their own passions and develop their own expertise, so they know much more about the particular AI policy topics they are focused on than we potentially do. And that, I think that's a good thing, that we're empowering them to do that. So I don't think a lack of resources has to prevent people from engaging in AI policy education, even though I acknowledge it can be incredibly difficult to do that. I mean, it's something as simple as somebody putting, say, a LinkedIn post about an issue of AI policy and talking about some of the implications is effectively a form of AI policy education, and its influence and impact can go way beyond the 100, 200 words that have happened to come up on social media. So I think we can see there are small as well as larger ways to develop these kind of discourses.
just to also add to that, I think beyond formal mechanisms, which all of us also struggle with in various ways, the way institutions operate, I think there are ways in which you can work in a cross-cutting fashion, be it, working on training programs alongside charities or whatever other entity it is that would benefit, and vice versa as well. Really learn from how things are playing out on ground and what is actually needed there. I think we're just starting off. It's also about co-developing something like this.
Very good evening, ma'am.
So one question there, and then there's one here, and then yours.
Yeah.
Did you have a question? Yeah.
Hello. My question is regarding AI policy in education. What impact will it have on our cognitive ability with respect to if we are in a high school or for a student, especially a high school student or something, middle school, impact on the cognitive ability. We always suffering from the attention deficit due to the, with respect to the whatever, it's a real economy or creative economy. And second question with the issue of ownership with the AI generating aesthetics, like the AI generated aesthetic images, or which are also inspired from the local or indigenous aesthetics, whether it's from India or of Africa, etc. So where the ownership lies, will it be lied with the like AI tool companies like Claude, whatever, what the tool which we are using for the generation?
Do you want to do any of this?
I mean, on the question of I mean, it's a very good question, and you raised some very big topical issues there. On the question of kind of ownership of AI-generated works, then I know certainly in the UK at the moment there are a number of challenges under kind of copyright intellectual property law working through the courts, and I believe that's the case in some other jurisdictions as well. So I know it's an area where in effect the law is unsettled and perhaps cannot keep up to date easily with technological developments. Again, I think I've seen recent studies suggesting that the use of AI by sort of college and university students can sort of impair their cognitive functioning in various ways, which of course is very concerning. But at the risk of it being a buzzword, I do come back to this point about critical AI literacy, that if students are just left with these tools where they can go and effectively ask anything and search anything, yes, it may be that there could be the potential for an unquestioning reliance, but if they are taught about the affordances of AI, the limits of AI, the wider consequences of AI from environmental sustainability through to impacts upon, work sectors, through to the public policy implications, then I think that that in itself becomes a site for cognitive exploration and development, as well as assisting young people in using those tools in a responsible and thoughtful way. And certainly with our students on Sheffield Digital Justice, one of the sites of exploration for them has been about the impact on cognition amongst college students, and they're going to be conducting some empirical research on that, one of our groups of students. And we've also had an expert in copyright come to talk to our students about these kind of copyright implications. So we may not know all the answers because the law is still evolving, but at least our students are aware that it is a particular issue that they need to be aware of and responsive to.
Thank you. Also, just to add and pick up on what was just mentioned as well, when we think about AI policy, it's sort of now become synonymous with generative AI. And maybe we need to unpack that a bit and think about an entire umbrella, of things that are called AI today. There are a range of, technologies, algorithmic technologies, infrastructures, forms of AI that all come under the purview of AI policy. So it's a very wide term, and engaging in learning about it will allow students, even through maintaining, let's say, a reflexive diary, at the school level, let's say, or, at any level, just trying to note down and observe their own digital behavior and usage of AI is just one starting point to get them to step back a little and not be consumed and absorbed by this so much that they're not able to then think for themselves or, go beyond the answers that they get fed. I think there's a way in which you can use AI to your benefit, but then to be able to distance yourself and see things from that critical distance becomes important as well. So from habit formation to, engaging with, thinking about where they can use it and where they shouldn't use it as well, I think those kinds of things become important. That's all also AI policy education, I would think.
Yeah, I would agree. One of the things I do with pretty much all my students that I teach is I ask them to Google themselves as a starting point for looking at their digital footprint to date, and that in itself can bring up so many much wider discussions that then tie into policy. So it is sometimes about those small activities or steps that can then develop into something larger and contribute to these much wider debates.
Very good evening, madam. I'm Vijay Kumar. I'm faculty and also research scholar from IT Roorkee. So it's very appreciable that you have brought into focus the second phase of the coin called as AI, where most of the people look into the application part of AI. So as the applications of AI increase, definitely the policy matters. But in my view, I think that this AI is a very vast platform. Like it can be in education, it can be in medical, it can be in legal, it can be in transportation, and also security and defense. So in my view, like the policies must be built in different perspectives. Like we cannot generalize the policy for a particular field. So like, for example, if you take students, they cannot make any policy. So the policy platform or the governance should be first started by the government. Then automatically like people would try to follow it. And now we have gathered here as an AA summit globally. So different countries can be involved to take forward these policies, not on a single country perspective, because of the culture, linguistic matters and all. So that is my view or opinion, I think.
No, for sure, that's a point well taken. However, I mean, if I may slightly differ, the government or various ministries become officiating bodies when it comes to, putting a policy into practice and into force. But policy making could involve a broader range of people. So I think we need to maintain that difference, because otherwise, when we keep thinking that it's about following a particular law or regulation alone, then I think we are becoming passive recipients of, a framework that we need to abide by, which is good if that process has previously already involved people. So then when it comes into effect after it's made, then I think what you suggest would be good. But also the point about this multi-sectoral thing is really important. But one could say the same about something like the IT Act as well, which is in India. I mean, it is of course the IT Act, but it intersects across domains, and similarly with DPDP as well. So I think it's an evolving thing, and that kind of multi-sectoral, multilateral kind of dialogue is important. So, I mean, I'm always very keen to bring policy out into various other spaces to make sure that it can be robust. Policy is a living thing. It needs to keep evolving with time as well.
Yeah, one of the sessions earlier today, one of the speakers talked about the fact that they didn't just want certain groups or certain countries to be consumers of AI, they actually wanted them to be co-creators, and I think that was very important, and it's important to have that range of voices there, because you have these sometimes universal questions, but at the same time there are very specific contexts in terms of economics, cultural backgrounds, all these different things that you need to, so it's a kind of balancing act. So having that huge variety of voices involved in many different ways, not just within the lawmaking process, although that can be really important, but in many different facets of society can be vital.
I think it's a good time now to go back to some of these questions that we had started with and hope that you would, have had the time to think about a little bit. We'll also be very keen to hear from students or people who are, teaching anything around AI or are interested in teaching anything around AI to, also share your thoughts with us. Maybe we can take the first one, which is, what do you think are the most effective practices that are already being undertaken in AI policy education? Do you know of examples? It doesn't have to be a full course or, a clinic or anything. But where do you see this kind of engagement already taking place around you or, even in your own practice? Yes, please.
Hi ma'am, I'm Taruna Kaur Bamra from Amritsar, Punjab, and basically I'm a part of Net Mission's cohort, which is basically internet governance related, and it does capacity building for us students, particularly on various digital inclusion, AI policies, ICANN governance system, and I believe that these type of community and capacity building programs are really beneficial for us to understand how policy making happens at the back end and how thematic inputs of us as the users can actually influence whether the policy is actually beneficial or helpful for the community, or is it backfiring to the community, or how can we actually take a step forward and change the policy that is currently in the use and can be more advanced onto next step. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, if I may just ask, because I'm curious, how do you, as part of this mission that you spoke about, how do you engage with, something specific to AI? Is that conversation on? What does that look like?
So basically we have meetings. We have organizations like IIRO. We have had organizations and people from various APAC region basically, and they are doing these capacity building programs. So this is how we've got engagement into, and yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It's very interesting. Does anybody else want to add on to this? For people maybe who are in, let's say, if you're part of the public sector or any of the ministries, where do you think policy education can happen? I mean, are you, where do you see that there are gaps that could be filled for, future generations to come into policy? Okay, we've got 5 more minutes to wrap up. Does anybody want to maybe take on any other question and then we can pull things together? Yes, please. Do you have any question?
Hello, I am Akram Raza from University of Delhi, and I am assistant professor at Department of Political Science. So recently, I had a survey around from 5 states of India, like Himachal, Jammu Kashmir, Andhra Pradesh, Delhi, and Bihar. So from that survey, I came to conclude that still half of the students studying in Delhi University who belongs from the different states, there's a still digital divide, like lack of literacy, like tech literacy, and so again, then we are forwarding like towards more tech and more skills. So what skill level approach do you see as the most effective in moving from digital access to AI ready inclusive, the capacity building for marginalized use? Because we are talking about just for the like layers. If we see the stratification, then the last one will not get the like whatever we are delivering, because due to the lack of imbalance?
Well, that's a great question. I think when what we've spoken about is obviously one tiny initiative, but the hope is that there would be more people who set up these small initiatives in the areas that they are or that they're familiar with, so that you can have that wider, community of practice. So, for the, even in the geographies that you mentioned or groups of people within those geographies as well, I think it's up to us. Essentially, this cannot be a formal process. It can't be part only of formal institutional setups, because that comes with its own limitations as well. You need permissions to run something, something needs to be approved, you would need funding and so on. I think it's up to people like us to set up these small initiatives wherever possible, to try and encourage that conversation, so that everything that we are hearing in the summit today as well, it obviously is, it's accessible, it is very accessible. We've seen a lot of people participate, but it's still limited in various ways. Not everybody is able to come in and so on. If we are able to take create more spaces where these conversations can happen, maybe create small explainers and modules that students can engage with, or anybody actually, across age groups can engage with and learn. It's a slow process, but I think if more people do it, I think there's a bigger chance that it could be more inclusive.
And just to add to that, some of it is not about not trying to replicate what's been done before. It's about finding people, if you're in an organisation, whether that's a university or a different workplace, finding people who have that interest and seeing what they have been doing. And for example, for a university, speaking to employers who are looking for graduates and finding out what skills they see as particularly valuable around AI can be a great starting point, because it helps you have those conversations with students and phrase them around employability in a way that I think students quite often respond to, because they are going into a competitive job market, and we know that employers want students to have that kind of critical AI literacy. So drawing on the resources around you, whatever your particular setting is, can be really helpful.
Yeah, I think it needs to, I think like I said, and to also echo what Emma has just said, I think it comes down to individual initiative and finding like-minded people and bringing something together. I think if each of us or some of us can start doing that already, we're already, enabling that critical mass, so to speak, and it will play out quite well, in the near future. Okay, I think we're at time.
I think it's a good, it's a really good kind of segue into our final slide, because first of all, just to say, we do have an AI policy clinic Substack that we have just started, so we would love people to subscribe to that, and we will be posting plenty of content over the next few weeks and months, and hopefully our students will also be posting. But also, we are really keen to share ideas and experiences and continue this conversation with people nationally, internationally, anybody with an interest in AI policy education. So our idea was that we could set up a network, an inclusive network that anyone who wants to can be involved, and we will think of ways to build a community of practice around this area. So if you'd like to be involved, please do use the QR code. It just takes you to a short form. We just take your name, affiliations and email, and then we will be in touch in the next few weeks to see how we can co-create something to do with AI policy education together.
I think with that it's a close. Just want to thank all of you. I know it's been a long day with so many competing sessions in various venues. So thank you so much for staying back and really engaging with our session. We're really grateful, and it's been lovely to have this conversation with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll put it down there.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, wow.
Hi.
You have to go this. Oh, okay.